So what I wanted to talk about was, it's not the webcomic that's being drawn right now, because currently what I'm working on here is not that. What I've been world building isn't really in the scripting phase or the art phase, because the art phase comes after the whole scripting thing. It's just in like world building. And I realized that I'm not much of an outliner, but I am a huge world builder. And what I wanted to do with this particular world, we're going to call it Crow Story, Crow World, has nothing really to do with crows. Eventually, when the story actually takes a shape, it might make sense why that's its working title. But for now, doesn't make sense. But I wanted to make like a really super in-depth world like 9 Point, but I wanted to work on it in an art way that's not going to kill Ursula, my artist and my wife. I don't want her dead, so I can't give her another 9 Point. So a lot of the time, me sitting down and world building for 5,000 years is helpful to her because it keeps me out of trouble. It keeps me from writing thousands of pages that she has to draw for webtoons. So basically I wanted to make something like stupidly crazy in depth, and where I started was actually with a pretty popular map making tool. I'll link it if you've never used it before, but is it Asgar? I think it's called Asgar. I'm not big into making maps. Okay, I'm bigger into making maps than most human beings are, but I don't compare to a lot of fantasy writers. Yeah, Asgar. Yeah, that's what it's called. But yeah, it's super helpful, and I use that as a starting off point. I like all the information that you can get from a map like that. I don't know what I'm talking about. So basically, I wanted to make a more world size kind of world. I make a lot of stories and I've written a lot of different worlds, but I tend to almost think of them as singular continents. Like I make flat earths. Flat earths, yeah. I make flat worlds because of that. And they tend to be very concise, I don't know, very tightly built, and they're fine. Like, I don't think it's inherently wrong to not build an entire world or suggest that there is an entire other world outside of things. I just wanted to have a bigger scope while I was building this. So I definitely took a very geography first approach. I typically take a magic first approach, but it was almost like a magic second approach. I didn't think the magic out tons. I tend towards lighter magic systems in general. Light in a sense that they aren't very strong. Not that they're not complicated. I love a complicated magic system where very little can be achieved. And there was a comment on my last magic system video forever many years ago that no one would take their time to learn this magic system, and I'll leave the readers confused. And that is where being a good writer just comes in, where you don't have to explain the entirety of your magic system. You only need to explain what is needed to understand whatever scene is coming up, and eventually the magic system gets fleshed out. You know, creating a world, you can make it as complex as you want it to be. You're not limited to that, you know? Like, you're only limited by your ability to explain that world in an engaging way. You have to be a good teacher of your world. So that's my answer to that one. So yeah, the world was built. I don't want to leave a map, guys. I guess I could. I worked so hard on these maps, I might as well share them. I don't know why I'm embarrassed of my map. What is it? What is the word I'm looking for? Style. Yeah, you can have style presets, and I made some interesting choices. But I you know what? I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna share it with you right now so you can see what I'm talking about. Anyways, so that's the world, geography-wise. It's also something I wanted to push myself with is I tend towards writing the exact same climate all the time. I just write the climate that I know. I don't leave that bubble. But in this world, I wanted it to have, north-south pole and that nice gradient, those nice different weather patterns. Yeah, I just wanted it to be really vast. So that was something that using the map making program really helped push me with. Yeah, that's the geography. A lot bounced off of that. Magic mostly came from my head. So I'm writing Avo right now, right? Side note, working on the webtoon. Avo has a very classic fantasy magic system. There's some bits and bobs to it, but it's a fire, water, earth, wind magic system. There's also light and dark, but are those any more pushing stuff in the right direction? No. It's very classic. I did that for Sovereign. I don't think it's bad, One of the best pieces of media is 4 elements. Like, come on. Like, there's a reason that it's popular. But I wanted to push myself into making something different. Like I did with 9 Point, actually. But I also wanted it to be a little more magical than 9 Point. Some straight up mages happening here. So the way that magic works is that Aether is used to create varying effects, and there are disciplines of magic, and they work off the same principles, but they're divided into 12 elements. Okay, so everyone has their kind of element, and the 12 elements kind of shape the entire world and the different, not species, races, I guess. Yeah, the different races of elves in this world, because this is a world dominated by elves. Heck yeah, we want some pointed ear guys, no humans. This is elves all the way down. So what are the mages? What happens here? Whatever element of mage you are, it will determine your appearance and the types of powers that you have. A mage is a person that has high amounts of Aether within them to a point of excess. And the reason that happens is a multitude of factors. I didn't want it to be bloodline based. I have a blood based magic system in a way in 9 Point, and I just didn't want to do that. I wanted it to be more about environmental factors, but since environmental factors tend to affect different groups, different groups of people are going to live within similar environmental factors, and it'll create the appearance of it being blood-based, so that even though it is technically not, in my world-building sense, it is treated as such by a lot of different groups of people within the world. They see it as something that is inherent and is passed down through blood, right? If you are a mage, you have excess power. If you are not a mage, you don't, but also the less Aether that is within you, the more animalistic you are in appearance. So each element basically has a type of mage with specific powers, and a furry, basically. A furry. You know what, let's just get into the elements. I'll lead through examples, and then I'll go back to some of the other stuff. So, elements. Okay, so the first element is the divine element. And divine mages are not typically capable of using magic. So it's a little weird, I guess. They have an excess of magic, but because using divine magic takes so much power, most mages don't even have enough excess magic to do anything with it. Divine magic is basically, it's meta magic. It's magic about magic. It's very story-based, and I probably won't get into it for that reason, but know that it is very super powerful and cool. So the mages tend to have very long, sharp ears compared to other mages. They have the super long ears. They're the Hylians of old. you know, Tears of the Kingdom brained people, such as myself. They've got opal complexions made up of like several hues. They're described as having a scale-like appearance, or even they kind of look like they're always wearing makeup. Beautiful hair, two-toned iridescence. The color combinations are like white, green, blue, orange, and purple. Their irises are based on kind of their iridescent colors, basically. I don't know, they're pretty. Flip side to divine mages is deer-like people, basically. Yeah, different like deer people. I guess we'll further get into that in a little bit. Let's move on to the other elements here. The element of crystal is the next one, and crystal is magic that affects aether crystals. So aether crystals are like dense deposits of like solidified magical energy, and the animal related to crystal is crows. Crystal mages are basically drow. They've got like gray skin, black scleras and irises, and like off-white hair, and their irises, I guess they have like some dark hues of like purple, blue, green, garnet, red, all those, and then their hair is like a kind of whiter, off-white version of that. Things that you can do with crystal magic: you basically can control crystals and affect the density of aether. It's hard to actually describe this because I haven't gone into the disciplines of magic. Oh my god, I guess I'll have to go into the disciplines next. This is probably just going to be with the magic system, I'm realizing. I forgot how in-depth this goes. Arcane. Arcane is the swine magic. It's based around lost magic, ancient magic. The element of arcane is the substrate of the world, is kind of how it goes, and it refers to what existed before the unity of the elements, when there was chaos in the distant ancient past. Very cool. There are like ruins throughout the world that resonate with the arcane element, and that is what arcane mages use and can control. Hearth magic is my favorite magic. Oh right, I forgot. What do arcane wizards look like? Arcane mages, they have green skin, splotchy patterns, and they have eye colors of like red to yellow, that spectrum. The next one is hearth magic. Hearth magic is magic that pertains to home and family. That's what the element is. The animal related to it is horses. Nay. Hearth magic. It's one of like the most common forms of magic because it's very simple to use and it's not super taxing, and you only need like a little excess aether to do that. Most of the magic is conjured through like the hearth, the heart of your family, or like the heart of a community, and things like cooking magic and stuff are related to it. Eventide magic. The element of eventide is the element of death, basically, and the animal related to it is vultures. Eventide mages can control spirits and ghosts. Very cool, very edgy. Oh, I keep forgetting to mention what the mages look like. The hearth mages, they have like natural color skin tones of like a broad range, as well as like some gray shades, and they have like blotchy patterns and like point patterns and piebald patterns. They're prone to having like heterochromia and multicolored hair and stuff. Very cool, very hoarse, very sweet. The eventide mages, they have black or red skin tones. Their hair is almost always black, and they leave dust wherever they touch. They've just got very dusty skin with either like black glitter or red glitter, and they have completely black eyes. Very cool, very edgy. Sylvan mages is another common one. They have magic relating to like animals, and the animal they're related to is foxes. Sylvan mages, they have very textured skin that's almost like bark when you look at it close up. It comes in many textures, and some of it like has the appearance of having like moss and lichen. Sylvan mages, they have hair that matches the surrounding foliage. So it will turn like brown or, red or orange or whatever in the drier months. Sylvan mages have very fire-like eyes, and they reflect their mood and energy. Very cool. Very cool. And they have nature powers. I'm with it. Next one, we got so many elements here, guys. Void magic. Void is related to ravens, and it is all magic that pertains to pure nothingness. Void mages, they have dark opal complexions, sort of like the divine mages, but dark. And they have like a deep base shade, and then they have like flecks of color that gives them shape, and they've got lustrous black hair, iridescent sheen, blue, green, orange, purple, whatever, and their eyes are black with a color that radiates out from the center. Very cool, very edgy. Another edgy mage for us edgy kids. Lucent mages. Lucent pertains to light, all light magic. Lucent mages, their basis is a sheep. They have natural skin tones, and in dark settings, they glow. They have like glowing patterns on their bodies, and their eyes also glow in the dark. Very cool of them. Yeah, and it can be just like any rainbow of colors, and they can change throughout their lifetimes, and they have different patterns. Like they could have scale patterns, star patterns, or like sigils, but that's rare. But still cool. We with it. They can basically do like illusion magic and stuff with their light powers. It's not like a holy light kind of thing. It's just like actual bright, shine it in your face, iPhone opens in the middle of the night kind of light powers. The next mage, super powerful, super cool, are the Tempest mages. They control the element that pertains to disasters, and their animal form, their animal basis is an orca. The mages, they have like skin tones that are like ocean or water colors, so it's a pretty broad range, and they tend to have like dark eyes, dark hair. Very cute. I'm with it. Not a lot of description there. Curse mages, their element pertains to pain, and their animal counterpart is a spider. Curse mages are brightly colored patterns. They have like splotches, stripes, spots, and all of that can be like a range of like yellows, blues, whites, greens, oranges. They're just very bright. It can come in like gradients, or it can just be like patchy, and they can have like all of those colors or one of them. Like it's complete range all the way, and they have very large black eyes. A lot of edgy black eye mages in this world. We're almost done. We got two more. We got astral mages, and they have space magic that relates to like celestial bodies and whatnot. Their animal relation is a rabbit. They have purple and blue skin tones, and their hair looks like space. And their irises, they contain celestial imaging. Another cool one. We're with you, astral mages. Last one is Rift, and that pertains to the element that creates portals. Portals are fun. They are related to mice, and they are incredibly varied and can take on the trait of basically any other mage with no real distinct features of their own. The only way that you can kind of tell is that they can have like impossible combinations of traits. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm half an hour in and I haven't gotten into anything. What do I do? Should I talk about how the different magic works? You know what? No, we're gonna put that off till next week. If I'm still talking about it, I can talk about everything you can do with these powers if you are interested. What I'll talk about now is just the different fantasy races, just because so with the elemental basis, what I wanted to do, and it was kind of hard to explain this to Ursula, is there's a bunch of different fantasy races, right? Because you're gonna be born under one element, and then your level of exposure to aether throughout like gestation and like some hereditariness or whatever. You inherit one of like your parents' elements, but then like the level of magic will vastly change what you are in like appearance, right? And everyone is an elf. Everyone can interbreed in this world. You are all basically the same type of being. However, there are cultures, and different cultures divide up these kind of arbitrary spectrums into different like races and things. And that's where the magical races come from. They're not inherent, if that makes sense. You're not going to be like a half elf, half centaur or whatever, right? They're all the same thing, but it's delineated culturally. And that was just something important to me to do. And it's just important to me, just like, I don't know. I thought it would be really cool to have a magical and biological system that doesn't completely match up along cultural lines, I guess. And like, I didn't want, and further, like, once I get into that stuff, I didn't want ethno-states, basically. Like, it's pretty easy to, like, divide up your fantasy races into, like, oh, this is the dwarf kingdom, this is the elf kingdom, this is the dragons, this is the angels. Like, Avo is like that. 9 Point's less like that, actually, but 9 Point is also a lot more small. Either way, that's kind of what I wanted. There are definitely some ethno-states that exist within this world, but none of it's not the main dealio, if that makes sense. This story is based around a world that is full of nothing but elves. It's elves all the way down. I dislike humans. I want pointy-eared friends. So, elves. That is the basis for it. There's magic in the world that is divided into 12 elements. With the 12 elements, everyone is born affected by one of the 12 elements, and if you are a mage, it affects what kind of magic you can use, and also what you look like, and if you aren't a mage, it just will affect what you look like. I got into the basics of every single type of magic element last time, and I guess what the elves look like. Today I'm going to start by talking about the different fantasy races, because while everything is technically an elf and can like interbreed or whatever, I didn't really want that to be like the only thing. While biologically there's nothing different between any of these fantasy races, socially, culturally, historically, they have their own things going on, right? So let's just get into it. Let's start at the beginning with orcs. So yes, there are orcs, and orcs are typically arcane elves in origin. They make up the largest portion of the world's population, and they are native to the western continent. Magic is really rare among orcs, but it is not impossible. And since orcs are like arcane in nature, that means they're related to like their magic is related to a boar. So common orcs are very boar-like in appearance and their features. Can we not sing right now? You can't sing, baby. Don't sing. Okay, so right. Orcs are very boar-like in appearance. So most of them have large ears that are furry. They got the wiry kind of boar fur going on. Other common features are piggy noses, tails, hard nails. They're bulky in their physique, and they often have fur. The male orcs, they get tusks in adulthood. Orcs that are capable of magic tend to be far more like elf-like in appearance, but they do have that stockier kind of build. And if you refer back to like what arcane elves look like, that is all included within what they look like. Because kind of like how it works is like the elf, they start with like the elf base version, and then animal features. So it's kind of like a scale between pig and arcane elf is what happens. Anyways, so that is orcs. The next one is ogres. So ogres are very closely related to common orcs, and they are also arcane. Ogres are not really known for having any magical abilities. Nearly all of them live in this place called the Baird Dynasty, though there's like other populations of them in the Empire of Fengrad and Dranius. Yeah, look. I know all sorts of words. There's all sorts of continents here. So ogres are very pig-like. They're kind of like... Right, let's just get into that. So they're very pig-like, and they're almost always like covered in fur, and they have big pig ears and a tail, and they have a snout face and a piggy pig nose. They grow tusks, the males do. And their defining feature is that they have hooved feet, which common orcs lack. So there's really nothing that's actually different between them. It's just drawing a line within the spectrum of like mage appearance to like animal appearance. So like the hoof line, that is where orcs end and ogres begin. And it's like not impossible for like a family of orcs to have like an ogre child, even though no ogres exist within their family, because it's environmental factors that kind of cause where one lies along that spectrum. Finally, we got trolls. So trolls are like the final end of that, and they're the most animalistic arcane elves, and they are also like the most animalistic on the western continent in general. No troll has ever had any magic, and some lost lines of trolls are believed to have completely lost any connection to Aether and are just straight up pigs now. This is actually probably likely to go on the true side of the fact board. I don't know what I'm saying, but like it's very likely, because like at the very extreme end you just have pig. Very likely to be true. Trolls make up a very large portion of a place called Baird, the Baird Dynasty, and they make up the majority of a place called Bloodbark. Very edgy name. I love it. Trolls, they have the widest of ranges of appearance. Like, they obviously are very pig-like with, like, the tails. They're very large. All trolls are furry, and they got the pig ears, nose, snouts, whatever, hooved feet, tusks. We know all that. And because of this, like, not all trolls can be, like, told apart from ogres, because it is kind of an arbitrary line that you're drawing at this point. However, trolls are not obligate bipeds like ogres are. So if you are walking on all fours, you are definitely a troll. Good for you. But yeah, the appearance of them, like, widely varies. Like, some of them walk on their little fingernails, others have, like, front hooves, and the furthest extreme is that trolls can be, like, enormous pigs that can talk. So that's why, like, the theory that some of them are just straight up pigs that don't even talk is probably true. The 4 on the floor is probably the biggest distinction, but even then, it's like, it is hit or miss, because, you know, like, sometimes we all run up the stairs on all fours, right? Does that make us trolls? I don't know. Moving on, we are going to talk about the common elf. Very cool. Very cool. We love an elf. Common elf, okay, is a very, very broad term. So we have the Western continent that is very much arcane, almost through and through. We'll get into some exceptions, but like with trolls, ogres, and orcs, like they're all of the arcane element. On the Eastern continent, there's way more diversity in elements. So when it comes to common elves, they have minimal animal features, but they can fall within like a wide range of elemental presentations, I suppose. So divine, hearth, sylvan, astral, those are all very common elves, and the lesser common elves that are still common elves, what a sentence, are the lucent, tempest, crystal, and rift elves. Elves are often mages, but not all elves are mages, right? Like, non-mages are just as likely to just be elves. Like, that's common as well. In the kingdom of the divine lindworm, a common elf refers to an elf with minimal animal features, and it's a very cultural term in origin. In Alaria, oh my god, there's so many names. Alaria is like a country divided from the Divine Kingdom by like a long mountain range, right? So they have common elves, but it refers to something different. It refers to any elves that are not crystal or rift elves. They also consider fauns and common orcs to be elves, unlike the Divine Kingdom. So they're much more broad in their acceptance of like what is an elf, as opposed to the Kingdom of the Lindworm, which is very much like no to few animal features is what an elf is. Therefore, the appearance is even more broad than orc, I suppose. Obviously, yeah, it's so varied. So common elves, again, minimal features of deers, equines, foxes, or rabbits. That's because those elements are the most common. And sheep features, crow features, or the feature of mice are also acceptable. So minimal features usually extends to like furry ears, but again, Alaria extends that way more. Meanwhile, in the Lindworm Kingdom, we'll get into like some of the more granular distinctions. Therefore, also like in Alaria, having crow features doesn't mean you're an elf. Yeah, and again, like because the Divine Kingdom is so less tolerant of animal features, there's more things like tail docking that occurs in baby childhood, infancy. So no tails. That's bad. Not cool. We move onward. Forest elves. Now we're getting into this elf, that elf, whatever elf. It's elves all the way down from here, except not. We do have some other ones to get to. Forest elves is a term that is almost entirely a cultural and religious group. It refers to a group of druids. They live within the kingdom of the divine lindworm technically, though basically they were just colonized, you know how it is. They're all Sylvan in origin, and they tend to be a lot more animalistic. They have tails. The most common feature, even more so than fox ears. Like typically, I guess common elves, like fox ears would be like the line drawing point, but it's very common for like the forest elves of this particular area to have pretty tails. Fluffy, beautiful, lovely tails. They're extremely persecuted as a ethnic group. It sucks. The Lindworm Kingdom's kind of crap. This is something we will learn going forward. So forest elves are very fox-like in their appearance. They have the prominent tails, like I said. Coastal forest elves, so like the ones that live along the coast. Wow, great distinction. They tend to be very animalistic, and some of the most animalistic elves in the eastern continent. The central forest elves are more agrarian, and they're more like mage-like in appearance. Sylvan mages often appear in their family lines. Yeah, they're more likely to have mages in their lines. And then there's like nomadic hunting groups within the forest elves, and they're like very varied in appearance, but usually fall in the middle of extremes. Onward, meadow elves. So again, like these distinctions are made within the kingdom of the Lindworm. So like a meadow elf refers to a group of animal-like elves on the eastern continent. So they're a lot more broad, I guess, indetermination than a common elf is, but like meadow elves are sometimes like referred to as like southern fauns, because fauns tends to be like a northern distinction. So in appearance, meadow elves are far furrier than fauns. They got the floof all over. They rarely have visible skin. Good for them. Most meadow elves, especially the equine variety, have tails. They will have snouts, but not as prominent as like their animal counterparts. And like, it's not unheard of for meadow elves to have hooves or paws, but it's not typical of them, which is kind of the distinction other than the geographic one as to like why a meadow elf is not considered a faun. They do have like the prominent like upright ears too. Some meadow elves, you know, those that are divine in origin, they can grow little seasonal antlers. Very cute. I'm in for it. I love me a deer boy. I love myself. Onward and upward. Temple elves. Temple elves is a group that ranges through like a place called Elderhaven, which is kind of like an island. One day we'll get into it. And the Sylvan Forest. They make up the entirety of Elderhaven. Temple elves are like lucent elves, basically. Most of them have horns because they're sheep. They have the same ranges as like common elves usually. However, they are sheep-like in appearance, basically. That's the only thing that's different. All of them, regardless of whether they're mages or not, will grow the horns that will curl around their little ears, and the males tend to have longer horns. Sheep. Bah. Okay, onward. Oh, I think we're almost done elves. Or at least we're halfway through, guys. Okay, divine elves. Divine elves are a subset of mages. Okay, they live in a very small, dense population in the province of Belmire, which is in the Lindworm Kingdom. Cool. Divine elf refers exclusively to divine mages and those without powers that look like divine mages. Because if you remember at all, divine magic can't really be used even if you have like the aether present within you. It's just that difficult. Again, this is kind of like what I'm saying about a lot of them being more cultural in origin, because one who is a divine elf living in Belmire is much more likely to be referred to as a divine elf as opposed to someone who could be completely the same who lives further out from like the capital province. A silly distinction. I think the biggest difference is that they are very much against animal features. They are extremely against them beyond what even like distinctions of like common elves would be, though some still do have very slight features, particularly little fur on their ears because they're all deer. Let's get into other ones. Okay, drow. Drow, aka night elves. We love drow, okay? Drow are crystal in origin, and they live in a very small portion of the kingdom of the Lindworm and Alaria, because they live within kind of the mountains that divide the two kingdoms. Nearly all drow are mages, and no drow will ever display animal features. And this is probably because they live in a mountain full of aether crystals, and exposure to aether crystal is like very big in making someone a mage. And that is why drows don't have like the crow features that they otherwise would have gotten if they didn't live in a cave full of radiation magic. They basically like, they look like crystal elves, like as described. They got like the black skin, black eyes, like shades of gray kind of, and yeah, they're mages. They got bright color hairs, but they tend towards like white. So there you go. Onward. Sea elves. I thought we were done elves. Okay, we have two more elves. We have sea elves, and then we got one more. So sea elves are the land counterparts of mermaids. They're tempest in origin. They live on like a group of islands called Wensland. A very small portion a very small population live on the western continent within a kingdom called Moonwell, as well as Fengrad. Sea elves have an understandable affinity for water and the ocean, so they tend to live very coastally. Sea elves are like, they got orca appearance things going on, mainly retaining like the color and patterning that comes with that, but other animalistic features can include like the sharp teeth, the dorsal fin, the tails, you know, all good, all fun. That's sea elves. There's not much else to them. Here's one that might be a little more, is rift elves. If you remember, rift elves can kind of look like anything, but the main difference is that they are rift in origin. They make up the majority of the Moonwell Kingdom, and they extend both into Fengrad and the dynasty of Baird. Rift elves are some of the smallest elves, and they're known for their ingenuity. The biggest thing about rift elves is that they are not very common in Alaria. So rift elves were extremely disliked in Alaria, and though to a lesser degree, they have similar kind of reputations around the world. And the reasons for like the stuff going on is kind of twofold. So like the first thing is that a lot of pirates and bandits rely on like rift magic, so that kind of gives them this reputation of being like devious thieves and criminals. I guess it's like a confirmation bias thing with that. And the other part is like within like the not criminal industries, they're sometimes known as like rats and plague elves, because they're kind of the center of world trade, because they can control portals. But because of this, like, you know, you have like a world center where like all sorts of people show up, disease spreads, and people blame rift elves for that because we don't understand germ theory, because this is a medieval kind of thing going on. Kind of, not quite. I'm not gonna pin it down. I'm gonna be one of those writers. Yeah, they're small in stature. They got little mouse features. They got the little rodent front teeth and claws. Yeah, the ones in Baird. the ones in the Bairdian area rather than Moonwell, they tend to be there's like some crossover with trolls where they're very, very animalistic. And some of them might even be considered trolls, but they're so little. Little guys. We're powering through, guys. Okay, mermaids. Mermaids are marine elves. They're known for living in nomadic groups throughout the oceans. They kind of have their whole own society going on. You look at a mermaid map and it's like the reverse of our map. There's so much going on with them that, you know, most people don't really know. There are a group of mermaids, though, that do commonly interact with the sea elves, and that's kind of the bridging point between land and sea, but they kind of just don't deal with land elves at all. All mermaids, they got the thick-ass tail going on, they got that dorsal fin. The ones that surface, they'll have legs and arms. I guess they sometimes have legs in addition to their tail and arms. But beyond those mermaids, the ones that don't even really surface, like obviously they surface because they're mammals, duh, but like they don't like interact on the surface world. They don't like swim up and say, oh hey, how's it going? Okay, like those ones, they are very, very orca. Some of them are all the way orca. There's such a spectrum of them, and it's kind of hard to determine whether or not they're quote unquote like capable of language, because they have their own thing going on and maybe we just don't understand it, and we should be less judgmental. Okay, next thing I didn't quite talk about was fauns. Fauns, they're like hearth, sylvan, or divine in origin, occasionally lucent, occasionally astral. A mage faun is extremely rare because they are so animalistic. So like, as we said, like the meadow elves are like the fauns of the south. Fauns of the north are fauns, and they are kind of what you would expect. Like they have the animal legs and the feet, and that's kind of the dividing line between elves and fauns. They got some other animal features going on, like the tails and the ears. They do not but they're not like as extreme as like forest elves, mermaids, or like trolls. Yeah, if you got like, because like the one distinction other than like what you would think as a typical fawn that exists is that you can just have a basis that is either like a horse, a deer, or even a fox. So if you got like fox legs like a fawn, like that is still considered a fawn. If you got the animal booty going on, that's a fawn basically. Which I guess brings us to centaurs. There's centaurs because like go big or go home, am I right? So centaurs is a very small group of people that live in the kingdom of the Lindworm. They're Hearth in origin, obviously, and they are very notable for their very unique appearance. Their population used to be widespread before the expansion of the Divine Kingdom. And aside from like their small remaining region, there is Centaur diaspora going on. Okay, so Centaur-like people kind of, yeah, so centaurs take on the jobs of like horses and mules in this world, and like are often like preferred to those because they're easier to work with because they're not animals. So like they're just very spread out within like the forest elf population. Like it's not completely unheard of for like a centaur like being to come to be. Same with like within trolls or whatever, but like it's just so uncommon. And this specific like centaur group was just like developed within its own right. Yeah, so centaurs, quadrupeds, elven torsos, you know, and a variety of other elven features like within the face and their upper torso, including like ears, manes, muzzles, whatever. Okay, into the home stretch here, we're going to talk about crow harpies, and just harpies in general. So crow harpies, they live on the borders of Alaria and the Lindren Kingdom and the Sylvan Forest. They're crystal in origin and are not known to possess magic. They're kind of like the fawns of the crystal thing, element. They're capable of flight. Very cool. In both kingdoms, they're known to be kind of like unsophisticated because they don't have hands, but that's not true. That's just racism. Like all harpies, crow harpies, they lay eggs. Both parents engage in kind of similar duties within society, and like so basically they have like sex-based partner selection, but the gender roles don't differ much beyond like adolescence and like early adulthood when you're like trying to find a partner. The gender differences are more rigid in like beakless societies where like, you know, like infants like drink milk and whatever. Like there's like that divide that kind of happens, but in societies that aren't like that, they kind of just all share the same rules. And if you want to provide defense, you do that. If you want to just like sit on nest, take care of things, you do that. It's not either of that. They live in kind of communities, little small communities together, and they work close to protect and raise like the community's young together. All crow harpies have taloned feet, feathered tails, and black wings for arms. Harpies vary in other regions. This is a very specific distinction because gremlins existing in Alaria, which we will get into at the very end, but crow harpies are like one of the most rigid like distinctions of like what makes a harpy, because like they're like the only harpies within the eastern continent. The others are like western continent, so that like the distinctions are pretty different. So like onward, like raven harpies live in Ravencrest. Fascinating. They originate from the void element, so most raven harpies are capable of flight and do not have magic. However, they don't all be like that. Many raven harpies are largely nomadic, and they settle down in temporary villas to like lay and hatch eggs. Raven harpies are fairly independent, a lot more so the more animal-like they appear. With other harpies, As with other harpies, again, they have the fairly genderless society going on. Raven harpies do tend to be a bit more male dominant in terms of like defense, but like nowhere near so as much as like non-harpies. They are a lot more varied, again, like I was saying, than crow harpies, and it encompasses like anyone who has bird-like features. Raven harpies can have wings in addition to arms rather than just having them as arms. Again, it's because they got like a lot more like range of territory kind of going on here. Beaks and bird heads are very common too, compared to like crow harpies. Male raven harpies, they grow like the long little throat feathers that ravens do. Very cool. Proud of them. Final harpy to discuss are vulture harpies. They range from bloodbark to Dranius. Vulture harpies originate from the eventide element. Like other harpies, they lay eggs, they have the genderless society, they thrive in, they survive in, and they can eat rotten food. Proud of them. Good for them. They're just very similar to raven harpies in appearance. Obviously, they are characterized as being bald since birth. That's just vulture behavior right there. They tend to have wings for or in addition to arms. Many have bird-like heads, or they have like the small or non-existent ears. Vulture harpies tend to be like fully or at least partially bald with rough wrinkled skin, and they got the little feather tail going on and the talons. We love. Now to mention gremlins. Okay, so gremlins are basically elves. Wait, everything is elves. What am I saying? So they're all crystalline origin, right? So they're kind of, like, I remember this kind of being hard to explain to Ursula for some reason, but like, so like everything that's considered a harpy within like vultures and ravens, that is considered a gremlin. Kind of. Gremlins kind of are like the divide between, they kind of exist within the middle of drows and like crow harpies. However, they can encompass everything basically from drow to a harpy. Yeah, they're the majority group of the Alarian kingdom. Gremlin society is very broad, right? There's like a lot to it. The unifying feature is kind of like religious too, within like crystal worship and whatnot. Like other harpies, gremlins are also less prone to gender roles. However, they're like a lot more gendered than harpies are. It is equally common for them to lay eggs as it is to not lay eggs, and in some regions you just don't know until you're an adolescent. Very cool. Not fun, I guess. Yeah, so basically what I'm having trouble describing is that gremlin and drow are basically the exact same thing, except gremlin can also extend all the way to like almost a harpy. And the only difference between like the gremlin that live within the cave and the drow that also live within the same cave is a borderline. Like, there's like a literal chasm that has divided them, but they're the same ethnicity, basically, all the way down. They're just divided completely arbitrarily, kind of. I guess it's not arbitrary, but like, yeah, it's entirely a culture thing. So like, there are no gremlins in the Lindworm kingdom unless you were born on the other side and you came over, but that's basically impossible because the actual divide is ridiculous. And yeah, so that's gremlins. The final one we have to talk about is liches. Okay, liches be like, okay, liches live in Lichland. Lichland is like its own little thing going on. I said I don't do like the ethnostate thing, but obviously, like, you know, sometimes that stuff exists. But basically, Lichland refers to like an island nation far off from either continent that is dominated by the element of curse, So Lich just refers to like every single person living on that island, because they are just kind of like sequestered off doing their own thing, similar to Wensland, but at least Wensland like leaves or whatever. So Lichland is a female dominated society. The Lich are. They aren't very social, and they are all carnivorous. Lich dislike mages, even of their own kind, and treat them very poorly. Mages that actually learn to use magic can be formidable, but there are very, very few of them. Instead, it is more often they are treated very poorly. This is likely due to the monstrous size of the more animalistic liches, who are basically giant spider. Many of them, but not all, have abdomens, and that is a very extremely valued trait for its ability to make webs. Strong lich build fortresses of webs where they are treated like gods and gifted things to keep them calm. Warring over territory occurs, and choosing a side can be difficult because no one wants to be on the wrong side. Many old lich exist that appear to just be giant spiders. Though capable of simple speech, like these lich are usually unable to pass on any magic anymore, and their eggs just hatch into regular ass spiders. Male lich are far, far smaller, and they can't make webs, and they are treated a little better than mages, but not much. Male lich have a horrible life that is difficult, and usually dedicated to finding a female dominant lich and feeding on her scraps. Female mages and weaker spiders, they have difficult lives, often very short. Some live on the outskirts, avoiding like a dominant lich, while others try to serve a dominant female, but they're equally likely to be wasted away as they are murdered. Lichland is fun. Good vacation spot, okay? Again, like their appearance is spider-like, with the females growing like enormous in size. Some of them are like centaurs basically, and most of them have like extra eyes and exoskeletons. And as stated, like some of them are just straight up giant spiders. I love it. I love it. I love that for them, you know? Like girl bosses, girl bossing. Thank you for listening to all of this. So basically, this is all to say that I start with like a basic concept, and then I extrapolated like the 12 elements onto it and came up with something that I think is pretty cool. I like what I'm really happy about and excited about within this work is just having fuzzier lines between things. That's kind of my goal in this. Is like, I don't want things to be simple, which makes it very hard to talk about. But you guys listened, and that's cool, and I hope I was good background noise. Today, I want to talk a little more in depth about the magic system and what one can actually achieve with magic, because I've talked kind of broadly about it, but I've never gotten into like the nitty-gritties. And I guess I can lump this into kind of like teaching y'all about how to make a magic system or whatever. But having rules you understand is a good place to start. So, how does the magic work? Okay, so magic is based on the use of aether, right? I think I've talked about this, but refresher is always good, you know? There are many different disciplines of magic, but the principle's all the same, and each type of magic is derived from one of 12 elements, and you are born influenced by one of the 12 elements, and that's how you can use your aether. You can't go outside of that. You're born with it, baby. Mages have a surplus of magic as opposed to non-mages, right? So using magic will empty the surplus reserves and it needs to be replenished. Kind of basic magic system, just through resting. You can amplify your magic, and you can add to your reserves by channeling magic through like aether crystals or whatever. However, the amount of crystal cannot exceed one's own surplus, so you can't go beyond double what you already have. Because if the balance shifts in favor of the crystal, you can drain all your magic out and it crystallizes. It's not good. It doesn't work. You want to be stronger or equal to whatever crystal you're utilizing. So while the body has like defenses against like raw crystal just zooping out your magic like that, there's stuff called like alchemy, which is adjacent to magic, and in alchemy you can make objects that can do what raw crystal cannot. And well-made objects can allow you to wield like crazy amounts of magic beyond your own power, and faulty objects, faulty creations of alchemy can take all of your magic out beyond your surplus and kill you or other things. So you want to make sure that it's good. And so a little more on Aether. Aether is prevalent across the world in both living and non-living things. Aether in its densest form is the Aether crystal, and within the mage's surplus. And Aether crystal is accessed readily in a mine that exists on the border of the kingdoms of the Lindworm and Alaria. I talked about this in the last one, but it is specifically near the population of Drow and the mountain gremlins, which are basically the same race with an arbitrary distinction. Aether is inherited. Like, all people have their own like internal level of Aether, and that is largely related to environmental factors, but in that regard it's still technically kind of inheritable. Like, it's not genetic, I guess, is the main thing, because like it's still like a factor that like parentage can influence it, like because of like gestational environment and whatnot, if that makes sense. But yeah, blah blah blah. What level of Aether you have beyond like a surplus kind of determines whether or not you turn out to be someone who's like more animalistic in features or more elven in features. So the more magic, the more elven, basically. And like I said, yeah, parentage, gestational environment, and even like early childhood influence kind of like where one will end up on the Aether scale. So like in childhood you can still continue to gain exposure to Aether and develop into like a more elven kind of adult. Childhood's weird, right? And there's lots of like folk beliefs about what happens and what influences and what does not. Some of them are true, some of them are not. And yeah, since parentage is so closely linked with like all of this, there's a pretty strong belief in a lot of the world that it is basically passed through blood or whatever, but it's not. So like one's like mother probably makes like more of an effect on the level of Aether they like inherit, right? Because like when the baby is in the womb, the mother who has a surplus of Aether like that is going to affect things, as opposed to like a fawn mother where there would be less of that. So like if your mother is a mage, you're more likely to be a mage, and if your mother's a fawn, you're more likely to be a fawn, and your father really doesn't affect that as much. You know, there's still a little bit because he's still presumably around. Further like gestational environment is like exposures that like the mother would have to like all sorts of things, right? And it's like in nomadic cultures where travel occurs and you go to different places, there tends to be like a broader range in appearances and expressions, because Aether is so wildly different throughout different areas of the world. Because like if you think of like the crystal caves, there's going to be like some places with like very low excess, and then there's places with more. And if you're traveling around, even within your family, it's going to be different. Oh, this is great. Yeah, another example of this is because there's harpies in this world, in cases like where gremlin are doing experiments and drow are doing experiments, if you steal an egg and put it in the crystal cave, you can hatch a drow and not a harpy. It's really cool. Love that. And finally, like early childhood has like a minimal effect on one's Aether, but it's not like insignificant. Like mage powers tend to appear throughout childhood and develop from there. While you're developing into like a mage and growing up, you might lose animal features, but some people just keep them, that's cool. Sort of like the other example is like to kind of demonstrate this is that you're not going to typically see that much variance in early childhood, but in cases where like you're adopted and orphaned and you end up like kind of disrupted within your environment or whatever, like there's going to be like a chance for more variance as opposed to kind of like the typical like stable childhood. With the same kind of family around, if you're raised by mages and then abruptly are taken away from that environment at a very young age, that's going to affect how you develop as a mage or as a furry. So there you go. Yeah, and what type of element you develop is kind of random. It's a 50-50 coin flip based on your parents. Yeah, you're not going to get one outside of that. Right, so let's get into the fun stuff here. So I've talked a bit about the 12 elements. I'm gonna like reiterate them as we go through this, but we also need to mention the disciplines of magic. So typically, magic can be divided into 7 disciplines, and there's divination, evocation, summoning, conjuring, enchantment, transmutation, and witchcraft. Cultures will draw the lines between these things completely differently. A lot of what I'm saying comes from like the POV of like the divine kingdom, whereas specifically because a lot of like these cultures like have different languages and stuff, they definitely divide things differently. The principles are basically the same, so we can live within those bounds. Basically, disciplines of magic are just like how one uses whatever element they have. So the disciplines are kind of the same, but like have widely different effects based on whatever type of magic is being used. So divination is when one gains information using magic. Evocation is when someone uses the power of an element without its full form, so just evoking an aspect of their element. Summoning is bringing forth an element without full control of that element. Usually like something with a mind of its own is basically summoning. Conjuring is bringing forth an element with complete control of it. Enchantment is imbuing objects and other beings with elemental properties. Transmutation is transforming objects and beings. And witchcraft is ritualistic, like magical practice that involves like invoking gods and stuff and isn't exclusively used by mages. Non-mages also engage in some witchcraft. We probably won't be getting into witchcraft today because it's complicated and very religiously tied. And the other one that I mentioned a little earlier is alchemy, which is the study of magical properties for the purpose of abjuration and enchantment. Abjuration means like stopping magic, getting rid of it, and enchantment is enchantment. It's like I was saying, like making magical objects and stuff. Like alchemists use crystal and other aether sources to create like magical objects, often staves, wands, and magical seals, but not like all arf kind of seals. So one of like the most interesting things kind of about alchemy and why it's on the side is it tends not to be practiced by mages, very rarely, because mages can't really work with the high quantities of aether and disrupt them in that way, because like I was saying, like if you mess up alchemy as a mage, you can get all of your magical zooted out of you, just woof, gone, bad times. Whereas if you are not a mage, you don't really have a access point. You don't have a hole where your magic comes out. the magic. You don't have that, so like there's not a risk of losing all of your aether through alchemy if you don't have a way that the magic goes out, basically. So yeah, alchemy tends to be a practice for furries. Like that I'm just going with furries. Yeah, we're not going to talk about witchcraft. Let's just go right into the elements of magic. We talked about the divine element. I'm just going to brush over that one because like I said, there's not really examples of how this magic can be used because it is so powerful that there is no one with the excess aether needed to use it. Basically, you need to be able to have enough magic. So like the more badass an element seems, the harder it is to use, so the less likely it is to actually have been used. So onward to crystal. Crystal magic, like I said, it involves the element of crystal, so aether crystal, and controlling crystal, allowing one to form aether density, blah blah blah. Like it's messing with, it's like magic that involves magical densities. Crystal mages have a easier time focusing their magic, and they are safer when they handle faulty equipment because they have an inherent magical control over the flow and movement of aether. The cat is singing again. She sings every time. We're just gonna have it, I guess. In more practical terms, so divination, so crystal divination, one can draw out the memories of crystal, creating images and sounds that have left their impression on crystal. So like if something happened around an aether crystal, it might have like left an impression upon it, and like you can do like crystal ball stuff and kind of like look into the memories of aether. So use your imagination with that one. Could be cool. Evocation, so crystal evocation would be, so crystal evocationists are able to act as crystal themselves. So this could include like drawing away surplus aether and concentrating aether and amplifying it in the same way as like a magical staff or whatever. Crystal evocation, however, is inefficient and not really practiced because it's better to just use actual crystal than to use a person as crystal. Conjuring. Crystal conjuring is the ability to make crystal, and that's like a long process that involves crystallizing one's excess aether and then resting and repeating the process, like just slowly growing crystal with excess magic, sleeping, and then doing it again. It's a very common practice outside of the crystal caves, especially in the kingdom of Alaria within like gremlin populations. We'll get into it, but crystal is a very important thing to the world of Alaria. We're not getting into it today, though. So enchantment. Crystal enchanters are able to make objects and other beings act as crystal, kind of a reverse-ish thing of crystal evocation. This can mean like making non-crystal objects act as staves, and even like those faulty kind of staves. This is like difficult because it requires an understanding of alchemy and has like some other downsides to it in the similar way that evocation does. But you can make some nasty things. Or you can make like cool stabs out of, I don't know, other things than crystal. Cool. We vibe. And finally, the last crystal discipline, I suppose, is transmutation. And crystal transmutation is turning things into crystal. Like you compress down beings, objects, whatever, to just their crystal, you know? Not efficient at all, even less so than conjuring, because conjuring is like a 1-to-1 output. Crystal transmutation is not. It's unbalanced. If you're crystal transmuting things, you're probably doing it to get rid of the thing. Anyways, moving on. So that's crystal. The next one on our list is arcane. So the arcane element, I remember it being kind of confusing to explain because it pertains to lost magic. So the element of arcane is the substrate of the world. So kind of like, it's kind of what exists outside of aether in a way. It refers to what existed before the elements unified. So it literally is just kind of, yeah, it's complicated. I'll just leave it at that. There's a lot of like ruins throughout the world that resonate with the arcane element. It's very story heavy, let's say that. And if we get into the webtoon one day, I'm sure we'll all become experts on arcane magic. Because it's so wishy-washy, and because it is the elements associated with most of the Western continent, so like orcs, trolls, and ogres, the Western continent just doesn't have a lot of aether present. So there aren't many mages, and those that do kind of fall within 2 disciplines only. So there's divination. Arcane diviners can locate the arcane objects and sense their presence, basically, because otherwise you don't even know what is and is not arcane. With strong divination power, like a mage is able to gain some like ancient knowledge from ruins and stuff, but that's really exceptionally rare. You'd have to be a little special snowflake, OC, Mary Sue to do that. You know, that would never happen in that actual webtoon. I would never do such a thing. And the other version is enchantment. Enchantment, you're able to make up your own false artifacts and imbue them with the arcane element, because obviously there is like some religious and cultural importance to finding arcane objects, so why not make a bunch of fakes and sell them and swindle people? Great idea. That's what enchantment is for. Otherwise, arcane magic, there's not much else to it that is known. Alright, with that extremely limited form of magic, I guess it's less limited than divine magic, so we got that. But aside from that, let's move into Hearth, where things are going to get ridiculously in-depth, because Hearth is the element that pertains to home and family, and it is very, very easy to use. So it is very common. It's one of like the most common forms of magic within the world, because most spells aren't very taxing at all, and they require very little excess aether, so like the bar to be considered a mage is much, much lower. Most magic is conjured through the hearth, which is the heart of a family or a community. It's typically like a fire or a stove, but it can be whatever. Hearths typically grow within a family and may encompass like the whole family room. Cooking, therefore, is a very big part of hearth magic. Things are going to get very wholesome here, okay? We're going to get some cottagecore magic occurring here. So divination, right? Hearth diviners are able to use the hearth to answer questions. So like typical questions are like involving like matchmaking, matters of like family planning and like relationship guidance. It's like that sort of thing. Related to family, one can like ask the fire questions and divine things. Onward, evocation. So hearth evocation is used in times of loneliness, sadness, despair. Hearth evocation can give one like the emotional strength of support and love, and you can use it on yourself or you can extend it to another person. Hearth evocation at a more powerful scale can even nourish or like warm someone using like the full evocation of like the actual hearth. Summoning. Hearth summoners are able to summon family members to the hearth. This is the ease of this magic is based on both like the strength of the hearth and the strength of the bond of the person being summoned to the hearth. So it's harder to bring family who are not as close. So at least that's good. Very useful when you're on a farm though to summon everyone. I would love to, no walking home, just there. Enchantment, there's so much to talk about here. So enchantment is a super common practice even in non-magic families, because non-magic families are very likely to have enchanted heirlooms connected to their family. Enchanted cookware, of course, is very common and often imbued with like enchantments to make like family recipes from different generations. Often objects are kind of inadvertently enchanted, especially in a well-established hearth. This often is referred to objects learning traditions. So tables will set themselves and like brooms will clean the room and dishes will wash themselves. So great. Love to be a hearth mage. Enchanted items, however, are very finicky and they only work for those with a connection to them. So losing an appreciation for them can cause them to stop working. Being happy about a chore they perform isn't enough, okay? So the best way to use them is as assistants. So kind of like an example is if you had an apple peeler that became enchanted because of peeling apples with the family and it was like a important social time, it might stop peeling apples forever if the tradition isn't upheld or appreciated. A lot of enchanted objects might also only work on holidays. So once an enchantment stops working, it doesn't go away. Most families over the time accumulate heirlooms that are bound to end up as kind of cursed objects. So like enchanted objects that are like misused or forgotten are likely to start like behaving poorly. It can be very difficult to get rid of these items as they often are drawn back to the hearth. Cursed items tend to not change for the good because their quirks kind of become new traditions, thus cementing them further in the family. Cursed objects are never dangerous. They're never gonna like harm the family. They're just kind of annoying, okay? Because they, at the heart of it, they just want to be part of the family. Right, and transmutation. Transmutation is kind of common, iffy. Transmutation is typically used in baking substitutions, like using sand in place of flour. It's some of the most difficult hearth magic. You're really cool. Mage grandma probably knows how to do it. And it is easier the closer an object is to what you're trying to transmute it to. So if you like needed more egg whites, it would probably be easier to transmute some yolks to do that, if that makes sense. You have the wrong type of flour. It's easier to do that than it is to do the sand thing. So that's that. Hearth magic, very fun, very cottagecore. We stan. We love some horses because they're all horse people. Okay, Eventide, right? Eventide is death magic, right? Very metal. It usually involves the ability to control spirits and ghosts. So divination is going to be very obvious. An eventide diviner can contact the dead and speak to them. Easy, simple. Summoners are able to summon ghosts. In a way, this is kind of just like a more advanced form of divination, but you know, you can summon them so everyone can talk and see them. It's great. Enchantment is like the final one. So eventide enchantment is the process of moving spirits. So like spirits will tend to like inhabit objects and environments. And through the power of eventide, enchanters can like dispel spirits or channel them to new objects in other places. It's basically exorcism, I guess. So that's that. There's not much else to it. Sylvan magic is going to be like the second most popular form of magic. The Sylvan element is a lot more similar to your traditional kind of magic in like a magical system, is related to living beings. So Sylvan divination, I guess we're just jumping into it. Sylvan divination is used to communicate with spirits of all beings. So it sounds similar to death magic, but spirits aren't ghosts. Okay, so when one's divining spirits, you can communicate with like plants, animals, and even like the ecosystem as a whole. There is a large overlap with eventide though, because like over time, like ghosts can become spirits and find new life within nature. So like a haunted tree might eventually turn into like the spirit of that tree. In eventide, there's like a concept of like spirits that are lost, where you no longer can contact them, but a Sylvan mage probably could contact them through divination. This isn't really known though, because like they live on such different parts of the globe, right? Anyways, evocation. Evocation is extremely varied, as one can trade surplus aether for abilities of other living creatures. So one might be able to like borrow the strength of a bear, the sight of an eagle, gain the ability to like get energy from the sun like plants. Endless possibilities, but some are going to be obviously more taxing than others. Summoning, pretty obvious. You can summon animals and plants. There you go. Enchantment. Sylvan enchanters are responsible for some of the most devastating magical acts in history. As with all enchantment, magic is able to build up and be layered until the enchantment is finally used. So one of the most infamous examples of this was the Plague of Lilies. So the Plague of Lilies began as an enchanted plant that attached itself onto those with the divine element within them. So the plant would feed off the person and caused a slow, excruciating death. The plague was way more unwieldy than the spell was intended. It was initially made by like the Druids to protect their lands. The enchanted plants ended up being way less discriminating, as they eventually kind of affected anyone who wasn't Sylvan. So thousands of people died, many more were left disabled. A counterspell was eventually made through Sylvan mages and alchemists through the use of like abjuration, right? But most enchantments tend to be way less intense, partly because that was like a spell created by like a large group of mages together, so it got really potent really fast. So yeah, be careful out there, guys. Finally, you have transmutation, and that's the ability to change beings into other beings. So unlike evocation, results require magic to undo them. So transmutation is is used very varied throughout cultures. In some cultures, like living as an animal or plant is like a rite of passage in a similar way to like fasting would be. In other cultures, it's like a punishment, it's difficult, and it's a highly specialized skill, basically, regardless. Onward into the element of void. So void pertains to pure nothingness, and it refers to things without either nether, or without aether or nether. We're not going to get into nether. You can forever puzzle about that one. So the void can pull magic into it. So evokers of the void are able to drain and destroy aether. This can be any sort of aether, but it's easiest to destroy like excess aether because it's easiest to pull that out. And it is very useful in destroying enchantments, right? Because enchanted objects have that like surplus aether nonsense going on. So with void magic, you can get rid of that. It's similar to abjuration, I guess, in a way. So void conjuring is possible. We're on to conjuring, I guess. But it is a fool's errand. That, or it is used to destroy oneself and everybody nearby. So like a very small amount of void brought into the world will collapse the world around it, ripping out all aether and leaving a arcane space behind. Mages are so thoroughly stripped of aether so quickly that their spirits can't even escape their bodies. Unlike alchemy accidents, void creation will not kill the mage and leave a ghost. Instead, they are erased entirely. Lucky cases when aether resettles into a space, a raven will form from the void and from the mage's remains. This is more common an outcome for people within range of the void when it occurs, not the person actually doing it. So leaving behind like pigs when arcane mages are within range, kind of. Bad times all around. Don't conjure the void, guys. That's the lesson. Void enchantment. Void enchantment is difficult and it's rare. Most items of void, it just sounds like I'm saying avoid, but like most void items have extensive like histories to them and they're invaluable. Some of like the most common examples are items made to strip away magical powers. So void swords exist, obviously, because that's cool. That can destroy aether in addition to like creating a wound. The void crown was a crown enchanted to stop a greedy ruler that threatened to take over Ravencrest, where all the ravens live. She was like known for her love of jewels and raiding, and she was tricked into stealing the void crown. It was said to like ignore the advice of like her kin, but she thought they were just trying to steal the crown for themselves. When she put on the crown, she was pulled into a void, leaving behind a single feather. Some people don't believe this is true, and they believe it was a story made up to hoard gems. But it's true. I'll just confirm it for you. Onward to Lucent magic. So that one is the magic that's related to light, so light magic. So Lucent magic is typically used in the pursuit of knowledge and in making illusions. So divination. Through the discipline of divination, Lucent divination is very complicated. It involves using aether to view symbols hidden within light. Lucent divination has been the source of many magical sigils, which are a large part of alchemy, basically, and they conjure these and they study them. There's more to it, but we gotta move on, guys. Conjuring. Lucent's conjuring is used to make images, mirages, illusions, creating light. Lucent mages can take on whatever appearance they wish to, so long as they have the energy to do so. Very cool. Enchantment. Lucent enchantments are made to change the outward appearance of an object permanently and circumstantially. This can mean creating like costumes to look as someone else when worn. Illusions. Tempest. Tempest is pretty badass, guys, not gonna lie. So Tempest pertains to disaster, right? And it's predominantly used in making storms. So Tempest diviners are able to use their magic to predict natural disaster, and larger storms that are closer in range are easier to foresee. So early foresight is very important, as Tempest mages cannot quell natural storms, so they need to be aware of them. They're the weathermen. Evocation. Tempest mages can evoke a fraction of a storm's power, so one might use the strength of a storm wind to help them move something. The lines for this are very blurred with conjuring. So Tempest Conjuring, you're able to conjure storms or elements like rain, lightning, an earthquake. They range a lot in ability, and extremely powerful mages can conjure a storm to destroy like a small house. Like they're tough guys. Enchantment, as with all magic, enchanters are responsible for some of like the most powerful spells because they take so long and so much magic is put into them. Items can be created in order to like make storms on purpose, usually to defend Wensland. There we go. Curse. Let's talk about the spiders for a bit here. Okay, so curse magic is used to produce and benefit from pain. So curse divination is used to gain information from people using pain. It's like torture, but it actually works, basically. So curse mages use pain and suffering, and through greater pain, it's easier to use curse divination. So, yay. They won't, like, you won't be lying, I guess. They can learn the truths of your heart and soul through hurting you. Evocation, curse evocation is of course, you can make the feeling of pain without an injury. Cool. I love Lichland, guys. Enchantment, curse enchantment. Through curse enchantment, one can imbue objects with pain. They can make weapons that cause additional pain, or they can protect property, making it only comfortable for personal use. So like you might have like a sword that hurts anyone to use it other than yourself, or you might have a really nice chair that no one else can sit in. It's yours. It's just uncomfortable. Anyways, astral. We're on to astral mages, guys. Astral magic is very difficult to work with. It's going to be one of those big ones, right? Because it refers to the cosmos. So that's going to be big, kind of like divine magic. Okay, so astral divination, come on, we know what's happening here. It's used to look at the stars and divine meaning. It's used to predict the future. Despite draining magic by many, it is believed to be fake. That is to say, mages are believed in what they see, but they don't think that people can actually, from the images they gain, actually gain any actual information. Like it's like they can conjure like images, they can divine answers, but they can't interpret them, is kind of the belief behind astral divination. Astral evocation, it's some of the most powerful forms of astral magic. So one can harness kind of the power of celestial bodies. Obviously, it's only a little bit, but they can like affect things like gravity and like heat and like the cold of space. And the most significant feats of astral magic are going to be really advanced. You're probably not going to be as powerful as you think you are. And finally for that, there's enchantment. So astral enchantment is used to extend evocations kind of by imbuing them into objects, obviously. So you can make things like a blanket that's always warm, or like some actual like floating shelves that are kind of cool. But it's hard and largely not worth it. Rift. We're on to our last one, guys. 50 minutes in. Holy shit. So rift magic, that is Portals, fun. Rift magic is very limited in scope, actually, and it's very powerful, and it is versatile in implications, right? So like conjuring is one thing. You can make a temporary portal between one place and another, and then there's enchantment where you can create like a stable archway that is a portal. So that's where a lot of things connect to the kingdom of Moonwell, is through an area of portals where everyone can go through, and then there's like exit points that were enchanted within like capital cities and such. So rift magic is very useful, but it's not very like varied. So there you go. And that's the 12 of them. Wow, we got through it. I knew this would take forever. Today we're going to talk about geography, kingdoms, history, whatever. What's important, I guess, to note is that every one of the 12 elements is kind of associated with a different deity. I don't know how much of this comes up, but I will very quickly tell you all of them. So the deities are the 12 stewards. I don't know why that's funny. They're the 12 stewards of the Lindworm, and they're responsible for the creation of the 12 elements, apparently. They were eaten by the Lindworm in the creation of the world, and their powers via the Lindworm were bestowed upon their descendants. That's kind of the lore that's happening. There was Fen, the Divine Steward, Thane, the Crystal Steward, Baird, the Arcane Steward, Hazel, the Hearth Steward, Aura, the Eventide Steward, Ash, the Sylvan Steward, Omen, the Void Steward, Bright, the Lucent Steward, Wen, the Tempest Steward, Rue, the Curse Steward, Stell, the Astral Steward, and Rend, the Rift Steward. So there we got all of them, deities, out of the way. I just think they might get referred to a lot in this. So let's start with the kingdoms. Let's go. Okay, so there is the kingdom that is kind of like the main one in the webtoon, and that is the Divine Kingdom of the Lindworm. So the Divine Kingdom is one of the most influential states in the world as it stands now. It's one of the oldest kingdoms in the world, originating along the central mountainous region, and has since become an expansive empire that encompasses most of the eastern continent. I don't know why I got stuck on that. In recent years, it's kind of begun a rapid expansion into the western lands. It has strong relations with two states, which are the Duchy of Thane and the Duchy of Hazel, which we will talk about later. It is synonymous with the Lindworm orthodoxy. Shocking. The kingdom is very intolerant of other religious practices, especially it's against all forms of witchcraft. Recent conquest into Western territory has been very tumultuous, with lots of growing pressure on newly seized populations to convert to the Lindworm orthodoxy. The Divine Kingdom used to be incredibly adversarial with the Kingdom of Alaria, but the kingdoms became separated by a huge chasm during this one big event. Both of them still hold contempt, but they are no longer able to engage with each other due to the treacherous nature of the chasm. Or they have to go through like Arctic seas to get to each other, and that's not happening. Not anytime soon. There are quite a few provinces in the Kingdom of the Lindworm. I don't know how much I should get into. The Kingdom of the Lindworm is pretty big. There's like these are like more medieval-y societies, so there's not as many people as there are in the current world. There's like about 9.5 million people in the Divine Kingdom. Yeah, I mostly have like climate information currently on all of the different provinces. I guess I could very quickly. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll get into I'll get into the provinces if I develop them further. How about that? Let's just focus on the main stuff for now. Onward, I guess. Okay, so then there is the Kingdom of Alaria, which I have mentioned before, just recently, in fact. So the Kingdom of Alaria is a relatively isolated portion of the eastern continent. In its inception, Alaria was a nation of night elves, drow, directly next to the day elves, which are the divine elves. As Alaria grew eastward and the divine kingdom grew westward, there came the tension that we mentioned, and the groups fought over claim to the crystal caves. As the day elves and the night elves mixed, the tension became more ideological. Alarians worshipped the crystal, while divine elves believed in the lindworm, and when tensions neared war, all was interrupted by the cataclysm that we mentioned, where there was a splitting of the crystal cave and it severed the kingdoms forever. Alaria grew further eastward, coming into contact with temple elves and rift elves. While the temple elves were gladly accepted, the rift elves were not. I think I've mentioned this when I was talking about the different forms of elves. Alaria is predominantly gremlin in population, which is a unique distinction to Alaria. So Alaria's far north region is home to many temple elves, and common elves make up a large population of people throughout Alaria, especially along the eastern side and the eastern coast. Alaria, as I mentioned previously, has a much broader term for common elf, which includes more fawn-like people, while in the Lindworm Kingdom, that's not really what an elf is considered to be. Alaria has a considerable population of arcane elves as well, which are still considered common elves and not orcs to them. Other elven populations include some sea elves, as well as other elves that migrated before the division of the kingdoms. Alaria doesn't treat harpies well, in addition to not treating rift elves well, and raven harpies have traveled to Alaria. Void gremlins and eventide gremlins are nearly non-existent, because gremlins are crystal elves, but they tend towards a little more animalistic than drow, and so they have feathers and stuff. And because there has been some mixing with other harpies that have a small handful of other harpies may have made their way to the continent, made some impact, so there are technically void gremlins and eventide gremlins, but they're not, just really uncommon and nearly non-existent. It's a little smaller, the kingdom of Alaria, there's 6.5 million people living there, I think. Yeah, and there are provinces, but again, we will get into them one day. Okay, so Duchy of Thane is our next one. As mentioned, the Duchy of Thane is a sovereign nation that is connected to the Kingdom of the Lindworm and is ultimately subordinate to it. It has a similar structure to the Duchy of Hazel, which we will get into as well, but Thane is the older of the duchies. So the region that is now Thane was first a civilization of astral elves, and the kingdom that it initially was founded by the wise king of Aether and Stars. The king believed himself to be a reincarnation of Thane. Relationships between Thane's kingdom and its neighbors were largely peaceful. Upon his death, the kingdom fell into the hands of his son. The economic and cultural power of the Divine Kingdom eventually led to the royal family of Thane relinquishing power. A large reason they did this came through the way of marital ties. In modern Thane, the royal family has lost crystal magic and they're all divine at this point. The Duchy of Thane quickly became a force for converting the southwest into the Lindworm orthodoxy. The Duchy of Thane, like its allies, is working on the conversion of those in its eastern region more so. It has one last stronghold of Hazalian witchcraft going on there that they're working on. And there's a large region of generalized, more tolerated, but still not loved Hazalian beliefs. These generalized beliefs have been historically easy to envelop into like the orthodoxy, and that's sort of how it is coming about. Hidden along like the icy coasts is actually a stronghold of like astral witches. There's been significant difficulty in reaching them because they're in kind of like a subarctic area. These communities largely do not even consider themselves part of Thane. In recent years, many of the younger generation have adopted some of the more orthodox beliefs, and it's slowly eroding the northern traditions. Very cool. We love you, Thane. In relation to that, like I said, there is also the Duchy of Hazel, which borders Thane and the Lindworm Kingdom, and again, it's very similar in structure. The Duchy of Hazel was originally disconnected from the Divine Kingdom. After the Centaur Wars, the kingdom was worried about invasion. They handled things diplomatically. However, the Divine Kingdom left all of their religious practices intact and has only recently begun shifting the population towards the Lindworm. They're doing the long play with them. Public sentiment has greatly improved towards the Divine Kingdom over the years, and this is largely due to the swift aid that was given to Hazel dealing with the Plague of Lilies, which we mentioned before. The plague has been a wedge used to successfully cut down most practices of witchcraft. Many were especially heartened to see the Divine King make a public appearance in Hazel during the efforts to stop the plague. Mythology surrounding the king and the queen kind of changed over time because of this too. Like, it was initially thought that the king had a monstrous that the queen of the kingdom was a hideous, terrifying monster beast. And after the Plague of the Lily, where everyone was cursed and stuff, they felt a lot more sympathetic to the king, whose wife, yes, is a horrifying monster beast, but because she also fell to a horrible curse, and it was a lot more relatable and sympathetic now, as opposed to before, where you could be like, oh man, monster, whatever. So that quashed a lot of earlier sentiments of the king being controlled by a demon monster queen, and now he's just a relatable guy who also has dealt with witch curses. Let's talk about the West, guys. In the West, we have the Fengrad Empire. So that's going to be our Orc Empire, right? So Fengrad is the dominant force of the Western continent. Fengrad originated from the dynasty of Baird, which we will be talking about, and that was in a place that is now called Rinbend. Fengrad came to be when, through the use of divination, the lord of a Bairdian province learned that the divine elves would destroy the world, and this was before any contact with the Eastern elves even happened, so they learned of the concept of divine elves during this time. So after the establishment of the Moonwell Kingdom, which is a kingdom that wasn't orc, it's basically not an orc kingdom. We will get into Moonwell because there's so much going on in the Western continent as well as the East, obviously. So like after the establishment of the Moonwell Kingdom, fears of future elven invasion led to a strengthening of Fengrad. Since Fengrad has expanded, building like a strong military and defense against the Divine Kingdom, like that's kind of what's happening. Much of their military might has been used instead to expand territory in the name of unity. The original goal of Fengrad's founding have become less and less important as they have expanded. The current Empress has been rekindling fears of the Divine Kingdom as it has been expanding closer to them and reaching the coast. Historically, Fengrad was stopped from expanding eastward due to Wensland, which is an island nation between the continents, and Wensland has remained neutral through all of this and just doesn't want to be caught in the middle of warring BS. The mountain ranges there's mountain ranges to the west of Fengrad, and they have largely been a force in preventing an expansion westward into some other nations that are there. However, there is currently a conflict occurring with the nation of Dranius, which we will get into, but there is like a mountain pass where there is disputed territory going on. And as for Moonwell, which still exists to this day, there is a tenuous relationship with them, but there is a relationship, so at least we got that. So let's just talk about Baird, because that was the first one. So the Dynasty of Baird. So the Dynasty of Baird is a land controlled by a dynast believed to be a direct descendant of Baird, so one of the stewards, the arcane steward. As in old Baird worship, a religious practice, the dynasty regards Baird to be a god above the stewards and not really like a steward himself. Baird is the oldest nation on the continent. However, Baird was pushed away from its original lands. It's no longer where it used to be. Much of northern Fengrad was originally part of Baird, from the provinces of the Fen wetlands to the winding coasts. Some provincial knowledge that we will one day learn. All of Moonwell was originally part of Baird before the conquest of the Rift Elves. So we're gonna get some Rift Elf knowledge, and that's kind of all there is to Baird at this current time. Let's talk about Moonwell, right? Like, that seems to be the one. Let's talk about all these, like, western continent stuff. East-west, so much. Okay, so Moonwell, right? Sometimes referred to as the Land of Portals, is a nation of Rift Elves, specifically Rift Mages. Moonwell was founded after they were expelled from Alaria. So if you remember, Alaria didn't like the Rift Elves, so the Rift Elves are able to make portals. So due to persecution, many of the Rift Elves fled and were killed. Moonwell's first king was a powerful bandit mage who helped his people escape and reunite in a new land. The bandit king gave up his many spoils to help his people, and the Moonwell kingdom gained prominence due to the establishment of a new portal network that happened. In modern time, many important cities across the world, excluding Alaria, that's why this is part of the reason why Alaria is so like cut off from the entire world, is because they weren't really nice to the Rift Elves, and they don't really have access to portals because of this. Yeah, so Moonwell is economically kind of a powerhouse, right? It facilitates most travel and trade throughout the world, like a predominant amount of it, because of their control over portals, which is very powerful to have. Rift Elves from all over the world are welcome in Moonwell. If you are a Rift Elf, you automatically are a citizen of Moonwell. And of course, in the very early years, that was like an influx of mass immigration, which caused the Moonwell kingdom to expand into what was then the Baird dynasty. Relationships have become less tense, though. There is still some animosity towards Moonwell, but there's more peace nowadays. Then we got Dranius, and Dranius is a federation of nations, so it's not a kingdom, guys. Dranius unified for the purpose of defense against Fengrad and Baird. So a range of mountains shelter Dranius on all sides. While the government divides regions, there are many like cultural similarities that unite all of them. The Federation of Dranius also was important in developing like a trade network between all these smaller nations. Dranius is majority like just orcs. There's some vulture harpies, as well as like a population of ogres, but like basically it was just all these little cultures and civilizations that unified to protect themselves because they were like stronger as a unit. And there's a bunch of And I guess they know that if, like, the mountain passes fall, like, they're all kind of fucked. Don't tell YouTube I said that word. So then there's Bloodbark, which is similar to Dranius, but it is a non-unified part of the world. Bloodbark has not unified. It's just kind of a territory that encompasses a vast array of people. There's like nomadic tribes, villages, and like city-states. Bloodbark is kind of reflective of Dranius before its unification. Because Bloodbark is cut off by a mountain range and mostly inhabited by trolls and vulture harpies, it's not quite there. It's kind of like it's so off that often its own little distant section that it's not really dealt with all of that. And though it looks large, it's a lot of just frozen wasteland kind of stuff going on there. Just trolls vibing. And it is considered to be the least aether dense part of the entire world. Hence all the trolls living there. And then I think the last western territory is Ravencrest, and it is similar to Bloodbark in that it is a territory, the cold regions of the world. And as its name suggests, it is the ancestral land of raven harpies. In modern times, however, it's mainly a land of common orcs. It's still where the ravens live, but there's a very large population of orcs that live there. Most in Ravencrest is focused on the worship of Void regardless, but there are also orc traditions from those that escaped Fengrad over the mountain ranges. Raven harpies mostly get along well with orcs, and they make their homes in Ravencrest. As many northern harpies engage in migrations, the addition of like orc society along their routes has made for like easier trips and trade opportunities, and it's kind of there's kind of like a foundation of like mutual respect for the land, void, and raven traditions. You know, like the orcs are just happy to have escaped Fengrad, basically. Right, what else we got? Now we got like a bunch. We're gonna kind of go back to the west, or the east. We're gonna go back to the east. There's some we missed, some that are like similar, I guess. Okay, let's talk about this. We'll talk about the Sylvan Forest. Okay, so Sylvan Forest, we're going back to the east. It's the northern half of it. So the Sylvan Forest is like a united region, similar to kind of Dranius, where it's like a region of fauns. A large portion of the western Sylvan Forest was lost due to the inception and spread of the religious group that's the Sylvan Followers of the Lindworm, and through the marriage of like fawn practices and Lindworm orthodoxy, the kingdom has been able to like break apart many united nations. Everything's kind of in flux, right? What exists now of the forest is very unstable, with one of the last like robust groups of witches in the North Forest being understandably opposed to the expansion of the Divine Kingdom. A vast division exists between hearth elves and fauns, and those like Sylvan in origin, with its success in converting like the hearth regions to the Divine Kingdom. It's slowly having more sway with that population. So tensions kind of reached an all-time high after the kingdom had... So this is like recently, like current book, current webtoon, the Divine Kingdom has... Everything is very tense because recently the Divine Kingdom had its bloody conquest of the Druid lands. I think I mentioned when we were talking about forest elves, though like they weren't allied entirely with the Sylvan nation, the Sylvan faun that live in the forest obviously see this as a threat. Hearth elves believe instead that the attack on the druids was justified because of the plague of lilies that happened, and like due to like the uncontrolled nature of the plague, many like divine faun were also affected by the plague due to the high frequency of like hooved faun, and like obviously like those that ended up being saved by the efforts of like the Divine Kingdom in like the abjuration of like the plague and whatever, like that's definitely endeared the deer and like other fawn as opposed to like the Sylvan fawn. And basically all of this is to say like the Sylvan Forest is like united, but it's basically not, and they're verging on like civil war. Yeah. I forgot about the Sylvan Forest. I don't know how, but everything else I think is just all over the place. I think, yeah, we only have islands left. We have 3 islands to get through. Okay, so one nation we got mentioned before is the neutral territory between the continents. That is Wensland. So due to its position and powers of the mages, oh right, because Wensland is full of Tempest mages, right, who can control storms and stuff. And basically, because of that, they exist between the 2 continents, and they can kind of decide who crosses and who doesn't. So yeah, they can capsize boats, and they can cause tsunamis, and like, you just don't want to mess with Wensland. So it's kind of been like a stop point between the 2 regions. And like obviously like the people of like Wensland don't want naval warfare either, because they live in the ocean, right? Like some of them are mermaids. They don't want war on their turf. Yeah, they just don't want to be in the middle of that, so they use their powers. And yeah, Wensland like itself is actually really hard to reach because of all of this, and a lot of people like imagine it to be kind of like a paradise because no one can reach it, because like they don't really let people come there. Sea elves, let's go. I don't have much to say about that. Lichland is kind of similar to this, except no one wants to go to Lichland because it's terrible. Lichland is full of spiders and conflict and turmoil and curse mages, so though it is a very bountiful island, there's not really much interest in trading with it because it's feral. There's a lot of issues. And finally, okay, let's talk about Elderhaven. So Elderhaven is a little northern island off the coasts of Alaria. Elderhaven is an island nation known for its vast collection of knowledge. Divination is highly valued as a skill there. So Elderhaven has uncovered many secrets of magic and was established by the Lucent mages. And they have slowly gathered the strongest of each element mages to view stuff or whatever. They use their power to protect the island through like illusion or whatever, and also like all of their understanding of magic. Entrance to it is impossible without being like allowed to enter. It has like great archives of magic. Mages of great power, like I said, are often allowed to live and study in Elderhaven. However, they're not allowed to form families on the island because they don't want dynasties and all of that. Like, no one's really established there in that kind of way, aside from like non-mages who do live within Elderhaven and are kind of like the native populations there. But yeah, no powerful, crazy, strong mage is allowed to like establish shop there and live there all good. You know, it's a monk life, I guess, is what I'm saying. Many secrets of magic also cannot leave the island, and like you forget them as soon as you leave the island. So outside of the mages, like I said, there are temple elves that live there. Some lovely sheep people. We love them. And that's all. That's all we got, guys. So today we will be talking about one of the provinces within the main kingdom. Actually, this is like before I really go in, I want to say that all of my world building is kind of mostly from the POV of the Divine Kingdom. I think when I world build, I tend to pick a POV because you kind of have to, because just depending on like what lens you look at the world, like people like divide things differently. Like, I talked about this a bit in the magic system, but like magic is so complicated and large. Like, you can draw distinctions and lines wherever you want. So like I like to pick kind of one main one that I go through, and then I have little side thoughts of my own about how like other cultures and stuff might perceive it. With all that being said, we're going to talk about Belmire, which is within the divine kingdom of the Lindworm, and we're going to go over the two major religions that exist within it. And yeah, the character that's being drawn currently in this video is the Prince of the Divine Kingdom, and he lives in Belmire. He is a fanciful little elf lad. The other one being drawn is from also the Divine Kingdom, but far away. We'll be dealing with that later, because I have so many things to talk about. We can have so many videos, guys. So Belmire is within the Divine Kingdom, and it is home to the royal family. It is a province known for its many like caves that go into the mountain, and these caves are full of like aether crystal. Aether crystal is basically super dense magic, just crystallized. So it is super potent with magic and super rich with all of that, and it is sort of like a sacred place, and that is where the palace is built. So almost all of Belmire exists sort of within this valley, I guess. It's like there's like a horseshoe kind of thing that happens with the mountains, and Belmire is kind of what exists within this, and then up into the alpine regions kind of. But within the valley, that's kind of the main crux of what Belmire as a province is. What Belmire is a land full of mages. Because of the aether and because of how the magic system works, the exposure to aether when growing up, when in the womb, when like based on your parents and all of that, it just leads to like everyone kind of being born mages, and it really has to do with the vast amount of crystal and like the closeness, and also the general thing where people like interact with crystal a lot more in Belmire than in other places. Super full of mages. So mages, as a refresher, mages are like able to do magic, and they also look like traditional kind of elves. Like there's all sorts of different types of elves. Everyone has like a base element. With that element, you can either look more like an elf or more like an animal, and the elf that you look like and the animal is based on like what element you have, blah blah blah. So like everyone in Belmire tends to look very elvish and not very animalistic at all. So there's not a lot of fawns, and there are certainly not a lot of like centaurs or anything like fanciful like that. The ones that are like immigrants to Belmire, and in like subsequent generations, very quickly they lose those animal features. So like a centaur starting a family would probably end up with like a mage child, or like a common elf that's like a little bit horsey, but not a full-blown centaur. Like that is kind of the way things work in Belmire, due to the vast amount of magic and how that like affects how you end up growing up. Belmire is pretty full of itself because of this. Like the Divine Kingdom in general, we've talked about being kind of like colonial. It's an empire. It's kingdom. It's an empire. Like they've expanded very far, but Belmire is like where it all started. It certainly gave them thoughts about like their place in the world. Within Belmire, there are some native fawn populations, but those are in the more alpine regions away from the crystal caves, basically. like not everywhere in the mountain has super exposed crystal like the valley does. Like I was saying, I don't know if I was saying this actually, there are 2 major religions that are practiced in Belmire, surprisingly. Like, I talked a bit about this in my video about geography, and my video about geography was so dense, so dense, so you probably don't remember it, but the divine kingdom of the Lindworm is a kingdom very much based around a belief that the Lindworm, this giant snake guy, is God, basically. We'll get into like the nitty gritty of it, but like the divine kingdom very much cares about the Lindworm, and it very much cares about what we will refer to as the Lindworm orthodoxy, and they have spread that gospel all the way across the world. I'm sure people love it. I'm going to detail in the future how much people love this. However, surprisingly, there is another religion that is practiced within Belmire. We'll get into those after I detail a bunch of the other stuff, I guess. Demographically, like I said, it's mostly just mages, except in certain like alpine regions. And then it's in like the southern regions, instead of fauns, there's a lot more meadow elves, but meadow elves are basically fauns. The way that I was explaining it to Ursula is that fauns tend to have like their lower half look like their animal, whereas meadow elves tend to have their upper half look more like animals. So they tend to have more like animal-like faces. Compared to like fauns. So those are like up in the mountains. And then the largest population of divine elves exists within Belmire. And divine elves are mages that are divine in origin. Their element is the divine element. Can't do magic. Don't know why they're so full of themselves. And like, if you're a mage who can't do magic, are you really a mage, guys? I don't know. But divine elves make up the largest portion of the population here. Honestly, like when I think about it, like divine elves outside of the divine kingdom are just considered like common elves, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, and anyways, but then there's like further away from the palace, there's common elves. Like in general, Belmire, as we're about to learn, kind of sucks to live in. So it's very sparse. The only major city is the Divine Palace, like that area where the king lives, but that is more due to like how sacred it is and how important it is, rather than it being like just a freaking amazing place to live. Like, doesn't really have that going for it, because Belmire is super freaking hot. Belmire has like maybe like a degree cooler in the summer. It's a little more in the southern hemisphere. Throughout the year, Belmire tends to be like around like 24 to 29 degrees Celsius during the day, and then like 16, 19 at night Celsius. And that's throughout kind of the whole year. And it is also super dry, which also doesn't help. It's very hot, very dry. A large portion of it is like grassland and savanna. The largest inhabited areas tend to be the slightly more wet areas, I guess. Like there's like tropical forests throughout that people live in, and they're like dry tropical. So it might not be exactly what you think. There's like cactuses and stuff, right? Because like there's like a short season with like a lot of rain, but it's not like monsoon like amounts of rain. But there is like a rainy season and a dry season, and just in general, it's a difficult place to live. Yeah, so that's all the climate. I guess like in the mountains, it becomes more like temperate. a lot cooler, and there's deciduous forests, but not really across the whole mountain either. It's just harsh, man. It's harsh. What a cool, fancy little boy to live in such a difficult world, right? We love him. We stan. Maybe we won't stan when we get through this. So, the religions, okay? I've been working really hard on making all of these religions, okay? So please give me many, applause. Yes, please give me much applause. Let's talk about the main one. Let's talk about the big boy. Let's talk about the Lindworm Orthodoxy, guys. As I was saying, dominant religion practiced in the Lindworm Kingdom, and it also has a very large presence in the Duchy of Thane. As I mentioned in my geography video, the Duchy of Thane is kind of a vassal for the Divine Kingdom. Yeah, so not surprising that a large amount of Thane has converted to the divine religion, the Orthodoxy. That's it. Okay, so what is the deal with the Lindworm Kingdom? The Lindworm Kingdom is going to have a lot of the beliefs that were detailed in my magic, like how magic works, like where it comes from and all of that. And that's not necessarily because it's all true. I might be lying to you guys. We don't know. However, like I said, we're looking at things from the point of view of the Divine Kingdom, so therefore it stands to reason that all of my world building around magic heavily relies on what they believe to be the truth. So, sorry, I got incredibly distracted by my cat just there. If this doesn't flow together, blame that. Before the Lindworm came to be, the world was just like Aether and Nether. I defined those at some point, but you know, like Aether is magic, Nether is like not magic, anti-magic. And then there was like scraps of land, like just hunks of rock and stuff all over the place, right? And it is said that from the Nether, 12 beasts were born, and they were born so that they could tend to the Aether. And when they tended to the Aether, they created 12 elements from it. And with those 12 elements, they were able to create a whole bunch of magic. That magic formed into a serpent. And this serpent, growing like super large, ate everything. And it ate all of the 12 beasts. It ate every single one of them. And it pulled the world together around itself. It took like all of like the rocks and stuff and like brought it around itself. And then as its last act, the Lindworm, the serpent, the little snake boy, it blessed the creatures of the land with the power of magic. Mages, therefore, are super blessed beings, amazing, the best creations, the Lindworm's favorite guys. Fawns, little bit blessed, not entirely blessed. A lot less blessed, some of them, actually. And animals really aren't considered special at all. Like, they existed before the Lindworm, just kind of skittering about on top of these rocks. So, like, whatever. Like, they weren't blessed like the elves and the fawns were. Mostly the elves. And then so the king of the Divine Kingdom is regarded as the person with the purest magic. The king, his family, they were born into this magical valley that is so pure with Aether and just so amazing that he is just the best being in existence, and he is the leader of the church, and he is just amazing. And his son, as we can see, super amazing. Cute little guy. Love him. And everything was perfect, right? Right. So the Lindworm Orthodoxy, they believe that you should worship the Lindworm. It made the world. You shouldn't be worshiping the 12 beasts that it ate like a heathen. No, do not do that. you are supposed to reflect upon the elements, and, the Lindworm brought them together for a reason, right? The orthodoxy values magic above, all other things, and fauns, who sometimes have magic, somehow, sometimes what you look like doesn't entirely dictate whether or not you have magic. However, it does, because if you are a faun and you are capable of magic, you are banned from doing so. You cannot do that. It is considered a part of witchcraft, which is highly, highly illegal, highly, highly anti-Lindworm, super against what the Lindworm stands for. So, fauns are banned from magic within the orthodoxy. Punishments, some of them are super severe, some are mild, but you just don't do it. And it's usually not an issue though, because despite what I was saying, it actually is very rare for a faun to have magic. It's just kind of how the magic system works, right? The orthodoxy is against all forms of steward worship. The only exception of this is what we will get into, the other religion practice in Belmire, which is the worship of Fen. Intriguing. Why? Why are they allowed? We will get into it. So the way that the typical religious practice goes here is that they worship daily, preferably at the church, but not always, especially in rural areas. But the most important thing is that they attend the sermon on the 13th day. There's a 13-day cycle, we have a 7-day one. They got this 13 thing going on. On the 13th day, that is the day of the Lindworm, and you should go to the church. The church is responsible for kind of teaching the public, and in many places it's the center of the community. It's just a big part of life, and especially the 13th day. And those who live very close to the church are more likely to go for the daily prayer, but that is the preferred way to go about things. Because it's so widely practiced, there's going to be some amount of variance regionally. However, there's a hierarchy to the church, and it has kind of allowed for a little bit more uniformity in beliefs compared to the variance that happens within the folk practices of different religions that used to be there, but were kind of wiped out and folded into Lindworm practice stuff. You're supposed to do 12 prayers a day, but not everyone's actually doing that. But the most important one, again, is going to be your 13th prayer that is done before an altar of the Lindworm, and you gotta at least thank that god, right? And if you're gonna pay tribute to the elements, you have to make sure to at least do it in a balanced fashion. Don't skip it. Don't skimp out, basically. It's not good for your soul. You start the day praying and thanking the Lindworm for creating the element of hearth, and then you get really busy and you forget, that leaves you unbalanced. That leaves you, the Lindworm's not gonna like that. The Lindworm brought the world together, guys. So you have to respect all of the pieces, right? And when you're worshiping those pieces, you're not worshiping the beasts. Remember, you are thanking the Lindworm for the elements. Where there is daily church services, a daily gathering, or even just the 13th day, it is segregated, of course. The fauns have to be further back than the mages, because obviously, what are they even doing here? If there's not enough room, the fauns aren't getting in, right? They're blessed by the Lindworm, but are they really, guys? I have questions. There's a holiday for every one of the elements, and of course, a super major amazing holiday dedicated to the Lindworm. A lot of folk customs have kind of been folded into these and changed a bit to focus on a more acceptable forms of worship, basically. And yeah, that's kind of it. We'll hear a lot more about them because they're kind of wonderful people. They're just wonderful. They care a lot, okay? They care a lot about how other people live their life, and we gotta love that for them. They're just caring, okay? So in Belmire, we were talking about Belmire, right? In Belmire, the other religion is the Fen worshippers. Fen is the divine steward. Divinity itself is one of the elements of the Lindworm. One of the 12 beasts was Fen. So in this region, it focuses on the worship of the divine steward. A lot of the beliefs overlap very heavily with the orthodoxy. So they believe in like the same creation story to the letter exactly. Where things start to change, however, the worshippers of Fen believe that it is the divine element of Fen that allowed humanity, elfmanity, the people of the world, to learn of the Lindworm and its greatness. Fen worshippers believe that Fen gave them the knowledge. She came to a place that is now a holy temple and spoke to the worshippers of Fen, gave them the word of the divine Lindworm. So the Fen worshippers believe that all of the elements are equally powerful and important, and they believe that the Lindworm is the highest power, so that is not different from the orthodoxy. However, they believe that you cannot worship the other elements of the Lindworm or the Lindworm directly. Instead, you have to pray and pay homage to Fen, because Fen is super holy and she is the one that you use in order to communicate to the Lindworm. You can't do it directly. You're not a god. Like, she'll talk with you guys, but like, Lindworm's too important. While the worshippers themselves believe that Fen came to give them the divine revelation, the orthodoxy believes that the Lindworm actually gave them the revelation. So like, the orthodoxy believes that the worshippers of Fen are not like simply misguided in their worship, and therefore can be like changed and converted and shown the light, so to speak. The orthodoxy believes that Fen worshippers were punished by the Lindworm. They believe that everyone was already given this story of the Lindworm. It was just like ingrained into them through the magic, It's just so powerful. Like, the Lindworm didn't need to make its power known. It was already known because it is the one that gave you power, right? So like, the orthodoxy doesn't believe that the Lindworm had to send anyone down to talk to you and inform you of this stuff. But they do believe that the Lindworm came and talked to them. And the Lindworm came and talked to the worshippers of Fen because they were like the non-believers. They didn't believe what the orthodoxy was saying about there being like the worm god, They were like, maybe not. Like, I've never seen a Lindworm, so like, maybe you're just making stuff up, Like, where's the proof? And the Lindworm was like, okay, I'll show them proof. And so like, the Lindworm showed up at the fanciful temple and it gave them the divine revelation of Fen, and then it punished them entirely, and it no longer listens to them at all. And they are only able to communicate to the Lindworm through Fen because they're miserable losers who didn't believe the Lindworm, and now they have to beg one of the beasts to help them. It's all very sad. So like, the curse is passed down through blood, and it lives within the land itself, and it's tainted, and it's just a curse. It's terrible, right? They can never truly find the Lindworm. They can never truly worship. It really sucks. And because this is a punishment of the Lindworm, because this is a very important tale, they don't really bother the Fen worshippers. It's actually very bad to try and convert a Fen worshipper and try to bring them into the orthodoxy, because that is in defiance of what the Lindworm wanted. Like, these people are supposed to suffer, right? So that is why they still exist. Again, like, the Fen worshippers, they don't believe this. They're like, no, everyone is like us, okay? Everyone actually has to, you can't talk to the worm. Like, maybe the king can, I don't know, but you can't do it, right? So, like, how do they practice? What does one do to worship Fen? Well, I'll tell you. They gather in their little temples. It's very much like the church. They're pretty regionally the same. And mages are expected to dedicate study at the church from a very young age. Like, they're supposed to go there, learn magic. They also need to work for the church for like a year before they're allowed to reach adulthood. And work typically means like super long hours of like prayer and using magic to like keep the temple divine. It's just, you know, it's part of life. Fen is considered to be super fickle and constantly needs to be appeased. She is a diva, okay? One must always leave space for her at the dinner table. And the spot that you make for Fen, it has to be clean. It has to have the best dishes that your house has to offer. And Fen should be served a portion of meat every day. Not scraps. The good stuff, please. She is a god. To pray to Fen or to ask her to speak to another steward for you, one must have something to offer her. You can't just pray to her. So, like, you can't just ask her for stuff. Like, you need to make your case. So one must give her a sacrifice. One must give a sacrifice worthy of the request. And if it is insufficient, she will make your life even worse. Having a bad time, crops bad, insult the wolf goddess, and she'll make it like 10 times worse. Meanwhile, like, if you're not even like keeping up with like her daily like meat and like her daily like praise, even like your best sacrifice is gonna, like, she's gonna look at it and be like, okay, that's great, but like, where were you the rest of the year? Like, you know, like, you can't just show up, stepdad. You can't earn my love this way. Like, you need to be consistent. Love is consistent, guys. That's what I want to teach you right now. Keep up with Fen. Therefore, in times of the greatest suffering, one might even sacrifice an elf for her willingly. They have to go willingly. It's important for some reason. If it's really bad out there, like, that is on the table in times of like extreme drought and famine. It's like, you're gonna go anyways, right? Give Fen what she wants. And I realized I didn't really define what a sacrifice is. It can be like, you know, like a hunt, or it can be like a sacrifice for Fen could be like a mouse that you killed in your like granary. Like, it's for something small. Like, the thing is, like, Fen is like a wolf goddess, so she wants meat. She doesn't really care about your vegetables. She'll help you with your vegetables. She'll talk to the Lindworm about it, but you need to give her like meat, the good stuff, please, if it's depending on level of importance. So along that line of appeasing Fen, for like the custom of like death in the lands of like Fen worship, anyone whose death is not from like sickness or poisoning should be offered to Fen. So you need to bury them. Otherwise, you need to burn them. Like, if they're poisoned or sick, like, don't feed that to Fen. Don't bury it in the earth. Burn it away. If you give her contaminated meat, she's gonna be mad. If you don't give her the meat that was good, she's also going to be mad. She's going to be like, why did you throw that out? Why did you burn that? I could have eaten that. God. I am God. I am the goddess. Give me meat. And if you do it properly, she will guard someone else from that same death. If you snub her or feed her rotten BS meat, she will then punish someone else with the same death. So whenever two deaths are really close together, you really got to start paying attention and thinking about, okay, like, what did we do? Why is Fen mad? It is like the duty of the church, basically. All of like that prayer and stuff, all of like that year of service, it's all in dedication to making sure that the region, your town, your community, you're all on the same page and you're all making Fen happy. And if you start to suspect that she's angry, that's really when you need to start like figuring things out. You need to start upping your prayer game, upping your worship, okay? Happy Fen, happy life. There's some holidays. I'm sure they're fun, right? So there's two major holidays in the Fen fandom. So like the most important ones are the Revelation of Fen and the Devouring of Fen. So the Revelation of Fen is to celebrate the Revelation of Fen, when she came and told you all about the greatness of the Lindworm and allowed you to speak with the gods through her. Like, amazing. We love that. We will celebrate. So before festivities, everyone is supposed to fast if they're able to, and they are instead supposed to give their meals to Fen. So you make dinner, you make breakfast, but you give it to Fen. You don't eat it. After Fen is cared for, thoroughly fed and happy, the fast is broken, and there's festivities, there's food, there's gifts given. It's just a great time. They celebrate learning about God. It's really cool. We love it. They all discuss divine knowledge at the church. It's great. We love it. On the Devouring of Fen, we are celebrating that Fen got eaten. And not because we don't like her, but because she became part of the Lindworm and became part of the world, and her element of divinity is, encompassed in that. So, like, yay. So, on the Devouring, there is a sacrifice of a wolf. So, they hunt down a wolf, and then they clean the pelts, and they give it to the local temple. And this is to gain Fen's interest. And then the body of the wolf is buried in like a ritual to represent the Devouring. If pleased with the pelt offered to her, Fen will give that sacrifice, that wolf, that effigy, she'll give that to the Lindworm. Like, she'll actually take that sacrifice and give it to the big boy himself, the big silly worm on a string. He gets the wolf and he gets to go nom nom nom. And if she doesn't like it, if she thinks it's a bad pelt, if she thinks you did a bad job, if she thinks, I don't like this pelt, I don't like what you did here, ritual bad, I'm not feeling it, she will not take the sacrifice to the Lindworm. She'll just leave it. She might eat it herself. But regardless, the Lindworm then punishes everybody for not giving it its meal, not respecting the Devouring Day, and there is bad fortune all year until a proper sacrifice can be made on the next Devouring Day. So, yeah, this day coincides with a day that Fen is worshipped within the Lindworm orthodoxy. So it all works. Oh, and the Divine Revelation, that's the day where the Lindworm is celebrated. Wow. So that's Belmire. I talked for an hour, but we're good. Today we're going to be talking about a province, and we're going to talk a little bit about one of the major religions practiced within that province, and it's going to be a great time, right? It's also going to be kind of a confusing time, honestly, because as we get into this, we're going to come up against this thing. This thing is nuance. I've really wanted to make a very nuanced sort of world. My main goal, my main philosophy in creating the current world that I'm talking about is that I wanted there to be a lot more overlap and a lot less rigidness. It's not really like this country has this type of fantasy race and this fantasy race practices this religion and they speak this language. And instead, I want there to be tons of overlap and in between. And it gets a bit confusing because of this, because it is messy in that way. It is not so cut and dry. But going forward, that is going to become kind of an issue. But hopefully together we can wade through all of this nuance and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so primer. For those of you who have missed the other videos, Crow's story revolves around this world that is full of elves and kind of like animal furry people, or like fawns, you know? The way that it works is that there are 12 stewards and 12 elements that all came together to make the world. And each of the 12 elements influences like a specific type of magic, and it relates to a specific animal. And people will exist on a continuum between an elemental mage and that element's animal. That's how that works. I hope you understand that. That's kind of the basis for a lot of things. So that is the most concrete of stuff that exists in this world. Magic is influenced environmentally through development into early childhood, and it is not like inherited directly, I guess. It's not indirectly an inheritance blood magic system. The only thing that's, I guess, blood based or whatever is what element you're influenced by, because you're going to be one of your parents' element. Other than that, everything is kind of up to interpretation or whatever. And like, I guess with like the nuance thing, like the other problem is that there are a lot of terms that are kind of used to denote different things that exist on a spectrum. Like it's coming up with language to separate different types of magic and different levels of being a mage, but no cut and dry example actually exists. And they're gonna be people that exist like somewhere in the middle. You know, that's just kind of life, and that's kind of what I'm going for here. So again, more confusion. So this world full of elves, there is a big western continent, and that's all that we're going to focus on for a good long time. So on this western continent, there is a super big empire called the Divine Empire, and they believe in this worm, this lindworm, that supposedly created the world by consuming all 12 of the stewards, combining them together, and forming the earth with all of the elements. Okay, they super believe in this lindworm, they worship it real hard, and they want everyone else to do so. They are going across the continent and they are making that happen. In the last time we talked about Belmire, and Belmire is like the beginning section of the Divine Kingdom. It's where it all started. It's where like the magical aether crystal mine is, and aether is like magic, and dense magic crystallizes basically, and everyone there is like a mage because of being so close to all that crystal or whatever. So that's where that began. It has spread westward, and it's spread northward, and it's spread southward, and we're gonna go far to the west where the Divine Kingdom hasn't fully taken control. On the map, it says this is the Divine Kingdom, but a lot of the people within these areas would not agree with that. Not in the slightest. And we are talking about, specifically today, the Barony of Blackwood. And I said I would talk about this, and I went back and forth about whether or not I would, and I decided, you know what, I will. I will fulfill my promise, and I will go in order through this thing. It is a colonization thing. It is a colonization project of Lord Blackwood of the Divine Kingdom. The people of Blackwood are predominantly common elves. And for a refresher, a common elf is basically not a mage, but not a super furry. They just got a a few little animal features, maybe some ears, a tail, cute little eyes or something, but they do not have magic and they're not like a full-blown furry. Some of them have magic. Again, everything is blurry. There are exceptions to every rule. Yeah, so common elves make up the majority of Blackwood. Many in this region still have religious beliefs that are not compatible with the Lindworm orthodoxy. So we'll find going through this that there are some religions that are slowly being just kind of folded in, and then there's others that are being gotten rid of. They just do not compute. They cannot work and live in harmony with the orthodoxy, says the orthodoxy. Okay? And like much of the Northwest, as I was saying, Blackwood is a very recent addition, and it is full of conflict all the time. It is a big, huge heckin' problem. Originally, this area was owned by the Earl of Willrock, and it was part of the Willrock province. However, things went to heck, and it was just too much for like this to be the project of Lord Willrock. He has too much going on. There's this whole thing called the Plague of Lilies. The Plague of Lilies was when a bunch of mages, Sylvan in origin, Sylvan element, so nature mages, they created this curse that slowly killed people with plants. It was supposed to only affect divine elves and divine fauns, the divine element, right? Because everyone is influenced by one element. It was meant to do that, and it ended up affecting every single person that wasn't Sylvan. Big bad, and it spread crazy far, and it took a long time to come up with like a solution to this. When this was happening, Blackwood, the area that would be Blackwood in the future, it was really heckin' devastated by this. Willrock, all of his region, was devastated by this, and it was just too much. So the king, the divine king, he gave the land to a noble-blooded Sylvan elf named Lord Blackwood. So Lord Blackwood is Sylvan, while most lords and most nobility are going to be divine. It is very rare for like a Sylvan lord to exist. But Blackwood does, and he's got fox nature energy vibes, as opposed to stinky deer boy vibes. Foxes are the Sylvan and deer are divine. And so the name Blackwood itself comes from the devastation of the plague on the region. So the region got kind of dubbed Blackwood, and then the Lord became Lord of Blackwood. So that is why he is called Lord Blackwood. So I feel like I said Blackwood too much, but so it is the most devastated by the plague of all the places that got devastated by the plague, and that is due to a few factors. The population is super hearth being another element that was not Sylvan, so it was a bunch of like hearth elves. They were very close to where the spell first began, and also Blackwood is super lush, and it has a beautiful climate that is perfect for like plants to grow and spread. So that led to a very rapid plague time. The remains of Blackwood like have been hard to repopulate, and it's kind of a big challenge because the lilies have like just established themselves everywhere. The thing about the lilies is they're not dangerous anymore. Like the curse has been clamped down on and like dealt with. If you are properly prepared, you can go there and live there. However, these plants like murdered so many people that no one really wants to live near them, and it's hard to convince them to do so. They don't want to be near the murder plants, even though the murder plants are kept in control. Like, it's just bad vibes, okay? Like, no thank you. Right now, what is going on is everyone's sort of recovering from this huge plague. The plan is kind of to use the weakened state of the populace to the advantage of the Divine Kingdom and work on like displacing people and or converting them. And because like everyone's been so devastated by like the death or they've been left disabled, a lot of people are turning towards the divine kingdom and accepting the lindworm as their god just so that they can stay alive and live life and stuff, you know? And so like when the cure for the plague happened, the divine kingdom went in to Blackwood and they went into rural areas. They would find people that needed help and they would cure their curses. However, when it was advantageous for them to do so, they were like, okay, this curse is too bad, and you will be euthanized basically for your comfort. But that's not really what happened, because the Lindworm Kingdom, Divine Kingdom, they're stinky. They would just see people that were kind of inconvenient and they'd decide that it wasn't worth helping them. Yeah, so that's Blackwood. That's kind of the basics of it. As I was saying, there's like a lot of religious stuff that goes on, and we're going to get into that. So there's a bunch of them, but we're going to focus purely on the Northwest Hearth Witches, because they're where most of the conflict is occurring in Blackwood. If we talk about everything, it gets way too long, and in theory, we can do a little roundup at some point of all the religions we didn't talk about. So, yay. Fun. Let's go. Northwest Hearth Witches. I'm so great at naming all of these religions. They're very just regional. I just have the name of the region they're in and their vibe. Gets really confusing because of this, unfortunately. And if you don't have my little Wikipedia-esque document of all of my world building, it's hard to keep up with, I understand. So, Northwest Hearth Witches are not the most dominant of religions in this area. However, they are one of two religions that are having a bad time of things. There are like 6 different major religions that occur within Blackwood, because it's very much like a meeting point of like 3 major like areas. Like it's on the border of the Sylvan Forest, which is like a big territory state thing that is Sylvan. It's full of like fawns and stuff. It also borders Willrock, which is full of like forest peoples, the Druids. It borders the Divine Kingdom in a way where it's like connected to a lot of hearth traditions that are slowly being folded into the Divine Kingdom, rather than like the pure undiluted might that is the Divine Kingdom, if that makes sense. I hope it does, even a little bit. If not, it's not that important. I think it's not that important. So, Northwest Hearth Witches do not make up the largest population, but they're pretty big, and they have their own little beliefs. They don't really believe in this whole story about the 12 elements coming together being consumed by the Lindworm. So what you'll find in all of these religions is they take like some base components that come from like little scraps of truth. There is a true mythology that exists, and basically no one has the entire story correct, I guess, is the way that I would put it. There's going to be like a lot of like repeating themes as we go through all of these many different religions, but I don't know where I'm going with this. That's just that. There's just going to be a lot of repeating themes, but they're all kind of unique in how they interpret things. So, Northwest Witches, what do they believe? So they believe that the world was created by a bear god, and that bear god's name is Ash, or Hasha. It's 2 different names for him because there's like 2 major kind of like language groups who practice this, who are witches. Hasha comes from like the Druid languages, whereas Ash is the common language. Basically anything that sounds like English is the common language, and I don't say that because the language is actually English. In my mind, everything from common language is being translated to English. Does that make sense? Everything that's not comes from like the different languages. And like if you were actually to hear all of the elves and stuff talking the common language, it would sound a lot more like the other languages in the area. It would take more influence from that rather than from English. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I feel like I keep saying, does that make sense? You know, that's life, I guess. So right, they believe in the bear god, Hasha or Ash. They believe in his wife, Hazel. Hazel is the cow goddess. And Hazel birthed a pair of twins, and they were named Laja and Shume. And they were referred to as the Gen. Hasha, cow goddess, gave birth to like some snakes. And the Gen are like serpents, as I was saying, they're little snakes. And they split the world to make the rivers and the sea. And so Laja is the larger of the twins, and he split open the sea to divide the world and to separate the elements. Meanwhile, Shume, his sibling, was way more small. Shume created the rivers, and she created the rivers because she wanted to meet all of the animals of the earth, and she just wanted to explore, and that's how she created the rivers. Meanwhile, like I said, Laja made the sea to divide the elements, and his parents, his mom especially, did not like what he did. Laja, the frickin' dork, got banished to the sky. Shume is like, what happened to my brother? Where'd he go? So Shume left the rivers, and she looked and searched the ocean, and she continues to do so. And whenever like the ocean and the sky kind of look like each other, that's when like Shume and Laja are like super close to finally finding each other. But they never are fully able to. Sucks to suck. I don't know why I'm being mean to the snakes. It's kind of because they're stupid. We'll get into it, but the snakes are kind of silly. Because they exist in the sky, interactions with the Gen are believed kind of to cause magic. They're why magic exists in the world. They're just super powerful beings and silly guys. One can kind of look to the stars and like the sky and to the ocean to kind of learn things. Also, it's one of the ways you can predict whether or not your child will be a mage is through looking at the ocean and sky and what it's doing. Here's some confusing nuance for you. This is going to be very confusing, but it's fun, especially for you gays. You gays love this, even though it is the most heteronormative stuff, okay? The witches of the Northwest believe in a spiritual gender, so one that is not associated with the sex. However, they also believe in a sex-based gender, and they have like a social gender associated with the sexes, but they also have a social gender that is associated with one's soul gender, and one's soul gender does not align always with one's sex gender. So instead of there being like the two genders, there's the four genders. And they would just be as bad, guys. It's worse. It's like you are born one of these four gender combos, and that's that. Okay, and you're not supposed to get with someone who shares either of your genders. Okay, let me explain this a little better. So one's spiritual gender is based on what type of elf you are, so what type of element you have. It is basically, if you are a hooved elf, you are considered a daughter of Hazel. And if you are an elf with paws, you are a son of Ash. Again, if you are a daughter of Hazel, you can be like male or female, but you are still a daughter. And same goes with like sons of Ash. Sons of Ash can be male or female. Whether or not you're a son or a daughter is part of your spiritual gender. Does that make sense? So foxes are sons, horses are daughters, and that is that. And so in knowing your soul gender, you have to get with someone who has an opposite soul gender of you and an opposite sex gender. Like you gotta have both. You can't be a daughter and get with another daughter, and you can't be a son and get with a son. Daughters and sons have to pair up, male and female have to pair up, and that's just the long and the short of it. Like I told you, it's It's hetero, guys. I'm sorry. Who am I talking to when I say this? I had this conversation on stream before, and there is something so sparkle-eyed about like having a spiritual gender, but like they ruin it, guys. So while Ash is considered to be an important figure, ritual practice instead revolves around the worship of Hazel. There are like a few reasons for this. Like one of like the main reasons is that there's like an influence kind of from Druid culture where like motherhood is seen as like very important, and sort of like Druids tend to be like very matriarchal, so there's like influences from that. And another influence is kind of like, you'll see this in a lot of like the different religions, but Ash tends to be very concerned with like the actual earth, whereas Hazel is concerned with like humanity, elfmanity. I'm gonna make that joke a million times. I hope you're prepared. But like, yeah, she's concerned with hearth, which is like the element of family. And meanwhile, Hasha is concerned with nature, like trees and animals and plants. I guess trees are plants, but you know, I hope that makes sense. Worship tends to revolve more around Hazel because she will like listen and she's relevant to what's going on, and that's why it tends to be considered a hearth witch situation. As I was saying, mages, they're related to the Gen. That's where they receive their power, according to Northwest Hearth witchcraft. Yeah. According to that, like that's where like magic comes from. It comes from the Gen, and it was believed that the Gen gave magic to the mages kind of willy-nilly because the Gen are kind of lazy babies, and they were like, here, you just take a bunch of power, and if you ever have trouble, sort it out yourself. Meanwhile, Hasha and Hazel are like more measured. They listen, and they're wise, and they will lend their power when needed, and they're discerning with it. The Gen, not so much. It is believed prayers to the Gen rarely reach them, and even when they do, the Gen are kind of not wise, and they make bad choices, so it's best not to worship them. Just let the Gen swim about and be snakes. Yeah, so that's like the basic belief system behind everything. Practices. Let's talk about in practice how like all of this plays out. Okay, so mages hold a very important place in family structures. It's kind of like the third, not gender, but it's like the third continuum, the third social aspect that is important in like this worship. So in a family structure, whether or not you're a mage will determine what you do and what you are expected to do as a part of society. So mage daughters, and daughter refers to whether they are hearth mages. Hearth mages, the daughters, are expected to upkeep the family hearth and its enchantments. They're also expected to learn how to divine knowledge, do all of that stuff. If you want to know more about hearth magic, you can look at my other video in the playlist. It's one of the very early ones where I super go through the magic system. But yeah, so the daughters are expected to do that, while mage sons, so Sylvan mages, they're expected to use earth magic to tend to crops, raise livestock, to help them with gathering, hunting, whatever is required in that regard. Because, as I was saying at the very beginning, there's overlap, right? So while this is a religion, there's also just varying cultures that will practice this religion. So not everyone is going to be like agrarian. There's also some more like nomadic witches that exist. They're just different ways of life. They're still witches. They're still under this umbrella. Magic that revolves around child rearing and birth, that is not done by mages. They specifically use witchcraft in that because Hazel is the ultimate mother, unlike the Gen, who are not They're little babies. They don't know anything about raising babies. Babies can't raise babies, guys. So you do not look to mages for help with that. That is what the family witches do. And the witches set up different like rituals and rites, and the mages just kind of like act as participants and help where they're allowed to. And like witches are important, right? However, a balance is needed within Northwest Hearth, because there is like such a specific social order that needs to exist. There are things that are done to make sure that there is like a needed amount of mages and non-mages being born. So they try to like influence what children will become based on what is needed within society. Okay, so if not enough mages are born, what will be done is that expectant mothers will like bathe in the river and in the ocean, otherwise have like water poured on their abdomen because it is like associated with the gen, right? They also, if they're not a mage themselves, they will not nurse their child themselves. They'll have a mage mother do that. There's no mage mother to do that. Like there's witchcraft that can be done to help that whole dealio. And then they're also given like enchanted toys and stuff. And meanwhile, like the opposite is done if there are too many mages and we need some wishes in this generation. And so like they'll be nursed by like a non-mage, and the baby will be cute. Where am I going with this? They won't bathe in all the water, and they'll use well water instead, because river water, again, Shume is going to be in there, and in rainwater, Laja is going to be there. So do not want the Gen, well water it is. And then like witches will make like special blankets and toys that have like alchemic principles that will disperse aether and make it go away. With all that, they are usually able to influence how a child ends up growing up. Like I think in a technical sense, like the main thing is probably all of like the aether toys and stuff. However, like it might be the case that like the river and ocean actually does have like aether present, but I think it's more the toys actually. In any case, when a baby is born and they're like super one direction or the other, like because they're common elves, it tends to be more in the middle. But if they have like a baby that has like no animal features whatsoever, they're not going to bother trying to make them into not a mage. The same thing goes for if they're born like super fawn-like in appearance, like they have like just very prevalent animal features. They're going to be like, this child was born to be a witch. And because they're so one way or the other, they want to like instead, they want them to blossom into like their full potential as a witch or a mage. Like it's just kind of determined that that's what the gods decided. It's best to go with that. And yeah, that's kind of the basics of what they do. I guess we go back to Blackwood then. We can start talking kind of about the conflict that is going on with the Lindworm Orthodoxy and the witches. Like I was saying, the witches don't really feel like they're part of the Orthodoxy. They don't really want to be part of the Orthodoxy. They would very much like to be left alone, but they're not. They believe that the Orthodoxy is actually like an expression of Laja and his anger at being like locked away. And some believe that Laja has like actually found a way to come back to Earth, and he is doing so by hiding as the queen of the Divine Kingdom, because the queen of the Divine Kingdom is actually a snake monster. She got turned into one for reasons. And when like the Plague of Lilies broke out and hit Blackwood province, it affected mostly the daughters of Hazel, right? Because it wasn't supposed to affect Sylvan. It wouldn't affect anyone who is Sylvan. So like all of the Sons of Ash, by their very nature, are all Sylvan elves. And so only the daughters of Hazel were affected. And that was believed to be that Laja was just very angry at his mother and taking it out on the daughters. Others feel like maybe same idea, but maybe the reason that all of the Daughters of Hazel have been weakened is because Laja actually has injured his mother. That has caused all of the Daughters of Hazel to fall ill and die and stuff. Regardless of what is going on, they believe that if they submit to Laja's will, it's okay, because gods are so above everyone, and they believe that if they are forced to submit to Laja's will, to like the divine kingdom's will, Hazel is not going to blame them, and she will come to them with salvation regardless, because she's gonna punish her bad boy snake son, because he's a bad boy and he needs to go to his room. Yeah, so that's their opinion on it. They're not the only religion practiced. Like I was saying, there is Northern Sylvan that's practiced, there's Northern Hazalian, there's Heiths, and there's Folk Sylvan, and there's also the Arcane Heresy, which is interesting, but we're not going to get into it because these can go on forever. So like the Divine Kingdom is only okay with Hazalian and Heiths because those can easily be folded into their religions, but the other ones, there is a lot of tension. And like the Arcane Heresy that exists, they're living on like the border between the Divine Kingdom and the Sylvan Woods. The Sylvan Woods being like a different state entirely, so they have been able to flee, a lot of them. Meanwhile, the northwestern like Hearth Witches are like in the middle of all of it and kind of stuck. So when the plague hit, basically half the population was wiped out, and it was all the Daughters of Hazel, which has really affected them, understandably. What is left are mostly like Sylvan mages and Sylvan witches, and Blackwood considers them to be responsible for the plague. Even though they're not, they're still treated as if they are druids, especially those that don't speak like the common language and speak the druid language instead. Like they are just considered druids, and a lot of them were killed because of this, and they're treated badly. Of the witches that survive now, most of them just kind of like hide their beliefs and try to fit into like the new society that exists around them. Things are not looking good for the Hearth Witches, unfortunately. And those that do try to hold on to things and they speak out against the Lindworm, they have a bad time of it. Future Bones, realizing what comes next, messed up, trigger warning for messed up marriages and awful BS from evil people. Okay. Lindworm Kingdom, not cool, as we know, but they're really not cool. I've been lying to you guys and saying like they're the best and they're great. They're not. They're mean. They're stupid. They're bad. So when one speaks out against them, they are forced to say a prayer of devotion, and then after doing so, their tongues are cut out, and if they die because of that, it is because they did not truly accept the Lindworm, and if they survive, then they did accept the Lindworm, and it's okay for them to stick around. Yeah. Meanwhile, those that refuse are buried alive, face down, because the Lindworm exists under the earth, right? And they're forced to like look upon him and maybe speak words to him before they die. Either way, it is also kind of symbolic of the Lindworm devouring them as part of the earth. And it's not great, guys. I don't know. I think that's kind of stinky. Yeah, before we wrap it up, I think I'll go into a little bit about Willrock and what they do with the Northwestern Witches, because like we're gonna forget about it once we get to Willrock. So let's just go into detail while we're talking about them. So they, again, hit hard by the Plague of Lilies, right? So a lot of them do also exist within Willrock. So Blackwood, Willrock were split up. So there is a population in both areas. Like I said, like the Hearth Witches, like their customs revolve strongly around like these 4 social roles. And after the Plague of Lilies happened, like half of them were wiped out. It's kind of like if all men were wiped out, or all women were wiped out. Super devastating, right? And because of how like families were set up, right, where like one was Hearth and one was Sylvan, the Hearth one is gone. So all families that exist are basically like single parent families. So they live near the Druids, so a lot of them speak the Druid language, but a lot of them also speak Common, and being bilingual is pretty common, though they're bilingual with like their own sorts of dialects. So what ended up happening with all of like these single families was that like all of the men were kind of separated from their families to go like work. This was especially due to the fact that like so many people died and that the Divine Kingdom needs people to work. So like men were separated. Meanwhile, like the women and girls were forced into like marriages or betrothed otherwise. And most of the children ended up like staying with their mothers or like their grandmothers or their aunts, just kind of like female family members. Yeah, so when like first seized, more terrible things, the fauns and mages were like divided, and then all were kind of expected to swear themselves to the Lindworm, and like though they have like that tongue cutting out thing, that was just hugely impractical, not a great thing to do when you're like missing half the population, so they didn't do that. However, mages were tattooed with like alchemic symbols so that they couldn't do magic anymore. Again, because it's only Sylvan ones left, and it was the Sylvan mages that created the plague in the first place, hence why all of these non-believer mages had their magic removed via like tattoos. It's like Sovereign but in reverse. You know Sovereign, you know. Anyways, and they have like a tattoo of like the Lindworm around their neck. The Lindworm's mouth opens to their heart. Cool tattoo, bad origin. And because the Lindworm Kingdom is really weird about fauns, a lot of like the remarried women, the forced to marry women, like had their like fur shaved off and their tails docked based on like the preference of their new husband. So bad. I told you they're not good. I lied to you guys in the last episode, and I'm so sorry for this. Yeah, like the Lindworm Kingdom, super patriarchal compared to these like more matriarchal religions. It gets a little silly, the matriarchy with other cultures. We'll get into it, but like, yeah, super patriarchal. It's kind of whatever the husband wanted, and like if the husband suspects that his wife is not respecting the Lindworm, it's within his right to punish her, and those are usually punishments like to the mouth, because that's kind of like just the thing that we're gonna come back to over and over again. Commonly, he will like lash her until she speaks like praise to the Lindworm, or like if he believes her to be insincere, he can put like a hot coal in her mouth or a hot metal, or pour like hot liquid in there. You can do whatever. Meanwhile, because you know what, actually they are nice. They're really nice, okay? Repeatedly torturing your wife, that is bad, and you can be punished for that. You have to be reasonable in how often you torture your wife, okay? Be good. Because if your wife is so frequently disrespecting the Lindworm, she should instead be sent to the officials, you know, like those in charge, and they can remove her tongue. Duh, obviously. That is what happens. Of the forced marriages that exist, obviously the most violent ones tend to be like where the wife doesn't even speak the language, like does not speak the common language, and if she is a faun. So like that very much increases violence, and it's bad, and we do not stand. The marriages that have like the least amount of trouble tend to be like ones that are like with locals, because like not all people are sadistic freaks. Shocking, I know. A lot of people don't do that shit, and the ones who especially don't do that are like local widowed men in particular, those that like had wives before this and lost them to the plague and just really need help to support their families and like have a partner in that. So those tend to like work out pretty well. They both get something pretty good out of it because they're both kind of widowed and in a really tight spot, and in rural areas, you know, that is hard. And also like in those marriages, like it tends to be that the wife can still kind of like in secret practice her religion and stuff. Like it's all in the down low. We're cool. It works out good. This tends to be rural, because in the city, I don't think you're getting away with it. Yeah. As I was saying, Lindworm's stinky, terrible, many war crimes. Anyways, so hopefully stinky wizards get their due. Today we're going to be talking about Lastia. So, Lastia province. There's not a lot written here, apparently. We're going to talk about Lastia, okay? And we're going to go places. So Lastia is a hot and dry place. It was once the land of centaurs. Okay, it wasn't the land of centaurs. It was one of many lands of centaurs. There used to be tons of centaurs everywhere, but now there's not. And in Lastia, they were basically wiped out entirely. They no longer are a majority in any region whatsoever. During the Centaur War, the Divine Kingdom took over the northern river. So there's like a big river that goes through Lastia, and they took control of that and they dammed it and they cut it off. Kind of influenced a big huge drought and a famine that was then exacerbated by fires once the centaurs were kind of like displaced. Like there was also like a whole bunch of terrible magic that the Divine Kingdom got hold of. But regardless, once the centaurs were like displaced, Sylvan mages then showed up to revitalize the lands and the rivers, and heck, now it's theirs, I guess. And during this time, the regular flooding of the northern river was like at its worst. So basically, they messed around with nature a whole bunch, and there was like seasonal flooding of the river every year. That was just part of kind of the weather of Lastia. It's like seasonal. It has like a seasonal rainy season. I'm saying season a lot, but it was thrown out of whack. And once the rivers were released, there was like massive flooding that usually occurs, but it was like really bad, and it destroyed a lot of like the settlements of fauns and druids that already lived there, and that sucked. Lastia nowadays has been settled largely by hearth elves, and they came up from like the southwest. As you go northwards, you notice more sylvan fauns, so more like fox-like fauns versus more horse-like fauns. Sylvan and hearth being two of the elements, two of the most common ones we'll be talking about for a while. So due to its climate and like its position and the fact that its northern region was predominantly sylvan, the plague of lilies, which we have talked about before, which was a horrible plague, it didn't really affect Lastia at all. It was just too dry. Lilies couldn't really last long enough to infect people and kill them. So that is the basics of Lastia. See, pretty simple. We're gonna get a bit into like some of the major religions practiced here. There are 4 of them, one of them being the Lindworm Orthodoxy, which we have talked about earlier, because it is such a prevalent force within this entire story, honestly. The biggest thing practiced is Northern Hazalian, followed by Heis Hearth traditions, and then followed by Sylvan Faun traditions. And there's very few here that practice Sylvan Faun. However, Sylvan Faun is going to be like 50% of what we talk about, I'm pretty sure, because these other ones aren't super in-depth. Lastia is kind of like a really short story for us to talk about, but the Sylvan Faun traditions, they go on forever, and they're kind of groundwork for a lot of like future religions we'll be talking about. So heck, with that said, Northern Hazalian. Let's talk about Northern Hazalian. Pretty big religion, moderate compared to like the Lindworm Orthodoxy and some of the Orc religions on the other continent, but still pretty big. It shares a lot of similarities with Hazalian faith, which apparently is something we should have talked about already, but we haven't. Do we have to? Let me check. Okay, yeah, we can talk about his alien faith. We're gonna go real deep, apparently. Okay, so shares a lot of similarities with Hazalian faith. So let's skip over to Hazalian before we talk about specifically Northern Hazalian. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. So Hazalian faith is practiced predominantly in the Duchy of Hazel. It has a large presence in the Duchy of Thane and like a little bit going on in the Divine Kingdom, particularly in Mistfall, which we aren't going to talk about for a while, so we're going to have to hold this knowledge in our heads. At its inception, these beliefs came from Meadow Elves. Meadow Elf is basically another term for fauns. Up north, they're called fauns, and down south, they are called Meadow Elves. They do look different because the fauns tend to have like lower half looking more like animals, whereas Meadow Elves have upper halves looking like animals. I say this a lot in everything we talk about with this story, is that there is a lot of nuance to things. Terms like meadow elf, faun, and mage are very wiggly kind of terms, and they're meant to kind of make distinctions culturally for like spectrums. Therefore, meadow elf is like just a distinction within like the southern region. It's just kind of just like what fauns are called in the southern areas. Sorry for the tangent. Hazalian faith came from Meadow Elves. It centers around a belief that the Duchesses of Hazel are incarnations of the Hearth Steward. The stewards were the elemental god things, basically, that the Lindworm ate, and they believe that their Duchess is a reincarnation. The modern faith of Hazalian, they believe in the Lindworm, and they believe that it is responsible for devouring the stewards, and that includes Hazel, and they believe that it created the world, so it has a very similar foundation as the Lindworm orthodoxy, and it's definitely become more like that as the Lindworm orthodoxy has influenced the area. But what they believe beyond the orthodoxy, is that Hazel came back in mortal form. She did this because she has a super deep connection with the people of the land, because Hearth is like the element of family. It's like love, powers, connection, and family, and blah 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 blah. So she was born into the world as a meadow elf, and she had like the head of a mule. Despite this, she showed incredible magic ability, because like I said, there's like a spectrum between like animal and elf. That spectrum is kind of based on how much magic you have, but despite having a donkey head, she was super good at magic. And they were like, wow. When she used her magic, she began to take on a bovine appearance. She started to look like a cow, and that is basically what Hazel is. She is like the cow goddess. As she used magic in her mortal form, she took on her more like godly form. And they believe that she has like a royal hearth. A hearth is like the family center where like magic amasses. I have a whole thing on it. I won't get too in depth about it. Just look at the magic system video. That was really early on and very important for a lot of stuff going forward. But her hearth is in the royal palace, but it also encompasses her entire land. Everything under the Duchess's control is part of her hearth, and the current Duchess of Hazel preaches a message of balance, and she encourages respect for the other stewards. More respect is given to the Lindworm in modern times as well. Many celebrations that once were like made to honor Hazel are now honoring the Lindworm instead and thanking it for like including Hearth, being thankful that it brought all of the elements together. And the Duchess has further stated that this incarnation that she's currently in will be her last, because she's done her duty and has led her people to the power of the Lindworm. Initially, people were like, I don't really believe this. This is probably demons causing her to have weird thoughts. There's something amiss here. I think a lot of that came from the fact that the queen of the Divine Kingdom is turned into like a monstrous worm creature, and a lot of people are like, that's a demon. And ever since the duchy has been interacting with the Divine Kingdom, a lot of weird stuff has been going on with Hazel. But after the Divine Kingdom helped in ending the Plague of Lilies, which was horrible, the Divine Kingdom came and helped everyone out. out ended that, they now believe in everything a lot more, and they're much less wary of the Divine Kingdom. Some even believe that the plague started in the first place because they started to like disbelieve Hazel, and they wavered so much in their faith and she lost power. That's Hazalian faith. Generally, like hearth practice is going to go back to like how it was described in the section about magic in the video I have about magic. Hazalian faith values hearth and family, but it also recognizes the order that one has to have and must respect all elements and keep balance within that. So each new moon is dedicated to bringing a new element to the hearth, and they do not bring offerings for the stewards because that's frowned upon. Instead, it's purely about like balancing their hearth and making sure all of the elements are present and get equal acknowledgement. For that very reason, there's no month that is specifically dedicated to the hearth element because it's all under this foundation of hearth magic. Yeah, they've moved, like I said, to worshipping the lindworm year-round. A bunch of holidays that were once about Hazel are now more about the lindworm. You'll find in most hearth religions, milk is always very important. I know, cow goddess, probably gonna do that. And there was like a celebration that used to be for like the Duchess's birth that would happen every year, and people exchange cheese and creamy sweets and have a great time. But now it's about a worm, and that is the basic Hazalian faith. So Northern Hazalian is very similar to all of that. The difference is that they actually do not believe that the Duchess Hazel is an incarnation of the steward at all. Another difference is that there's a higher prevalence of mages within Northern Hazalian, and there are a lot more like magical traditions because of that. And there's also a lot more of an overlap, even more so with the Divine Kingdom than there even was like with just traditional Hazel. Northern Hazalians, they believe the same kind of thing. They have to keep balance at one's hearth. They believe that the lindworm devoured the 12 stewards, but they believe that Hazel returned to the land, but she did so long ago in order to like found her kingdom. So basically the divide is that they believe that Hazel is no longer around, and this was more like an ancient thing, and like the current incarnation, quote unquote, isn't actually an incarnation at all, but rather a descendant of Hazel. They practice a lot of the same practices with the same like moon cycle of worship between all of the elements, bringing that to the hearth. You know, they have the same holidays, basically. A unique holiday within Northern Hazalian is the devouring of Hazel, in which effigies of the steward are carved into like fruit and vegetables, excluding Hazel, because hearth is always represented. With like the vegetables, they make stews and pies, and with the fruits, they make like little cakes or custards and other foods, and they usually use like a milk base, and that's kind of meant to represent hearth. And then everyone eats together and they reflect upon the wholeness of the lindworm devouring all of the elements, and yeah, they have a good time with it. And that's Hazalian. We very quickly got over it quickly. What else? The other one that is practiced within Lastia is Heis hearth tradition, and I think Heis was one of the religions that was practiced in Blackwood, which was the last province that we talked about. So Heis is another kind of moderately sized religion that focuses on hearth, and Heis traditions are like the remnants of beliefs held by people that once inhabited the kingdom of Heis, and Heis is a kingdom that like no longer exists, and it originally spanned the province of Lastia, and the royalty of Heis served as a major part of their worship. And the Divine Kingdom is very aggressive in converting the Heis people, but not as aggressively as we know them to be with other religions, because Heis is a little more easy to weave into the whole lindworm orthodoxy thing. The establishment of Lastia happened, and the royal family was killed. The Great Hearth which is something they kind of worship. The Great Hearth was given to the Earl of Lastia and his family, and the people have so far like been allowed to kind of keep their idols and things, but they're no longer allowed to venerate the recently killed monarchs. Like, that's forbidden. Again, so like what they believe is that the Great Hearth in the city is basically where their royal family lived at. It was at the beginning of like this big river, and it's believed that all of the people of Heiss are related to the Great Hearth in some way. They just have a lesser connection than their king and queen did. And it's believed that in death, that the spirits of the old kings and queens would travel through the river, and parts of their soul would come to live within the hearths of all those that would welcome the kings and queens' soul into their home. It was very important, this whole having a part of the monarch's soul. It's believed that when one dies, they remain connected to their hearth, and all hearths are connected to the Great Hearth. One that found home in many hearths can have their ashes put in the river so that they can find every place that they called home. Otherwise, ashes are kept. Like I said, they had these like idols of the kings and queens, and having a part of their soul in it was important. So to welcome spirits into the hearth, a vessel for water would be made for the kings and queens, and the kings and queens would have like very explicit instructions on what vessel they want when they die and what materials, shape, and decorations are required. The vessel was then filled with river water and then given like a space at the dinner table. So food was then placed into that river water, and the vessel would then be like set on the hearth, left alone to do its thing. And if the spirit accepted the hearth, then the water would dry before the food would have a chance to spoil. Meanwhile, if food spoiled, it was rejected, and spoiled vessels needed to be disposed of properly before the water completely dries, because failing to do so would trap the spirit of the king or queen within it, and you would create an angered, cursed vessel, which is not something you want in your house. So vessels are basically enchanted objects, and they're always enchanted, basically. There's just so much magic put into them, regardless of whether or not this whole like spiritual king, queen, monarchy thing is real. They are still very magical, and each one has its own quirks, and families teach new generations how to take care of each of the vessels. Vessels form like incredibly strong ties to their hearth and become like near impossible to remove, like no matter what you do. For royal vessels, there are always decrees on how they should be kept. Those get followed. The more vessels one has, especially the royal kind, the more fortune a family is supposed to have. Angered spirits, meanwhile, will curse families, all that inherit the hearth. The ones who would inherit the hearth is always like the eldest daughter. This happens whether she wants to inherit it or not. It is just that ingrained of a custom that it just happens, and like the vessels attached to the hearth that she is gifted will follow her wherever she tries to make her home and her family. Such is magic, am I right, guys? And like trying to escape it is kind of how you end up angering the spirits and making things worse, ending up with a bunch of cursed vessels following you wherever you go. So you kind of just have to take care of them. So there you go. Unfortunately, when Lastia was conquered, a lot of the vessels were destroyed through alchemy, which would get rid of their magic entirely. And while like a lot of people were allowed to keep most of their like vessels and things, however, if anyone was caught making a vessel to hold the souls of the recently killed monarchs, they would have their entire hearth just stripped of magic, which is pretty awful, but not like the most awful thing the Lindworm Kingdom does. Like, we're grading on a curve here, guys. Basically, like, as long as you accepting of the fact that the Lindworm is God, the creator of all things, you're allowed to have like a little bit of your old traditional stuff, you know, keep the peace, but, you know, Lindworm #1 guy. And those are like the two religions in Lastia that are accepted a little more because they're kind of more magical. At least they're considered to be magic, especially because a lot of it is like enchantment based, and the fact that most of these families were mages. The Divine Kingdom has a lot of problems with fauns, however, and sees a lot of like faun magic as witchcraft and therefore bad. Which leads us to Sylvan faun traditions, which are fun. And like I said, not many are practiced within Lastia whatsoever. There's like a huge range that practices Sylvan faun traditions, because Sylvan faun traditions is more of like a general term to like encompass like a large group of people with all sorts of varied beliefs and stories, but with a sort of common mythos going on. Let's get into that mythos. And we're kind of done with Lastia. We're just going into faun traditions here. Most of these aren't even practiced in the Kingdom of the Lindworm. This is kind of like the majority religions. It's like the majority of like parts of the Sylvan forest or whatever. Right, we're getting story time here. All right, Sylvan faun traditions. What do they believe? So they believe that the world came to be when a two-headed serpent named Zidwen laid an egg that would not hatch. It just wouldn't. And Zidwen was very upset about that. So Zidwen then sought power, and she did so by deceiving 12 beasts. And she lay there with her mouth open, enticing them to enter. Great strat. Dej entered first because he loves to explore. He was like, what's this cave? Fascinating. Thane entered second because he saw crystal in there and he's like, whoa, I love crystal. And then after that, there was Enna, Zel, Yu, Wen, Ida, Ukla, Esha, Oja, and then Hajeld. So wow, 12 of them. Don't worry, you don't have to memorize them. There will not be a test. So the 12 beasts stayed inside of Zidwen's womb until all of their souls were crushed into one. Then Zidwen laid another egg from her other mouth. So she had laid one egg through one of her mouths, and then she lays the other one with the other mouth because she's a two-headed serpent. She's another cat dog. I don't know if I've talked about the cat dog serpents, but yeah, she's a little bit of a cat dog, and she laid 2 eggs from either of her mouths. This egg that was created by the 12 beasts in her womb, this egg is where Lethshiden develops. The world is supposedly the shell of Lethshiden's egg, and its surface is lush because of the power of Lethshiden. And in daytime, when you see the sky, that's Zidwen's body, and she's like incubating her egg. So she's like wrapped around it, keeping it all warm and stuff. And at night, Zidwen then leaves to tend her first egg named Shunaden. The night sky is the world of the gods, where you can see like the many gods beyond and where like the serpents live. And Shunaden develops inside of the moon. So the moon is supposedly Zidwen's other egg. All of the moon phases are the coils of Zidwen going over the egg. And when the moon is full, that's when Zidwen is not on her egg at all, and she's watching it to see if it will hatch. And she's always doing this because she's afraid that Shunaden is actually dead inside of the egg. But when she looks upon the beauty of the full moon, the glow of it, it always convinces her that she needs to keep trying, and she continues to tend the egg. The sun in the daytime sky, that is Zidwen's heart, and when she's feeling sorrow, the sky turns dark with her sadness, and when she's angry, there's like lightning and thunder. And when she thinks of Shunaden, you can see visions of the moon appear in the sky. sky. So that's why you see the moon in daylight. That's because Zidwen is thinking about her other baby. So the Great Serpent, she doesn't really care about the people of the world. The only thing that matters to her are her 2 children and the power needed to make her children hatch. Like, that's what she likes. The beasts that reside inside of Lichland, so the earth egg, they have varied opinions on many things, and because they're so divided, there's a whole bunch of turmoil inside of Lichland's soul, and therefore the egg can't hatch. That's why the earth remains an egg, even though it's very not dead inside of it. So Dej and Anna, they're great explorers and they really want to be free. They're like, let's hatch this egg. And Thane is just kind of happy because he's in a shell of crystal, and Thane just freaking loves crystal. And he's like, you know what? Let's just stay in here. It's so crystal. Wen loves destruction, so Wen is like, let's bust this egg open. I'm down, let's do this. Ida and Zell, they miss the light and the stars, so they're like, let's do this. Oja hates life and wants to be dead like the moon, so he's not down with hatching, and Then wants to be great. Yu wants everyone to hate each other and suffer. Yu is always up to that kind of thing. Yu is. Ukla fears the consequences of what they will become, so he really doesn't want to hatch either. So there is a lot of discourse within this egg, within the soul of Lichland. There are only 2 beasts that care about the elves, and those beasts are Aisha and Hajeld. So Aisha is the source of all living things. He's analogous to Ash, the steward Ash, and Hasha. They're all kind of the same mythos thingy. They're like a bear god. So Aisha is one of them, and he is strong, and he was a bear before Zidwen ate him. And Hajeld is very kind. However, she's often very swayed towards hatching because she cares a lot about babies, motherhood, and she feels really bad for Zidwen and wants her eggs to hatch. But she also really cares about family and stuff and doesn't want to destroy the earth. It's complicated. It's hard. Living is hard. So those that believe in this religion, they believe that there's nothing they can do to influence the gods or the beasts whatsoever. They instead ask for favors. And Aisha will listen to the plight of elves, but he listens most to the Daisha. The Daisha is just a word for fox fawns. If you look like a fox, Aisha's more likely to listen to you. If one shows kindness to the natural world, he will treat them well regardless, however. The other beasts can be spoken to, but they basically see elves as ants. Every elf is born with power obtained from one of the gods, and sometimes their gods will take interest in them, and usually this is just because they're bored or angry. And that's why the word Daisha exists. There's a word for every single type of elf within the Sylvan fawn common language. The practices of Sylvan fawns is pretty varied. However, on a whole, it is typically about avoiding the gods as much as possible. Instead, one is meant to kind of just enjoy the land, enjoy being alive. Celebrations are very regional and very specific, and they focus more on what life has to offer within the area that they live rather than any sort of god worship. And there are many folk stories that exist within Sylvan traditions, and they're shared and passed around. They vary in tellings, but most center around people that are displeased or mistakenly interacted with gods. So it's a common lesson. Let's frickin' learn some of them lessons. Let's get some examples here. Okay, so one story is about the forest compass. This story is about Adida, so a sheep fawn. They are very lazy, and they are constantly asking Ida, the lucent goddess, over and over to guide them through the forest. Ida gets very upset about this and feels very, very disrespected. She gets Aisha to turn this little sheep into a plant. Again, this varies regionally, but it is said that Ida still continues to guide them. However, now all in the forest get to look at where the plants are growing, and that is how you can figure out direction based on like, you know, like where certain mosses grow and whatever. It is because of some loser sheep that was bothering the Lucent goddess. Thank you, sheep. Another story is about the wolf girl. So once there was a Dishiden, so a divine elf, we love him, who traveled from the south, and she was pretending that she had this like insane divine knowledge and that she was like very godly or whatever. And many people began to worship her, and she never had to work because she had everyone doing all her stuff and had them convinced she was a god. However, one day, Then heard her preaching and was really confused and realized what was going on. And Then got really angry because Then, as some know her, Fen, the wolf goddess, is just a really, really angry lady. Though seeing this false prophet, the divine goddess then turned the girl into a wolf. And at first the girl was like, you know what? I'm going to take this for my advantage. And she went back into the world and she started claiming that she was Then. But no one was buying it because she was just a wolf. And they weren't deceived and they chased her away. Reluctantly, the girl decided, okay, I guess I'll go live with wolves. She decided that maybe she could trick the wolves too into believing that she is actually a god. Yeah, the wolves, they weren't fooled at all either. And she smelled like deer because divine elves are deer. For the rest of her life, she was hunted and chased by wolves, and she died alone, mistrusted by everyone. So yeah, don't pretend to be a god. That will end badly for you. Then will be mad. So some other mythos things. So they believe in the Serpent Queen, which is kind of true because we've mentioned before that the Queen of the Divine Kingdom did get turned into a snake. So they call this Gotlesh Lethshiden. This tale is that they believe that the beasts are trying to escape from Lethshiden by becoming mortal person. Aisha has tried many times leading the druids by coming to Lethshiden has seen many times the different beasts within him have tried to take form before. So Aisha has tried leading the druids as a bear, and Hajeld once called herself Hazel and mothered the southern country. That does link to what we were saying, so that's the belief that Hazel was reincarnated on Earth and led a country. So they do believe that Hazel is actually a goddess. So seeing all this, Zidwen then tried to do the same thing. So in order to try and coax Lethshiden out into an elven form, but it didn't really work because it's not truly Lethshiden, because Lethshiden cannot exist until there is true harmony within his soul. So instead, a monster named Gotlesh, who calls herself the Queen, was created instead. And Gotlesh is a serpent that lives in a crystal cave, and she's worshipped by the Dishiden, so the divine elves, and she's made of the mixing of the beastly powers, and she looks like a snake. And fawns are kidnapped by the Dishiden to feed to Gotlesh, and they pray to Lethshiden, unaware that they're empowering him to destroy the world. So that's basically what they think of the divine elves. They think they worship a snake monster creature that is seeking to end the world. Along that line, there's a bunch of monsters and demons, I guess. That's what we would call them. Like I was saying earlier, every elemental elf is considered a different race in fawn culture. However, they know that there are 12 elements, but they haven't seen 12 different types of elves in the world. So there are some that they haven't seen, and that is the Diju, the Dujkla, and the Didoja, and those are the Curse, Void, and Eventide elves. Each of them has their own mythos because they don't really exist. These are kind of the legends that have been shaped in the absence of knowing what all of these elves actually are. So the first one is the Diju, and that is the Curse elf. And a Diju is a monster that is owned by You own it. But no, it's owned by the beast Yu. And there are many ways that Yu makes her elves. But most often, Yu pretends to be Hajeld. So she lends her power instead. So like when someone is like praying to Hajeld for like help with pregnancy or like, yeah, basically anything like that, pregnancy, child rearing, what have you, she will like pray to Hajeld, and instead of Hajeld, Yu shows up and listens to the plea instead. And Yu then creates a Diju, and they are incredibly painful and need to be like aborted basically, and if not, the mother will die, and Yu will try and lead like a mother away from her people under the guise of Hajeld. She will just continue to like mess with them. Yu is the only one capable of delivering a baby Diju. So under the power of Yu, the Diju grows quickly. All right, you can check out here, but like going forward, we're talking about creepypasta monsters, I guess, and it gets very horror. So as I was saying, the Diju grows quickly and ends up ripping free of its mother, and Diju are like these black wolves with like all these super long legs, and their skin is all like cracked with mange, and like insects are drawn to them, and they're just gross and terrifying. The Diju will remain attached to its mother, and it will keep her alive through its umbilical cord and use power. And Dijus are said to turn like animals in the area rabid around them, and they blight forests and they make nightmares, and they're just horrific creatures. If an elf or a fawn nears a Diju without like holy protection, they will suffer like a horrible illness. Looking at a Diju in the eyes is said to cause like a stroke. You know, that's why there's not like super great a consistent understanding of them, right? So these monsters will grow for their entire life, but they do not need food. Instead, the Diju eats its mother's guts and does so like over and over, and Yu uses powers to make the guts grow back. Isn't Yu lovely? And Yu doesn't really bother with like healing limbs or anything. Old Diju, like the really old ones that have been growing for a long time, they're like these giant centipede creatures, and they hold like the diseased, rotten meat of their mothers still alive against their little chests. And Yu loves it because the mother remains aware and in pain despite being rotted away entirely almost. And Diju can only be killed by cutting the cord by something blessed by Hajeld, so something actually blessed by Hajeld. To prevent this from ever happening, one needs to take extreme caution before they ever ask Hajeld for help, because, you know, you might just be inviting Yu into your life, and she's a bad lady. She is the goddess of curse, so she is the goddess of pain and suffering, so she loves that stuff. That one's horrific, I guess. I can't believe. Okay, we're going on. The next one are Dushkla, and Dushkla are the void demons that are born under the power of Ukla. Very few of them exist because Ukla isn't really interested in the world at all. The Dujkla that do exist are children that end up accidentally crossing Ukla's path, and his magic just kind of like hits them a little bit, like not on purpose. Dujkla, they live in dark caves, and they look like cats out of the corner of your eye. The lost voices of children echo in their like little kitty mules, and they can be heard like begging and crying to be found. And if one does actually find the Dujkla, they are erased from existence entirely. And because of this, no one really truly knows what a Dujkla actually looks like. Final one are the Didoja, and they are dead children. So they're like dead children, babies, stillborns. The fetuses, like dead women, they're just dead because they are related to the eventide element, which is like the element of death. And Oja is the one that gives them power, and they're a really common creature compared to the other two. If one knows what to look for, they can easily find them, but they're hard to interact with, if at all. So they appear as swarms of flying bugs. When one looks closer, they can see the shape of a person. And Didoja are often very angry because they are so unnoticed, and they will swarm and sting those that they meet. Young Didoja are just more like annoying insects, and they're kind of like clouds of gnats, and these Didoja are like looking for affection, and that's why they're all in your face and annoying you. But little can be done to help them, and they're just really sad creatures, and they cannot like accept gifts, and they can't talk, and it's just really sad. And after like a long life, they live like as long as any other fawn would. They live as various clouds of insects throughout their life, and their final form is like a swarm of moths, and all of the moths will break away in search of fire. And when all of the moths of a Didoja will burn up, their spirit is freed from Oja's grasp at last, and they get peace. So those are some of the legends and stuff. I didn't want to say shit yet. Meanwhile, what did I talk about here? Yeah, so that's all of like the common Sylvan fawn traditions, and there's all sorts of other little stories and stuff like that, but that's the main ones. And yeah, I think that is Lastia. We talked about it. Like, I find it really fun to create like myths and legends within a magical story. So like creating things that like aren't necessarily true, but you can understand like where they come from. Like, I find that really cool and fun to do, and I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Today we are talking about Willrock, the Earldom of Willrock. It is a tumultuous region, rife with tumults. It is a region that's under control of Lord Willrock, while it once extended out into the Barony of Blackwood. That is actually a province that we did talk about. But yeah, it used to extend out into the Barony of Blackwood, and because of issues in managing just the sheer amount of tumult in the region, it was then delegated by the king and given to Lord Blackwood. So not everyone who lives in Willrock really sees themselves as living in the Earldom of Willrock, and those that do consider themselves to be part of Willrock, they kind of live in the easternmost tiny tip of Willrock, and there's only about like 2,000-ish people that are like hardcore converted and down with being occupied by the Lindworm Kingdom. The thing about Willrock is, a little while ago, a few years back, they were doing a really bang-up job with taking over the land. However, the mages that are like indigenous to this area, they created a spell that kind of went out of control, and that spell is known as the Plague of Lilies, and it basically attacked anyone who didn't have the Sylvan element within them. So it attacked divine mages, divine fawns, like it just attacked anyone who wasn't Sylvan. For a refresher, Sylvan are like the fox people and the ones with like nature powers. Hence why they were able to make this kind of like enchantment plague thing that kind of like took everyone over with plants and killed them. Excruciating, terrible, awful. And when that plague spread across Willrock, they were able to reclaim a lot of their land. In recent years, it has shifted away from the Lindworm Kingdom even more than it was before. Despite this, however, the plague did end thanks to the Divine Kingdom. They were able to create like a magical sort of cure for it. And when that ended, they were very mad. They are now kind of returning to Willrock with like extra anger and hatred burning in their heart for the peoples that live there, and it's not good. It's just not really good in the region of Willrock. And in response to all of like the anger and the returning of the Lindworm Kingdom, equally the people that live there, the Druids, they have created a new spell that is starting to take hold, and it is not good. There's just a lot of bad happening. Willrock, like I said, is predominantly Druid. Actually, I don't know if I said that, but Willrock is predominantly inhabited by the Druid. and they're the original people of this land. They have their own language, their own customs. There are also some collections of people that are hearth, hearth being an element of magic that is based around like family and relationships, basically. There are some like people that live in the area of Willrock that are hearth, not druid, but they also were like originally within this region. And we talked about them in the last one, and they are the Northwest Hearth Witches, and they're the ones that have like the 4 gender roles, basically. They have like the 2 soul genders, and then the 2 like, you know, are sex-based kind of genders. So they also live up there on like northeast coast. So they're also kind of like OG. This is their place before the kingdom showed up. There's only like one religion other than the divine lindworm that's like a majority practice, and that's Northern Hazalian, also a religion that we talked about in the last video. It's much more like amicable to the divine kingdom, but the divine kingdom is starting to like establish churches for like the lindworm. Specifically, there's a church established where Lord Willrock resides, as well as in like some other major cities, even though they're not really in control of said major cities at this point in time. So yeah, the Northwestern Hearth Witches live there. They had a horrible time of things and were forced into like marriages and stuff and forced to work, and it's a really bad time. However, the majority of Willrock is not the Hearth Witches. It is, of course, the Druids. And today we are going to talk about the Druids. And they're going to come up a lot in a few other chit-chats we have. So we're gonna like absorb this information, right? The largest group is the Druids, and after the Plague of Lilies, the Druids were able to make the gains back and reestablish their territory, and these are starting to be like undone, like I was saying. This is especially the case because the Druids are losing like allies outside of their home region. Because of the Plague of Lilies, they aren't really loved by the Hearth Witches anymore. They do not like them. And the Northern Hazalian people, they also don't really like what the Druids did, and it's just kind of like endearing them a little more to the Lindworm Kingdom, which is not good for the Druid. And kind of in response to all of the plague and whatnot, there have been like lords and ladies that are Sylvan who have been allowed to move upward in the ranks of the Divine Kingdom when they usually wouldn't, and they have like started to move in, and they're a lot harder to deal with than having like something that directly just affects not Sylvan. That was like a lot easier to do a lot of damage. But as they move in with like more lords and ladies that are Sylvan, there's a lot of trouble happening. And there's an important figure in the Druid religions named Drelly. We will get into that, but basically she is currently living with Lord Willrock, and she is engaged to his son, and she was kidnapped from a city in Nyland, which we will talk about one day after like this big raid that happened, and she's blamed for cursing Lord Willrock's son and turning him into a bear, and they are actually blood twins, which I think I've talked about. I don't know if I have actually, honestly, but like blood twins are just like their magic is connected. Yeah, they share a magical sigil, and it's like a sacred bond in the eyes of the Lindworm, and because they share this, they are being forced to like marry each other. Yeah, so that's the basics of Willrock. It's a very like warm climate, and it's a lot of like tropical forests and rainforests and stuff. It's pretty fun. It's pretty neat. Let's talk about the Druids. That's what this is going to be about. So if you don't recall, the Druids came up in the very beginning when we were talking about the different types of elves. And Druids are all Sylvan, so they all look like foxes, and they have a pretty wide variety of what they look like. Uniquely so, the most common thing is that they have tails. Like, tails are just very important to them. They take real good care of their tails. They can end up looking like your traditional fawn with like the little fawn legs, but they also will have like fur all over and paws and stuff. It's a pretty wide range. They are both like kind of like an ethnic group is kind of what they would be considered, but they're also a religious group, a cultural group, and they share like a language. Like all of it kind of overlaps. I mentioned when I was talking about the northern hearth witches, the ones with the 4 genders, some of them speak a different language. They speak like the Druid language, so there is like some overlap that happens outside of like purely the Druids speaking the language, but it is incredibly linked to like what they look like, and them being Sylvan is pretty integral to it. So there aren't exactly like hearth witches that are following these traditions, if that makes sense. And also a refresher, like ethnicity is weird, and whether one is a mage or not a mage is highly influenced by environmental factors. It's not like a blood thing. It's not a blood thing. The only thing that's kind of a blood thing is what element you're born under, and it's like a 50-50 chance of you being like either your mother's element or your father's. As we were saying, let's first start by talking a little bit about the Druid language, I guess, because a lot of their customs and stuff, like the thing about language is like language is so tied to culture and stuff. You can learn a lot about a culture through like how their language system works. I didn't go super in depth with conlanging. That is like an art form that is beyond me, but I did get into naming languages, and I also like have like a general idea of like how things work, just to add like flavor, basically. The Druid language, it shares an ancestral language with like all of the elven languages, but it is also like incredibly influenced by like the sea elves, because there's a lot of coast to the area where the Druids live, and it is considered to be like a very unsophisticated and harsh sounding language, and just kind of like archaic, I guess. Whenever you're listening to the different names and they sound like English or whatever, that's just like, in my mind, it's like translated from like the common Elvish language, or at least like the language that the Lindworm Kingdom speaks predominantly. So like the English sounding words would actually sound a lot more similar if they were like not translated, I guess. I don't know. That's one way of doing it, and that's the way I choose. The main reason I want to talk about the language first is just because the naming conventions are a bit weird. Not super weird. I think you can figure it out. Every family has a family name, and that family name is the matriarch's name. So women will find their like names by going on a like coming of age kind of journey ritual thing, where they go and they find a tree that is willing to share its name with them, and that's how they obtain their names. I'll get into the nitty-gritties in a bit. However, that's the basics of it. Once you find your name, everyone that then joins your family is then called that same name plus what their relationship is to the matriarch. And it gets kind of like really nitty gritty, super like detailed, I guess. I don't know. So it's basically you get named your mother's name, and then it is followed by a describer of like what you are to your mother. So it's the first fawn child, or there's like the second mage child, and these are all like very common names, and a lot of the words kind of come from different like tree words, but then they're like synonymous with different like relationship words. So an example of this is the mother's name is like Hasha, and so like Hasha Lajagan would then be the first twin, and Hasha Shumagan would be the second twin. So if you had twins, you would name one Lajigan and the other would be Shumagan. And when you're like chit-chatting about stuff, like when it's within your family, you basically refer to each other with like Lajigan or Shumagan. But if you are like outside of your family, you might be referred to as just like Hasha, so just your mother's name. And if you were like specifically referring to the mother of a family, you would like just say her name twice. So it would be Hasha Hasha. I will just post, instead of going through this in my word brain, I will post a list of like all of these words for you and you can just judge me. There's also like specific words for like adopted children. If like a woman ends up having a child before she has a name, the child then gets named in accordance to the mother. Well, I guess their grandmother. So it's basically whatever woman you are related to who has a name, that is what you are named in accordance to. And like once a name is like obtained by like the mother of like that child, the child will like continue to have the grandmother's name. Like it won't retroactively change in that case. The only kind of retroactive changing that happens, the only changing in general that happens, is when a fella finds a lady and he gets married and then he is just called like husband, basically. He gets called Neja or Neshi. Neshi being like a fawn and Neja being a mage. So like you're either like fawn husband or mage husband. and that's your name. And if you get divorced, you then take your mother's name back and you're called Goki. And that just means divorced. So you're divorced. Your name is divorced guy. So yeah. Such is life, right? Anyways, so that's the naming conventions. So hopefully that makes a little sense as we get into the actual traditions and religion and stuff, because shocking twist, Hasha Hasha is actually the goddess of the Druids. So they believe in a bear goddess named Hasha Hasha and a two-headed sea serpent named Genna. And Genna has two heads, hence it being a two-headed serpent, I guess. And one is named Hasha Shumagan, and the other is Hasha Lajigan. So they're the twins. And Genna are Hasha's twin children. So Shumagan is on one end, and then Lajigan is on the other. They're like a cat dog. It's another cat dog serpent. Actually, I don't know. Is this the first cat dog serpent? I don't remember. Anyways, this is a little cat dog. Shumagan is always trying to swim to the north, and Lajigan is always trying to swim to the south. And together, as they pull against each other, they bring balance to the ocean, and that's their thing. Good on them, right? So they did that. And meanwhile, Hasha made the people of the southern land. And those people were deer and pigs and horses. And after creating all of her children, Hasha got really super heckin' tired, because it's hard to be a mom, and it's even harder to be a mom that like creates all of civilization. Like that's really hard. Like take a nap. She's a bear. She's hibernating. Have a great time. And meanwhile, her son Lajigan. Actually, I don't know if Lajigan is like a son or not. They're kind of gender neutral names, so I don't think it's actually specified. But anyways, Lajigan, her son, is watching her sleep, and then he decides he has a great idea, and he eats his mother, and he takes over the people and the animals that she made. He's like, ha ha ha, I am now in charge. It's a great idea. However, Lajigan forgets that he is a cat dog, so Shumagan ends up spitting out their mother onto the northern lands. It's like, whoa, Mom, where'd you come from? And so they start to hang out instead. For Shumagan, its mother then makes the carnivores of the land instead. And these end up being the Druid. They're like all foxes and stuff. And they take care of the trees and the plants and the insects and all the other wonderful things that Hasha made for the world. Meanwhile, Lajigan and its people are alone. they think that mom is gone, let's party. And they go across the land and they just eat everything in their path. Little hungry deer and a little hungry worm. When they keep going up north, creating barren lands as they do so, Lajigan is then met with Shumagen's animals and peoples, the carnivores. And the carnivores eat all the deer and stuff, and they return balance to the earth. And that fixes everything. Everything stops being barren because there's like now a balance that is occurring. However, this is not really what Lajigan was wanting, okay? Like, Lajigan wanted to just eat the whole world. Like, be chill, guys. Come on, let him do it. And he's really mad that his mom did that. And he looks at, like, what they've created, and he sees, like, the mages and, like, the elves. And he's like, I could do that too. So he uses his animals, and he turns them into the elves, the divine elves, actually. Lajigan's elves remain greedy. They continue to make the land barren, but they also interact with Shumagen's elves, and they're like, whoa, what a great idea. And they also start eating deer. So now they're eating the entire world and the deer. And furthermore, Lajigan's elves do not respect the balance of nature whatsoever. So they're like, oh, let's kill the carnivores too and wear their fur. While Shumagen's elves, like, some of them were like, okay, you know what, that is a good idea. I will kill foxes and use their fur. Some of them did that, but most of them didn't. Most of them were like, this is a bad idea. They stayed strong, and they knew that the only honorable fur is the one that Hasha gives them. So, like, the fur that they're born with, that is the most important fur, and they don't really want to give up that to become super elf-like or whatever. You know, Lajigan is super hecking mad about this whole thing. And, like, after, like, he makes his elves into elves, they can never have fur again. And, yeah, he's just really mad about this. And that's kind of, like, the origin of the Divine Kingdom. They're just a bunch of angry snake children. So, as I was saying a while ago, the most important figure in the Druid religious life is Hasha Drelly. And Hasha Drelly is the one who got kidnapped and is being forced to marry Lord Wilrock's son. She is the chosen child of Hasha. Only one is chosen by Hasha to be her mortal child. Drelly is chosen when her magic awakens, and she's marked by the special sigil. And Drelly is kind of like the most powerful mage in existence and a religious leader for all druids. And when she passes away, they start searching for her to be chosen again by Hasha, because it just continues to happen. Meanwhile, petulant little Lajigan also chooses a child to share the mark of Drelly. Frickin' Lajigan, am I right, guys? The Druid call this chosen child Hasha Zaya, which translates to mean bagworm, or like basically hungry caterpillar that's like ruining trees and awful and a pest and terrible. Yeah, so that's Zaya. And Zaya is a representation of Lajigan's greed. And Drelly is really scared of Zaya, and they're kind of like attached. And if Zaya has power, he is believed to like try and kill her. It's just bad. Zaya's bad. Zaya is Lord Wilrock's son in this case. He shares the mark. They're soul twins, basically. Drelly, the original, like the OG Drelly, she passed away in old age many decades ago. And when Drelly was chosen once more, Lajigan's elves were ready, as I was explaining, and they kidnapped her. And now no one really knows what has happened to her and what their plan is with her. And a lot of them believe that she's going to be fed to Lajigan, or she was already fed to Lodge again, and they look to the sea to see if Shumagen ends up like spitting her out. All of them are pretty certain that regardless, she will lose her fur and Zaya will be wearing it. Yeah, bad times. Alright, so what else is happening here? So Druids, they really care about the environment, and they have a lot of respect for Hasha and like her creation, and like plants are considered to be like the highest beings, and it is only ever really acceptable to eat ones that will regrow. Meat is eaten infrequently, but there is like an importance to eating it because like you don't want like an overabundance of herbivores. Meanwhile, carnivores, eating those is forbidden, and animals are considered to be kind of like the closest beings to Hasha, and therefore like animal features are highly, highly valued. Yeah, like I said, like it's sort of like a punishment to lose all of your fur and be like Shumagen's elves. I hope any of this is making sense to you guys. Druids, they have a lot of different like practices and stuff, and they celebrate the awakening of a mage's power, and they do that by like blackening their arms with like a mixture of oil and ash, and this is sort of to emulate the black fur of a fox, because mages, they don't really have that fur going on usually, because having fur is related to having less magic in this world, right? So they dance, they sing, they praise Hasha for giving her the power, for giving her power to the mage, and this is like the beginning of a mage's journey, and very few men will like go on a journey beyond this point. They're just kind of like celebrated for their magic, and then it's time to focus on learning to be a good husband and obtain a wife. you gotta learn those skills. You gotta build up the skill set to support your future wife and be a good husband. Anyways, at the end of adolescence, mage mothers will like turn their daughters into animals. So here is where the whole little journey to find your name comes in. So once adolescence is over, your mom will turn you into an animal if you are a girl. Daughters of fawns, on the other hand, and those who are trying to avoid this and really don't want to study magic, they're instead brought to a sacred grove. And in the sacred grove, elder witches will use rituals to appeal to Hasha, and they'll have her cast a spell instead. So this is witchcraft. Very frowned upon by the Lindworm Orthodoxy, as we have heard. And while many end up with like a weak spell that only really affects them in dreams, they have like a little dream journey as an animal and find their name. Others end up with some of like the most arduous, awful journeys. So like when it comes to like mage mothers, they'll choose what animal to make their daughters into. And meanwhile, non-mages, they are instead left to Hasha for her to decide. And like most of them end up being turned into like foxes and wolves and other carnivores. However, only Hasha is allowed to choose either like a herbivore or a bear. So only witches ever will get turned into either an herbivore or a bear. As an animal, what do you do? So as an animal, you go and search and find your connection to nature. You have to find a tree in the forest. And during your journey, women must discover their name. So as we were saying, they have to find an unknown tree, or they have to find a forgotten tree, and they have to ask that tree, like, could I maybe like share names with you, maybe, please? And if the tree says yes, then journey done? No. Not quite done, because you have to find your way back to being human again, or elf again. Fawns, they'll figure out, like, they'll like talk to the trees with the help of like an elder witch. And mages, on the other hand, are like expected to use their powers of divination to figure it out on their own. Mages, after that, as I was saying, they have to break their own transfiguration spell. Meanwhile, those who like go through witchcraft, they will only be returned to themselves when Hasha decides that it's time. While witchcraft doesn't always have like a super big effect, like I was saying, when it does, it can be like incredibly difficult to break. So like even mages can sometimes like not break witchcraft spells that happen, and you're basically stuck to kind of find the answer and figure out like how your journey is supposed to end. And some people like just never complete their journey. They never figure it out. They're stuck as animals forever. And like others, there is actually no end to the journey. This is the end. This is kind of what Hasha wishes them to be. And yeah, so some people get stuck in the case of witchcraft. If you go through magic, if you go as a mage, like it's inherently easy to undo the spell. So at the end of the journey, in theory, a woman will return with a name of her own, and now she can start a family. And she can do that whenever she wants. She's not like obligated to start one as soon as she has a name. She is, however, expected to take care of her tree. So like nomadic tribes of Druid will like visit their tree yearly. It's like a whole thing, while others will end up like living really close to their trees. And if the tree does die, you have to go on a journey again, and you have to find a new name. Family heraldry, like images and like art and stuff, like it is related to the tree that is chosen. And it is also related to what animal they took their journey as. These become really important symbols in like their religious practice and like their beliefs. The last thing that's kind of important to Druids is fire. So fire is super sacred in Druid culture. This is because it comes from dried plants, and plants are like the highest creation of Hasha, so they're seen as super important, and when they're all dried up, they create fire. And the reason for this is that anything that has a soul is able to burn, and if the dead are left to decompose, they will end up being like reborn. Meanwhile, if they are burned, their soul will be freed, and then they're like able to like turn into like a forest spirit. They kind of like, their spirit will like merge with the spirit of their tree, and they'll kind of like become one. And on the other hand, like men in particular, they end up being like buried so that they can be back into the earth and be reborn again. And you basically, you can't be cremated until you have a name of your own, because otherwise your spirit is just like lost. It can't really become a nature spirit. You're kind of screwed a bit. So yeah, like once a matriarch dies, like no one changes their name. They'll just continue to tend to the tree, and no one new will obtain the name of the family. And eventually everyone dies off and the tree is left to be forgotten. Like you're not supposed to continue remembering a tree and remembering its name. Like that's meant to like become like knowledge of the forest sort of. And like eventually like people can take their journey and they might find a tree that was like once a druid, and they can gain that name again, and then they can also become the spirit, and they can all, you know, mass together in spiritiness. So yeah, that is the druid. They're having a rough go of things, as we will hear. Before we leave, because, you know, why not, I'm just gonna mention one last place, and that is called Drevenia. And it is completely unrelated. I should have talked about this during the Belmire thing. It's just on my list and I skipped it because it's so empty of information. But Drevenia is like a province that's right next to the capital, the main province, I guess, Belmire. And it is like a super populated province full of like elves that worship the lindworm. It's all good. There's like a small population of fauns and there's a small population of meadow elves, and it's super hot. and there used to be centaurs there, but they were like driven the heck out during the Centaur Wars, which I guess we'll one day get into. But yeah, that's Dravenia. I just needed to mention it because otherwise I'm never going to, and it's just gonna sit and be boring. Today we're going to talk about two places. We're going to talk about Nyland, and we're going to talk about Mythfield. And both of them are dominantly Druid areas. Or at the very least, they're like historically Druid lands. Nyland. Let's start with Nyland. So the past decade, Barony of Nyland has gone through many, many changes. Nyland was first obtained, like most of this area was, through bloody conquest. It was very bad, horrible time, and they burned and cleared the forests because it's very dry. They have a very dry seasonal thing going on, and they just like instigated. Do you instigate flames? They just made the burning really bad. They did a lot of like clearing out of the forest and cutting things down and just being generally like awful. And thousands were killed outright because of this, and none were like kept alive because they are all considered to be witches, and being a witch is a huge heckin' crime in the eyes of the Divine Kingdom. So basically, the Divine Kingdom, they believe in this kind of creation story that the world was created by this lindworm who ate 12 stewards of the elements and blah blah blah. In eating them, it unified the world, and mages have like elemental powers and it's all good. However, they're not really cool about non-mages using kind of like magical stuff, and they're really not into the idea of worshipping anyone other than the lindworm. Like, you're not supposed to worship anyone that they would consider one of the stewards. And if you do that, if you worship because you want to get something out of the stewards and it creates sort of like a magic thing going on, that's considered witchcraft, and it is punishable by death. Yeah, so they did their conquest. They killed all sorts of people. It was a really bad time. None were kept alive, at least in like an official capacity. I mean, some people were just like trafficked or whatever. So that's not good. Very gross, very bad. I do not condone. These are horrible crimes, and we do not stand the lindworm. We only stand in memes. And so, like, obviously, not everyone died. Just all of the areas that were like taken over. And a lot of the druids were able to escape and hide deep in like the rainforest areas and within the mangroves. And yeah, so that's where a very large population of druids lived. And they had like their own little like city thing going on. Like, it wasn't like it was pretty legit civilization. Not that like if you don't live in cities you're not legit. Just, I don't know, it's not like little forest villages. Like, it was like a substantial heckin' city that existed within the rainforest that they were living in. And during this time, there was a magical seal that was revealed, and not like an arf kind of seal. There are like magical sigils that exist, and everyone basically has one kind of associated with them, but there's these really rare ones that are recognized within the Divine Kingdom as being blood twins, and like you are connected with a divine elf. I'm doing a horrible job at explaining this, but basically it's a super powerful magical seal, and it was revealed to exist in a girl, a druid girl that was living in the rainforest city. The druids, they see this special seal as being very important because, as we talked in the last video, this seal represents their god, Hasha Hasha. Hasha Hasha chooses a mortal, not immortal, a mortal to be her chosen child, and that is Hasha Dreli, is what her chosen child is called. So the seal was revealed, Hashadreli became a thing, and the druids were having a great time with it. They were really happy because they had this super powerful mage in their in their midst. And she's also like incredibly important for their religion. And so they celebrated her and they were worshiping her. They were just having a great time. And they were readying for like all of these very like important like ceremonies and such. And while they were having their celebrations, something horrible happened. So Lord Nyland, he ended up savaging the community. And he did this with the help of Ketath. And Ketath is a lady, and she is a very rare and powerful mage. A very powerful mage of Rue. So she is a lich, basically. So she has curse magic, and that's magic centered around torture and pain. So, you know, she's fun at parties. I didn't say that with it in mind that she's going to show up at this party and ruin it. That was accidental. Anyways, so what Ketath did was Ketath enchanted an oil. She got it poured into the ceremonial oils that the city was going to use for their like religious celebration. And so she did this, and the city then, like everyone celebrating this heckin' amazing cutie little mage that is powerful, amazing. And there's a lot of like customs of like mixing ash and oil to make kind of like a paint. And with that paint, you do like little sigils, and most importantly, you rub it on your little hands to like blacken them, because all druids are Sylvan, which means they're like fox people, and the little black peats, the little black fox peats, are very important. Everyone used this sacred oil that was like blessed by the new chosen one, and it was also cursed by Ketath. And when they used all of that paint, the oils like seeped into their skin, and then like the entire village, like thousands of people, they developed like this horrible, horrific pain overnight, and they were all incapacitated by this. Then in the night, the Lord of Nightfall and his people showed up to everyone who is very incapacitated, and if they weren't incapacitated, they were easily overwhelmed because so many people were cursed. So they showed up and they emptied the city. So the Baron of Nyland, he oversaw the execution of like every last druid in the city. So very horrible thing happened here. All of like their valuables were taken from them, and they were taken 20 kilometers away to the coast. So like they all were taken to the coast, and like one by one, they went to Ketath, and she released them from their curse. And then they were handed off, and they were like instructed to praise the lindworm. Lindward Kingdom, we do not stand. So they praised the lindworm, and then they had their tongues stabbed, or like under their chin stabbed to, you know, tear up the tongue. And that's so that their last words would be praise to the lindworm. Then they had their tails cut off, and they were pushed off a cliff. And they did this one by one. And most of them understood what was happening as they like approached Ketath. And after following for a while, they figured out what was going on. But they could see that Ketath was undoing the curse. And the curse was just so awful, and everyone was just so desperate for it to end that they went with it. And yeah, terrible, awful, like really awful. And like the thing is, like, they praised the lindworm, but like they really didn't like understand like any word that they were saying, because they don't really speak Elvish. They speak a Druid language, and so they just like copied the words. And those that like didn't say the words mostly were doing it because they were like confused, didn't know what was going on, and nonetheless they were like punished for not being good to the lindworm. Meanwhile, the girl Drelly, she was taken instead, and because she's like considered one of like the blood twins that is important to the divine kingdom, and she was taken north to Willrock, and she is now like betrothed to the son of Lord Willrock, because the son of Lord Willrock shares her seal. So he's the other half. He's her blood twin. But not like blood twin as in they're related. It's like a blood magic connection thing. During this horrific time, there were some people that did escape. They did so with like a horrible pain. They did despite that. And they made their way to like neighboring peoples to like warn them about what was going on. They did this while like Kitath's curse was still pretty incapacitating them. And they just like, they didn't buy that Kitath was actually going to uncurse everybody. Because basically when Kitath like showed up, she like uncursed Drelly, and that like made it clear that she could undo that. So they kind of followed partially on the pretense that she was going to heal them, even though, you know, sussy to say the least. And so the ones that did escape, they were really hopeful that their curse would be undone, but instead, like after like they told their stories, or like when many months would go by and like they really didn't have any hope, they were like all eventually just kind of like their lives were like peacefully ended. The thing is that like the curse that afflicted them, this like curse mage, they never really interacted with like cursed magic at all, because all curse mages basically live on this little island, and very rarely do they ever appear on the mainland, and rarer still would it be for them to actually reach where the druids were. So they had like no understanding of the magic and no idea like where to even start in like stopping it. So it was very bad. And when the word of like these atrocities like spread, powerful mages were then escorted to safety, where they could begin to like work on a spell to fight back against the kingdom of the Lindworm. And this is what led to the Plague of Lilies. And if you have been following, you should know about the Plague of Lilies. The Plague of Lilies was meant to attack only the divine elves. And it basically is like a bunch of flowers that like kill people. Like you're like infected with flowers and they kill you. Slowly, excruciatingly, awful time. But yeah, it was only meant to affect divine elves because those were the ones that were like attacking them. Instead, it ended up being way more potent than that. It spread ridiculously far and it killed a lot of people. A lot of just like innocent like hearth elves especially died because of this. Also, on a positive note, the Baron of Nyland, he also died. He suffered a horrible, long, painful death, and all his family did. Well, nearly all of his family did. There is like one single person in his family that is left, and that is Lady Petra of Nyland. She is his niece, and Petra has like little interest in being a baroness, and like she's in control of Nyland now, and she's really like just kind of allowed druids to come back into their land. She just doesn't care all that much, and she relies very heavily on her lady-in-waiting, Lady Gwen, to tell her what to do, because she's just really not into it, never expected to have to like run a province. So I guess that kind of leads us to Mythfield. Mythfield is basically a territory. It's considered a territory by the Divine Kingdom, and they claim it. However, Mythfield basically defines like all the regions that the Divine Kingdom has not set foot in within the Druid lands. So this is like untouched Druid lands. It's 100% theirs. The Divine Kingdom has absolutely no claim whatsoever to this land, but if you look at a map, that is Mythfield, and it belongs to the Divine Kingdom, apparently. The Druids there remain very formidable. Like there's even more cities and stuff that exist within there, along with like very powerful like nomadic groups, and you know there's lots of different druid cultures. It's not like a monolith, right? The mages that ended up escaping from Nyland and escaping from the approach of the Divine Kingdom, they ended up in Mythfield in its like furthest areas where they were kept safe, and that's where the Plague of Lilies ended up being developed, was within the most north regions of Mythfield. They're formidable, but they still live in a pretty constant fear. So like Hashadreli, their chosen one, like she remains captive, and the cursed mage Ketath, who like wiped out the whole city with like a single spell. They don't know what happened to her, if they still have her. She hasn't like shown up since. So like, because the thing with Ketath is like she's not like a free person at all. Like she is just like owned by the kingdom. She's just doing what she's doing, right? The people in Mythfield, they're like struggling against time to try and figure out a defense against like the possibility that curse magic like befalls them again. They have a few plans. Their first plan is involving Petra, as we talked about. So there's a plan among the old witches, because it's been noted that Petra is really kind of not into it, like not into the Divine Kingdom stuff. It was also noted that she's really disgusted by furs, like she's just uncomfortable with wearing furs. In Druid culture, specifically wearing like the furs of like carnivores, so like, you know, like foxes, bears, etc. I know bears are like omnivores, but you get me. Regardless, it's been noted that she's just really not into that. So they think that maybe there is something there. Within Druid lore, divine elves are basically the worshippers of this snake called Lajagan. One of the things that happened with Lajagan and its people is that they're all like deer people, but they eventually began like eating deer despite this. Like, they're just like, they went against their nature, and they just, you know, like not everything is cut and dry, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So they think that maybe it's something like not cut and dry when it comes to Petra, where like maybe she has been like accepted by the goddess Hasha. So the plan, all of this comes back to the plan. So the plan is to capture Lady Petra, and they're going to capture her and make her do an important druid ritual that girls of her age do, where she will be turned into an animal by witchcraft, and she will have to like go on like a coming of age journey where she finds a tree that's willing to share a name with her, and also they're gonna find out like if Hasha like accepts her, basically, and if not, it's still good to capture her because it seems kind of simple, and you know, bargaining chips are good. So yeah, the hope is that even the elves of Lajagan can actually be good, at least some of them, possibly. And in capturing Petra, they're gonna see if Hasha says that this is true or not. So that's one plan. The second plan is to make an alliance with the merfolk. There's like these powerful mer people, mermaids if you will, and they've been spotted in the waters, and they have like the power to stop boats from sailing too far, and they are just like very powerful. They've got a bunch of powerful spells that they've received from the sea elves, and some believe like if they're able to get on with the merfolk, like maybe they could offer something that would be able to like help them take back Willrock from the Lindworm. Possible. It's an idea. The merfolk are difficult to communicate with, but you know, that's one idea. And like the final idea is they want to rescue Hashadreli. So they really want to rescue their chosen one because she's a super powerful mage and probably she could help them, but it's difficult. Some think that like no matter what, they need to save Hashadreli. Like they think that if they do not save her, she is like the daughter of their god, basically, in a way. And like if Hasha is too upset and distraught over her daughter being missing, being like stolen, there might not be a chance to have anything good happen for the Druid people. And so, like, without getting her back to safety, like, no other plan is going to work. And, like, they're never going to be able to figure out any sort of counter to this curse magic that they've had to deal with. Yeah, so that's where the Druids are at. I think we talked about all of them. I will mention, however, that within Nyland and Mythfield, it isn't entirely Druid. I kind of skimmed over it, but in Nyland especially, because it was taken over in the way that it was, a lot of people have moved in there. It's not a lot of Lindworm people because, like, followers of, like, the Lindworm Orthodoxy are much further in the east. They haven't spread out. So, like, a lot of people who were already in the area moved into these lands, a lot more tolerated, like, people by the Orthodoxy. So there's people who follow like ancient hearth traditions, and there are also some who follow what is called Hazalian faith, and I've talked about it before, but both of those are more tolerated by the Lindworm Kingdom, and they therefore kind of live within Nyland instead of all of the Druids that used to have, you know, lives there that were, you know, important and stuff. Okay, so before I head off, no, heck it, I'm heading off. So today we are going to talk about Celestorm, and then we might talk about something else, because I'm looking at Celestorm right now, and there is not much going on. Not much at all. So Celestorm is a dry land full of forests. It was once home to the Centaur. I say the Centaur, but it was once home to Centaur, and they were gotten rid of during the Centaur Wars. What a way to put it. It has some lush regions to the north of the river, and they are predominantly Sylvan being one of the elements. And the way that the elements work is basically there are mages that look like elves, and then there are furries. And you either look like a mage or you look like a furry, and there's like a spectrum for each element between like a certain set of mage powers and a certain animal. So Sylvan, they have nature powers, or they look like foxes, and then there's like a little slidey scale that goes in between them. In the northern region of Celestorm, there are some lush heckin' forests going on where a bunch of Sylvan elves live. They used to have like a unique fawn appearance, but over time that's really gone away, especially with like the introduction of the Lindworm Kingdom, the Divine Kingdom. They showed up, and with social pressures, it's not really seen as a good thing to look like an animal within the Lindworm Kingdom. So over time, with like the immigration of mages and the exposure to aether, the exposure to like aether crystals that are used in like the worship of the Lindworm, it's affected what the fawns of Celestorm look like. And the reason that that can happen is because whether or not you are a mage is not really like a blood thing. You don't inherit it. It is based on environmental factors during your early childhood / when you are in the womb. And so nowadays the fawns of Celestorm are actually just considered common elves, and they look a little bit animalistic, but not much at all. They might have the little fluffy ears, and if they have a tail, they don't have it long. If they're born with a tail, it's usually docked in early childhood, because that is just kind of the social pressure that exists within the Lindworm Kingdom. Everyone in Celestorm is down with the Lindworm, and they worship and they do the Lindworm Orthodoxy thing, which I have talked about before. But yeah, they practice, they go to Lindworm Church, they praise the snake. It's all good. Okay, if we learn anything, it's not all good with the Lindworm, but you know, like for these folks, it's pretty good. The reason that most in Celestorm were really down with the Lindworm was because during the conflicts with the Centaurs, the Sylvan fawn that originally lived there, they were having a really bad time with the Centaurs that lived there. Like, before the Divine Kingdom showed up and, like, decimated many populations, this particular group of Centaurs and this particular group of fawns, they weren't getting along. So they all lived along this river in this lush area, and the Centaur would go to the river, but they'd also live in the large dry lands. Their horses, they got to run. They got lots of space. And the Centaur were super big, super strong, muscle, swole, horse leg, kick, and they were really mean to the Sylvan fawns, because they kind of believed that they were like spiritually connected to wolves, and they kind of thought they were like demonic creatures. And before I say anything else about the Centaur, I will probably talk about Centaur more. However, Centaur is like a population defined by having like a torso of an elf and then like the horse torso. Then you know what centaurs are. I don't know why I'm explaining centaurs, but like it's like a descriptor of like what they look like. There is such a wide range where the centaurs used to live. Like, they used to populate just as much area as the Divine Kingdom does now, and they were not unified in any sense. They were all sorts of little different groups of people. They had their own things going on, and a lot of those little groups, those religions, those cultures, they were like completely destroyed and gone now. And yeah, so everything is always kind of nuanced. And I say this because when you hear about other centaurs, know that not all centaurs are like this, and not all believe that fawns are demonic creatures. In this particular area, the centaur, they thought they were demonic, and so they hunted them and they killed them and did rituals to kind of cleanse their souls. Not all centaurs do this. Very few, in fact. And doing this was believed to just keep centaur towns like safe, and it would keep away wolves and other like big scary predators and stuff, and protect the baby centaurs, and it was all good for the centaurs, except it wasn't. I guess. So the fawns like retreated into like the wooded areas, but over time the centaur like population, it grew and they expanded outward, and they began like clearing the woods and hunting down more fawns. Centaurs are big, they're scary, they're very strong. I wouldn't want to fight a centaur. So all of this is to say, when the Divine Kingdom reached Celestorm, the fawns, they thought they were hecking saviors. Like, they loved them so much for like getting rid of the centaurs. They were able to do this. They were able to get rid of the centaur because they had like a lot of like nature spells, and they had Sylvan magic on their side. So like the fawns were Sylvan, but because they are fawns, because they're animal-like, they don't have the magic needed. Basically, one of like the main ways that the Divine Kingdom was able to like decimate the centaur was that they would have spells that would like attack their hooves, basically, and their ability to walk and get around. If you know horses and stuff, like, it's just really not good to not be able to use your legs. We've talked about this thing called the Plague of Lilies before, which was like a magical illness spell that was created to attack divine elves, but it ended up spreading way too far and killing lots of people. Basically, they kind of avoided this from ever really happening in the Centaur War, because even if it did spread into like affecting other hearth elves, it's like easier as like a two-legged, light, not heavy, super big horse person to live on like some really bad hooves for a while and then recover, or at least be able to reach help. Because if you're a horse and you're downed and you need to go somewhere to get help, like that's not happening. And if it is happening, it's going to be like a lot of work, and because it was like spreading to like all of the centaurs, it was just a bad time, and the Divine Kingdom did really good to do bad. That's like the Divine Kingdom in a nutshell, I guess. Is like they do really good at doing bad. So yeah, the Divine Kingdom shows up. The elves of Celestorm are like, thank the worm. I love the worm. Thank you for saving us. And they were really willing to convert and move away from like their beliefs and just kind of embrace the Lindworm a lot more readily than places that are just kind of like through brute force taken over. Yeah, in Celestorm, it was taken over and lords showed up and they took control over the fawn populations. And they built the temples in honor of the Lindworm, and they were really kind of like eager to do this. A lot of them, most of them, and many really just wanted to thank the Lindworm for like helping them. In all of that, magic was then kind of brought to the land of Celestorm. A lot of like language differences and customs like slowly have like become less and less apparent within these fawn populations. And like I said, they're not even really fawns anymore. They've just been so exposed to magic and aether that they just appear as elves, even though they descend from the same people. And yeah, so Celestorm is just, it's a population of very devout people, very devout converts. Though at this point, most of them aren't converts because it's been so long and generations have happened. So yeah, they're just a very devout land, and they're very resentful of the fawn populations up north that didn't come down and thank the Divine Kingdom for what they did. Like, they don't understand why them fawns up north can't just embrace the worm. In Celestorm, there's also like just a lot more Sylvan elves in the population than in other provinces, especially more southern. In the southern regions, it tends to be a lot more hearth elves, so more like horsey elves. But because of the way that like Celestorm came to be, a lot of Sylvan elves like followed their lords into new lands. Yeah, it's very Sylvan in population. That's like the unique feature of Celestorm. Yeah, basically they followed their lords to like heck up more centaurs, and probably centaurs that have like nothing to do with what those other centaurs were doing to the people of Celestorm. So like, you know, live long enough to see yourself become the villain kind of thing. And yeah, it's really close to like Lastia, which we talked about before. It's so Sylvan and it's so dry, and like Lastia alone didn't really experience the Plague of Lilies, so like Celestorm has like nothing, has no really wasn't affected at all by that. I guess most of them past Celestorm, past Lastia, aren't really affected. Yeah, it's very, very dry. It's very, very hot. It's got like savanna through a lot of it, as well as like the dry tropical forests going on in like the northern tropical area where like the fawns originally came from. It was a lot more mild, but still very, very hot. In like the hottest area is like 36 degrees Celsius on average. And at night, it's like 27 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's just a bad time for me. I personally would never want to live there. In its most temperate region, like, I think it's okay-ish. It cools down a lot in the winter up there. But yeah, not my kind of place. I'll be real with you guys. I think I'm just going to cut this short. Okay, so today we're going to talk generally about a province. Once again, we've been talking a lot about the different provinces that exist within my fanciful little world-building world for Crow Story, and we're going to talk about a province that exists within the Divine Kingdom of the Lindworm. I guess it's a territory called Faemouth. Faemouth is a very, very large region that is divided and controlled by various lords, ladies, and their families. Like most nobility, they're almost exclusively divine mages, and what that means is that they have the divine element. So this world has 12 elements in it, and you are either a mage or you are a furry, and you exist on a spectrum based on whatever element is your base element. So yeah, Faemouth is full of divine mages that are the lords and ladies. So I guess in a way it's not really full of them. They don't make up a large portion of the population by any means. They're just kind of the nobility. Faemouth is actually more full of fauns, so animal people. And also, like, then I guess, like, further south into Faemouth, into the hot, dry regions, there's a lot more, like, common elves. So that's, like, people that aren't necessarily mages, but they don't have, like, full furry anthro features of any kind. Maybe just, like, a few, like, fanciful little fun ears, I guess. Anyways, most of the regions that exist within Faemouth, they are regions full of, like, people that have been taken over by the might of the divine kingdom. Lords are then expected to oversee the conversion of the populations that they've taken over. They are expected to collect taxes. Sometimes that means, like, resources. A lot of the times it means resources. And subordinates to the lords then are offered, like, further divisions of the land. So, like, there's, like, a main lord, and then there's, like, sub-lords, I guess. It's all very feudal. All of these lords, they don't always get along. There's lots of disputes and hurt feelings. That's one way to put it, I guess. And to keep things cool and, like, ease tension, there's a lot of, like, arranged marriages, betrothals, and whatever. And those are used to, like, ease relationships, and conflict still does occur. And for the most part, it's fine. A little conflict, you know, that's life. However, grabs for power and, like, trying to, like, expand your little lorddom too far, or, like, hoarding vast amount of land without any sort of, like, nobility status worthy of having that much land. You're not noble enough to be owning that much land. That is not good, and that is when the divine kingdom itself will step in and punish. The royal family will punish people who are doing power grabs beyond what they're allowed, basically. So the royal family has some very powerful mages at its disposal, and they are used kind of to make examples of rulers, and they can just damage reputations for years to come. The way that they often do this, because, like, when the divine kingdom steps in, it's because they're very mad. So what they do to a lord that they do not like is that they will turn them into a faun. They will use, like, alchemy, which is, like, separate from magic. I go into it in another video, which exists in a playlist that I have, so you can check that out. But they basically use alchemy to abjure their magic. So that means get rid of their magic. That's a fancy way of putting it. So they're turned into fauns, their magic is ruined, they can never be mages again, and this ability to do so, this ability to abjure magic, is only really understood by the royal family, so that's why they have a lot of power. Well, one of the many reasons why they have a lot of power. And yeah, so they're turned into fauns, their family is turned into fauns, and they're basically just stripped of nobility. Like, they're no longer noble because they don't really like fauns in the divine kingdom. If you're super animalistic, it's just not cool. Like, you're just not good enough. And so you get turned into a peasant. Yeah, so don't be making the royal family that mad. In fact, in Faymouth, there was a very significant occurrence of something like this. So once upon a time, Faymouth is being taken over, like it's expanding the territory, and there's this lord, and this lord is Lord Lostbrook, and he starts like expanding the land that he owns, and he thinks, you know what, like, why am I even listening to the Divine Kingdom? Like, this is my land, I don't care. If I can amass like enough people on my side and enough like lords underneath me, like, I can just have my own kingdom. So he starts expanding and doesn't tell the kingdom. And the Divine Kingdom, of course, finds out about this, and they are not happy. So what ends up happening to Lord Lostbrook is that all of those underneath him that were planning to go against the kingdom, like, he had all of these lords selected. So what happened to these lords that were considering basically going against the Divine Kingdom, like rising up against it and just claiming their own land for themselves, what ended up happening to them is that they were transmuted. And this happened because the Divine Kingdom at the time, they had this super powerful Sylvan mage. So a mage with like intense nature powers, basically. And they're known as like blood twins. And there's like a magical sigil thing that signifies who they are. So at the time, the Sylvan mage was under the control of the king. And so he used this super powerful mage to transmute every single one of the lords that were going to go against him, and he turned them all into animals. And so, like, all of those that were opposed to the king, they were turned into like cattle, sheep, horses, guard dogs, and hens and stuff. Then they were all like gifted to the various other lords that exist within Faymouth that are loyal to the king. Most of the lords nowadays in Faymouth, they still have like pedigrees that came from these animals they were given, or they have like taxidermy that is prominently displayed, because, like, as weird and uncomfortable as that is, it is like a gift from the king, and they're kind of expected to keep it there. They're kind of expected to keep their pedigrees of guard dogs and such. But yeah, it's basically a symbol of like, don't mess with the Divine Kingdom. Like, you'll get hecked up. Don't be thinking of turning against. You have a good thing going, just stay with the king, okay? So that's what happened to all of like the lords that were underneath Lord Lostbrook. Meanwhile, Lord Lostbrook, Lady Lostbrook, their whole family, they were all turned into deer. So like the divine element, mages that are divine, the opposite of being a divine mage is being a deer. Like, that's the spectrum that exists. I don't know if I've gone over the elven spectrum in this video. I've been recording them back to back to back. So if I haven't, I definitely have talked about it in another video. Check those out if you are confused. But yeah, so all of the Lostbrook family, all that had the name Lostbrook, they were turned into deer, and all of these deer were put into the royal gardens, basically. And over time, these deer, these Lostbrook deer, they just like melded together, like they interbred with the deer that existed already in the king's garden. And eventually, like, a future king, like, just didn't vibe with having a garden full of deer, thought it was silly, didn't like it. He just released them all, and now they're like hunted for sport. very little of Lostbrook even exists anymore. They're all just like in the blood of wild deer, and yeah, they're hunted for sport. So it's like it's a bad thing. Don't mess with the Divine Kingdom. That is the lesson that has been taught. Yeah, so Faemouth nowadays, it continues to grow northward, but progression through the north has been really slowed down. And the reason for this is because as they go into Sylvan lands, they're running into Sylvan mages who have a lot of power, honestly. Like, Sylvan mages are not to be messed with, but in the past, they were able to like clear so much of the land and take over so much because they had that powerful mage at their disposal. But nowadays they don't, because that original mage is long since passed, very deceased, very not alive nowadays. And the mage that does exist, the new Sylvan mage, has come into the power of the Divine Kingdom. In fact, they kidnapped her. More on that in my video about Nyland. So they have her. However, she is blood twins, so she is connected to the son of a very important person, the Earl of Willrock. And the way that the blood twin thing kind of works is that mages are typically held back by how much magic they're allowed to use, so they can only ever use their excess magic. But when it comes to the blood twins, one twin is able to draw out tons of magic from the other twin, and it is like unlimited in the amounts that they can take. It has consequences, unfortunately, for the twin whose magic is taken away, so that's why they can't really use the Sylvan blood twin right now, because doing so would really mess up the son of an earl, and Earl Willrock is a good guy. Sorry. He's not a good guy, but in the eyes of the Divine Kingdom, he's done really good at being bad, and, you know, like, he's not going to be punished, but unfortunately, things just kind of remain slow when it comes to the taking over of Faemouth. And also, Faemouth is such a large territory. It extends through a whole kind of array of climates, and they're kind of getting to the northmost climates. And in general, the Lindworm Kingdom is very tropical. And so a lot of the lords and ladies who are coming from these tropical regions are moving up into these cold as heck regions. These like some of them are moving towards like almost subarctic. Like it's not good if you are a little tropical deer baby. So they show up in this new land, excited to be a lord, excited to finally have like an important section of land, a potential province. Like, who knows, like maybe one day the king will see their greatness and like allow them more, because they wouldn't do a power grab, of course not, never would do that. So they're excited, and then they're less excited because it's so freaking cold up there, and a lot of them have kind of just like given up. And that has also like slowed down the progress that's slow. I was going to say the progress that's occurring, but there's not a lot of progress that's occurring. Within Faemouth, there are tons of different religions. And by tons, I mean there are like 5. Because there's the Lindworm Orthodoxy, which is the main religion of the Lindworm Kingdom. It is the crux of the Lindworm Kingdom. There are also the Sylvan followers of the Lindworm, and then there's Lucent and East Lucent witches and the descendants of Ash. So there's like a whole interesting thing going on with like what exists within Faemouth, because it's such a vast area. There's a lot of variance, which is why I'm not going to go into every single one of them today. I'm going to break them up and talk about them kind of individually in my next videos. I'm gonna see if there's anything else to say. Yeah, it's a pretty diverse region. It's like got a lot of fawns. There's also some drow there, there's some crow harpies. It's wild. There's so much going on in Faemouth, but there's a lot of fawns up north, and we will learn about opinions on said fawns. So this is kind of a chill video. I say this because the only bad things that happened were to the lords of the Divine Kingdom, and you know, heck them, right? This video, we're going to talk about two cultures, two religions that are practiced within the region of Faemouth. We're going to talk about common Lucent, and then we're going to talk about some witches, some Lucent witches. So the way that it works is that this is a world full of elves. Everything is elves. Even when I talk about centaurs and things, those are all elves. Everything can interbreed. Orcs are elves, mermaids are elves, elves. There are 12 different elements, and everyone is related to one element, and there is a magic mage version of the element, and then there's an animal that corresponds to an element, and everyone kind of exists somewhere on a spectrum within their element. I hope that makes sense. I've repeated it enough, so the element of today is Lucent. We're talking about Lucent, which is the element of light. So common Lucent is a religion that extends way beyond Faemouth. It actually comes originally from the area called the Sylvan Forest, and specifically a province within the forest called Silo Peak. Common Lucent, like most other Lucent traditions, Common Lucent is extremely willing to accept new beliefs and lore. They are about it. Above all else, Lucent faith strives to find answers and strives to seek truth. So if evidence challenges their practice and beliefs, it's welcome. Like, they're so interested. If when like scrutiny is given to these new informations and they turn out to be true, then yay, it's good. That is the Lucent way. So traditions are always kind of changing to fit with the times. Common Lucent values literacy and understanding basic sigils. So sigils are like these magical symbols that occur when people are doing magic, and they occur in other places too. The main time sigils occur is when someone awakens as a mage and their first magic is used. Usually like a sigil appears, and it's either like burned in or shows up and blah 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 blah. Great explanation. So yeah, they value literacy, which is not actually that common within this whole world. They are the bookworms. I'm sorry. Sigils and their study are kind of like the main thing about Lucent. It's the main thing on everyone's mind. And they believe that sigils are related to kind of like divine communication with the Lindworm. And the Lindworm is like the god of kind of the world, says the Lindworm orthodoxy, I guess. And so sigils and all that, some of it guides magic, while other sigils might be like stories that the Lindworm is trying to like convey. But either way, it is like some sort of divine information brought forth by the Lindworm. So like meditation is a huge practice within Lucent, and it is way more common than any sort of prayer or worship. The goal of the Lucent is to unravel the Lindworm's message and to find kind of the meaning of life. They are just fascinating. They're just interested in what's going on. They're like you guys. They're listening to the stories, man. Because of their focus on literacy, most Lucent elves have a rudimentary understanding of Temple Elvish. So Temple Elvish is a language that is completely different from like Common Elvish. It's kind of like its own little thing. It's called Temple Elvish because it kind of came from the Temple Elves, which are a group of Lucent elves that have horns, basically. And the reason why everyone kind of has like a basic understanding of Temple Elvish is because Faunish, the language of fauns, which is the most common language spoken by the common Lucent worshippers. Like, most of them speak Faunish, however, they have to understand Temple Elvish because there isn't really a standardized written form or writing system for the faun language that has been like developed and standardized in any way. So instead, most texts are written in Temple Elvish, and it is considered kind of like the writing of the common folk, actually, because there is another type of writing that exists, and that is the Divine Script. And Divine Script is basically the writing system for Common Elvish, Common Elvish being basically just what is predominantly spoken in the kingdom of the Lindworm. So like there's a written version of it, and it is more archaic in like most of the texts that are read, but it's understandable when spoken. However, it is believed by the Divine Kingdom that fauns are incapable of reading the divine text. Like, it is brought to them by the Lindworm, and therefore fauns can't read it because fauns are stinky. Therefore, fauns are not allowed to read the Divine Script because it is believed that the only way a faun could ever learn the Divine Script is through witchcraft. So if you can read and you are a faun, if you can read the Divine Script, you're a witch. It's just the facts, bro. You're too not magical to read. Sorry, not sorry. So all fauns capable of reading are then blinded, so they can never read again if they are found out by the Divine Kingdom. Right. Divine Kingdom always doing messed up things. Great. Especially, they really do not like witches, and witches are basically anyone they do not like, but mostly it's fauns. Mostly it's anyone that is animal-like and practices anything vaguely construable as magic. So yeah, like I said, if a faun is caught with the ability to read, they are blinded, and this is done by like swearing your commitment to the Lindworm, and then you have acid poured in your eyes. Those believed to be witches, however, because like maybe you just used a single spell. Like maybe you're not like a practitioner of witchcraft. Like this is just your one kind of offense, so we're just gonna blind you. However, those that are believed to be witches or serial practitioners of witchcraft, they are also forced to like drink acid as well. And this can be like in order to execute them, or it can be like a small amount that it's meant to like damage the throat and ruin the ability to speak after swearing themselves to the Lindworm. Because the Lindworm Kingdom has this whole thing where they want you to like say like, I love the Lindworm is my god, and then they want to get rid of your ability to talk. And they usually like cut out tongues and stuff, and it's not like you can't talk without a tongue. Like, I don't know, it's symbolic and just cruel, basically. So yeah, that's what can happen if you're caught being able to read. And also they have witch vibes. You got witch vibes, so we're gonna do worse to you. But because of this, because fauns aren't allowed to read, Common Lucent kind of revolves around temples and like a leadership of mages, and the mages read aloud from the books so that the fauns can hear what's in the books. And like these mages are like the teachers of their communities. They may form like temples in the village, or they may be like part of nomadic tribes. And like these nomadic tribes of like Lucent practitioners, like the nomadic ones, the ones that go around, they're really important because they visit the different villages and they help kind of the circulation of knowledge, which is very important. Having like the temples to go to hold a bunch of knowledge and keep it safe, that's also important. So like both like nomadic and settled peoples are like very important within like common Lucent society. Yeah, so they go around, they share stories, and they will like write them down, and a lot of like ancient faun myths were ended up like preserved because of the Lucent followers. So they keep history and records and things, like it's just important to them. So common Lucent believers, they tend to be a lot more rigid in their beliefs than the old temple elves. Like when you think about like the old temple elves, you think of like ancient tradition. However, because the common elves exist within the Lindworm orthodoxy, there is like a lot of pressure to accept the Lindworm and not question it. So it colors a lot of beliefs because there are these places where like you're not allowed to think, basically. And because of how brutal like the Divine Kingdom can be, and seeing peoples and hearing about like other peoples that have interacted with them, it's like, we are just going to accept the Lindworm as truth. Let's go. In these areas where the Lindworm is like common, where there's like temples established for the Lindworm, that's where there's like almost a crossover of the two religions, where common Lucent is practiced alongside and is taught by the mages. But the closer you are to the Lindworm Kingdom, the more it's just going to start becoming basically just pure orthodoxy as you move south, until eventually it's just all just orthodoxy. So, common Lucent. Okay, so one final thing to note is that while Faunish is spoken and like there's the rudimentary understanding of Temple Elvish, another big language that is spoken within like common Lucent faith is the language of crow harpies. And there are no crow harpies that practice Lucent faith at all. Instead, the language remains in the common faun populations that used to live in regions that overlapped with harpies before the harpies ended up being driven out. So it's basically like, I'm speaking English right now, but I'm not from England. There's just like historical reasons why I am speaking English right now. And that's the same for like the Crow Harpy language within the areas of common Lucent practice. So yeah, what happened was that there was harpies there, and they were very disliked for being very close to like gremlins, because gremlins exist on the spectrum between crows and crystal mages. They ended up being driven out for being animalistic and not loved. The gremlins are really not loved, especially in the past. So also, and this is predominantly in the east and not with the Lucent elves that we're talking about right now. This is predominantly like the temple elves, the old temple elves that I mentioned. So the harpies also were really not fans of the temple elves, because the temple elves, in their pursuit of knowledge, they took harpy eggs to experiment with. Not cool. There also was like a culture that kind of developed of stealing eggs in faun populations and then selling them to the Lucent temples. And all of this led the harpies to like just go to the mountains and get away from all of these losers. Yeah, Common Lucent, like it has like some specific folktales about harpies and their eggs that exist. They were used as kind of like good luck charms. So you'd keep a harpy egg in your house, and the Lady of Faymouth attributed having a harpy egg with allowing her to have a child when she was considered barren, basically. So everyone started being like, oh, I will obtain a harpy egg. Meanwhile, temples would keep the eggs to show to their students and teach with them, and like the harpy chicks would rarely ever hatch because they would be cared for so poorly. If an egg hatched and it was being used as a good luck charm, the person who obtains this like harpy chick would just kind of leave it out there and hope that the harpies found it. If it was kept by the temple elves, like they would study the harpy chick, and so few of these chicks ever survived because they're just so different to take care of than little purely mammalian babies. And those that ever like somehow managed to live all the way through childhood into adulthood, they were like really stunted and otherwise disabled, and it just was not a good thing. So Common Lucent, do better. Though honestly that was mostly the temple elves. And okay, so last but not least, we're going to talk about the Eastern Lucent witches. So they predominantly live in Faymouth, but some of them live on the border of the Sylvan Forest. Again, they focus on the Lucent element. They're pretty similar to Common Lucent, and most would just consider themselves to be like not that different, and instead it's more like a distinction that's made by the orthodoxy rather than like the Eastern witches themselves. Like they're just kind of labeled witches because, like I said, that's what the Lindworm Kingdom does. So East Lucent witches, they believe in that pursuit of knowledge, they value literacy. Though fauns aren't permitted to read the divine texts, they have texts read to them by the mages. So it's all pretty much the same, right? And they believe in all of the same things as Common Lucent. This distinction basically is that the mages in the area and in like the far north practices of Common Lucent, which honestly aren't that different from the witches at all, but regardless. So what it is this group of Common Lucent practitioners. What happened is that the mages there, they all have horns. That is the distinction. That is the distinction that changed everything. So they developed horns and all was good. And they were prepared for when the Divine Kingdom showed up, because the Divine Kingdom's kind of a powerhouse, and they knew that it was going to show up and it was going to take over. And they'd seen what happened, and they knew that fauns weren't supposed to read. So all good, right? Wrong. Mages with horns, not cool. Witchcraft. End of it, beginning of it, witches. All of these mages that practiced magic could do all of the things that regular mages could do. They were considered witches because they were considered to be fauns, and using magic as a faun is witchcraft, and it is banned, and it is terrible. So because all of this, they really weren't prepared when the orthodoxy actually did show up, because all of their teachers, all of like these respected leaders, they were just considered to be witches. They were considered to be incorrect. Yeah, so this shaped the practices of these witches and created these big divides, and like it just created like a lot of differences in this specific population. So there's been like a few generations since the occupation began. All right, so what basically happened was that the Divine Kingdom showed up and everyone was blinded with like the acid and stuff, and then everyone was also like forced to say their piece to the Lindworm, and they were then like forced to have like the acid like in their mouth and stuff. So a lot of them like do have like some struggle talking as well as being blind. Like this was in the mage population. Those that were fauns were mostly spared because they didn't learn any of that stuff, but regardless, it's the Divine Kingdom. Do you think they cared? No. So they kind of thought like, you know, this is the end of these witches, they'll be gone. But after that point, blinding of mages was done to like all old and young. Any mage was just blinded by the kingdom, treated poorly, like regardless of if they ever even learned. It was just like a continual punishment that kept happening to them. What eventually happened was that in the following years and generations, because that continued to be like an attack and a threat to newly awoken mage children, this led to the development of like more humane ways to blind themselves instead. Like basically, even if you never learn to read, the people, the Divine Kingdom in this area was just so ruthless and awful that like it was kind of inevitable that you would mess up and they would blind you. So it just became kind of the thing where you awaken as a mage, and then a mage that is proficient and doesn't have horns and usually is Sylvan and is capable of like enchanting like eyes and stuff, like they will perform like a blinding thing, usually giving you like the eyesight of like an animal that can't see well at all. And like lucent mages can make it so that you are incapable of ever seeing text, like just because like lucent magic is light magic and it deals with like perception and what is perceived, you know, light, the perception of light, illusions and whatnot. These are like not entirely permanent, but functionally you are like permanently blinded or incapable of reading. But there aren't a lot of mages that are able to do this, right? What they did instead was figure out some alchemy. And alchemy is a bit fuzzy because, you know, some alchemy is considered to just be witchcraft, but I think because it worked out in the favor of the Divine Kingdom, they mostly allowed it. So there's like a set of like lucent and voids sigils, and those would be like tattooed onto a person. And these symbols would then stop one from being able to see. And these symbols aren't really the preferred way to do it for the lucent witches themselves, because it's not really possible to tailor the spell perfectly for every single mage. And a lot of the times it can end up dulling all sorts of different other perceptions to varying degrees. So like it ends up like blinding them, but also they can lose like their hearing, or they can lose like their like tactile perception a little bit. It's just not preferred. However, the Lindworm Kingdom, the Divine Kingdom, the lords that have control over them, that is their much preferred way, because they can see it and they're like, okay, they're blinded, they're good, and then they never get like hassled again. And so with all of this in mind, a lot of what makes the Eastern witchcraft unique is their like dedication to like accessibility. They didn't really let themselves just crumble because of this. They didn't just like give up on everything, right? Like they've worked really hard to make it possible for like the blind to read and read different texts by creating like tactile writing systems and continuing the sharing of knowledge. And like this like extends of course to people who are like deaf-blind as well, because there is a significant portion of witches that are like deaf-blind. And they've also really made huge discoveries when it comes to void magic in general, because the element of void is just not studied and not really known, especially on the eastern continent. Like, it is the element that like the raven harpies have, and they are like so far away that like actually taking time to like look into void magic is like, you know, difficult. But because of circumstances, like they've really learned a lot about it and like the alchemy surrounding it. They're also like able to understand lucent magic on like some levels that like haven't been looked into before, because like everything is like focused on like the big flashy like displays, and like I think like the Divine Kingdom, in the way that they looked upon like the lucent witches, they were like, ha, you're blind, you are like removed from your element like entirely, like that's part of the punishment. However, there is like more to lucent than just flashy lights, and like there are like hidden sigils and things that are like perceived on like a different level, I guess. Yeah, so they've made a lot of strides in learning about that. Their communities are very strong, and over time they've like developed their own non-oral languages. Specifically, they've got like tactile sign language that has developed, especially in like the regions where like they were really susceptible to the sigils that got placed on them. It just affected a lot of them, and a lot of them became like deafblind as a result. And just kind of like over time and generations, like they have developed communication that is robust and cool. Because of this like value of spreading knowledge and all of that, like the tactile languages that like have developed were then like shared and propagated, so that people who had like maybe like one deafblind person in their region, or like, you know, one or two, like that language was able to like propagate further, and like through communication, you know, it's all good. And like in the meantime, they're also like working on trying to hone the alchemy so that it doesn't do so much to people, especially like those people who are like so deprived of senses with tactile and like hearing loss, like, and they just have a hard time of it, right? And like the witches, like their philosophy kind of like Temple Elvish as a whole, like has a lot of words that kind of derive from light and sight in general. And like the Eastern witches have developed like their own language. Like I said, like they've developed their own like non-oral languages, and as such they have like sayings that kind of equate to this idea. I have a rough translation for you, actually. So there's a blind sheep searches the sky for the eagle soaring beneath their hooves. So that is the philosophy of the lucent witches, that it is strongly believed kind of like the focus on sight has done a huge disservice to the lucent element. In this, the witches are some of like the most reverent of the lucent element around. Yeah, so that is the lucent population that lives within Faymouth. We're still not done with Faymouth. Right, so let's get into it. So the first religion we are going to discuss is the descendants of Ash. So they live within the Sylvan Forest. There's also a significant population in Faymouth that is currently kind of being like taken over by the Lindworm Kingdom, as it does. And as the name suggests, they believe that they are descendants of the steward Ash. So if you recall, the stewards are 12 god things that represent the 12 different elements within the world. And Ash is the earth nature element. So they believe that they are descendants of Ash. And they also believe in the creation story that is common in fawn beliefs, like common fawn beliefs. And for like a very quick catch up on that, that's the one where there was Zedwen who made the world by swallowing all of the stewards and bringing them together to create the egg of Shunaden. Yeah, I know. If you were just jumping in, wow. But yeah, they believe that a snake came, ate all the gods, squished them together in an egg, and now the world is that egg. And yeah, that's the basics of it. A major difference for the descendants of Ash is that they believe that all of the creatures of the world and like all of nature was kind of already created by the steward Ash before it ended up getting eaten by Zedwen. Before the snake ate it, their god had already created a bunch of stuff. It wasn't fully realized as the world is right now for them, but it was like a proto-world almost. And they believe that the first beings were a race of foxes that were exceptionally cunning, and those were the chosen children of Esha, which is what they call Esha, and all other elves were then based off of them. So they were the first. They were the descendants of the first people. And as such, they believe that they are closer to Esha than all other fawns. I feel like I say this every time, but this world is split up into 12 elements, right? And so there are elves, which are mages, and then there are fawns, which are people that have like animal traits, and each element exists on like a spectrum. There's a specific animal for every element, and there's a specific set of powers, and everyone lives on that spectrum. So they believe that the fox fawns, the Sylvan fawns, are the most close to Esha. And they believe that because of this, Esha is willing to listen to their prayers. And it's further believed that other gods, they don't listen. They're not willing. So every god ended up making their own version of the elves, which is how they kind of explain all of the different elemental and different types of fawns in the world. So each god created them, but only Esha still cares about what he created. And Esha is just kind of the basis of all life as it stands. So everyone is still kind of created by Esha, but influenced by a different god. And so what they do is they pray to Esha, and it is essential for a good life. Esha can make trees bloom, he can heal injuries, he can cure illness and create life. And there's just so much that Esha can do. There is a lot that he can't do, a lot of things he can't control, because he is not the god. He's one of many gods and has his own kind of thing going on. But a lot can be aided by Esha, and Esha is very adaptive, and Esha can help shield from like the negative things, like Eventide, which is like death, the death element, and Tempest, which is like disaster. So that's why you pray to Esha, because Esha can help with that stuff, and Esha can communicate with the other gods on a level that mortals can't, basically. So the practices of the Ash descendants, they pray internally. You're supposed to be very internal and not big about how you pray. Esha is present in all living things, so Esha doesn't need you to say things. Esha can already hear you because Esha is inherently connected to you because you are a living thing. And external prayer and grand displays, all that does is invite other gods to listen in. And other gods, they kind of suck sometimes. So there was a creature that we talked about called a Diju. You can look at it. in there's a video in our playlist. It's about monsters. That one goes over the Diju. So like a Diju, this monster, is thought to be created when you pray aloud to have a child, or to be blessed with fertility. And if you pray aloud for that, then the goddess Ru, very interested, and she likes desperate people, and she really likes to toy with mortals and cause suffering and deny them what they want in cruel irony. Like, Ru sucks, you sucks. She is the goddess of curse, basically, so it's all pain and suffering is her thing, and you don't want her to hear your prayers and come up with some sort of ironic answer for them. Another goddess is the goddess Fen, and she causes a lot of issues too. She's the wolf goddess, she's the wolf steward. We've talked about her before too. She is the steward of the divine element, and she thinks very highly of herself, and because of her attachment to divinity, she's very attracted to prayers and ceremony, and she'll go and check out what you're doing, and then she'll realize that you're not actually trying to communicate to her, you're asking Esha for help, and she gets very jealous and very angry and spiteful. So that's another reason you really shouldn't pray aloud. It is Then that showed Esha's descendants to the Divine Kingdom. As we know, as some of you may know, I guess someone might be new here, the Divine Kingdom kind of sucks and doesn't like those that don't worship the Lindworm. So the descendants of Ash, a lot of them have been taken over, and it is believed that this is the fault of Then. Because she, for one, she really wants the egg to hatch, and like to do so, she kind of needs the orthodoxy to spread. It's just a whole plan, you know, goddesses, whatever, they do their thing. And so she ended up revealing Esha's descendants to the kingdom of the Lindworm and kind of doomed them because she was mad. So yeah, don't do that. Under the rule of the kingdom, the worshippers of Esha, like the descendants, have been forced into like regimes of prayer. They're kind of forced to practice the orthodoxy, and it is considered incredibly dangerous to be doing this. Deep in their soul, they know that they're just making things worse. And like every day they have to invoke all 12 of the beastly gods, which is a huge mistake, they feel. But they also have to do it because the kingdom does not look kindly on those that don't worship properly. It's just become very difficult for the descendants of Ash in these regions. And in a response to this, a lot of silent prayers have then been passed down to the followers, those that kind of remain in secret. So like these prayers have been kind of passed down that are like apologies to the different gods, sort of like apologizing for invoking them, you know, groveling for their forgiveness for being a nuisance or whatever. And they hope that because like everyone else is doing it without saying sorry, like hopefully that's enough. Like, you know, they're finicky. None of these prayers are offered to Then because you probably would make Then mad if you were like, I am so sorry for bothering you. You know, like she wants to be worshipped. Like worship the wolf goddess. She's down with that. And you're also not supposed to apologize to you because the more you draw her attention, the worse your life gets in general. And there's like no apologizing to her. She kind of just sucks on a whole. Yeah. Outside of like the Lindworm Kingdom, where being a faun and having animal features is very frowned on, within like the traditional and like the still practicing areas of Ash descendants, like in those areas, there's a very particular look that they appreciate, and they care a lot about one's elemental makeup and are very not nice to those that fall outside of like the Sylvan element. Like if you aren't Sylvan, you cannot be a descendant of Ash. Like even if your parents are, well, they both wouldn't be. One of them would have to be a different element because your element gets passed down. Regardless, I guess that's just another reason why like there's like a strict thing going on there. Like they don't want you going outside of the fox dating pool. They're further like very particular about like what descendant of Ash is like supposed to look like, what is the perfect descendant, and like you should really fall within this standard. So they think that you need like very stark black paws, you need like the red foxtail, you need that beautiful little white tip there, you need like a very elven face, but you should also have furry upright ears. So that is the beauty standard that you are held to within the Descendants of Ash. And most kind of fall somewhere in this, but obviously there's so much variance within people, because within this world, like what one looks like is less so genetic and more environmentally driven, because it has to do with like one's exposure to aether. There's obviously like genetic stuff that plays a role, otherwise like why centaurs and stuff, right? But like that's the dealio here, right? And yeah, so that's the Ash worshippers. I think I have time to do one more. The last one we're going to talk about is within Feymouth, because we're still talking about Feymouth, and this is like the last major religion within Feymouth, and it's a very big one. And that is the Sylvan followers of the Lindworm. As I was saying, the Lindworm Kingdom has like gone through this area, whoosh, whatever, right? Being awful, doing their thing. The Sylvan followers of the Lindworm, it's kind of more of like a sect of the Lindworm orthodoxy, but it's not orthodox practice, because the Sylvan followers of the Lindworm, they live in very northern regions, and like I was saying, what one looks like is very dependent on one's aether exposure, and the areas where the Sylvan followers live are incredibly aether dearth. There's a dearth of aether. There's just so little magic in these areas that basically no one ends up being a mage in these areas. And yeah, like within these they're like lowlands and they're far away from the mountain. And like if one has like a lot of money, like if you're one of the lords of the land and you amass a large quantity of aether crystals, like it is possible to have a child be born as a mage and grow into a mage, but even then it tends to be a lot weaker. Still, like you might end up being more of like just like a common elf who is a lot less animal in appearance, but still isn't capable of using magic. And just in general, like your average mage who ends up settling in this area and having a child, they are also more likely to just end up being a fawn anyways. And so like people in this area do tend to be a lot more animalistic looking than other sections of like even the Sylvan Forest, and there's just a general kind of scorn towards fawns and those that look like animals within the orthodoxy. And within traditional like orthodox practice, like fawns aren't even allowed within like temples of worship, right? So like because of this, because it is so fawn dense, like they can't even really establish proper churches, right? Because there's no mages to do that. Like there's a lot of area to cover. Like you can't just send out all the people you need, and a lot of people don't even want to go within this area because of like, it's just got bad vibes, right? Like low magic, bad vibes, don't want to go there. So like within this different form of worship has formed. So it is not seen as proper because it is so fawn focused. However, like it doesn't conflict with the kingdom. Like the kingdom isn't upset that they aren't practicing. They do look down on these people, but it's also just kind of like an issue with the land. Like even if they were to settle in these lands, their population would end up being fawns, like no matter what. It's just like kind of just the environment that's there. So they can't do the thing where they kill all the people they don't like. That sucks for them, doesn't it? So let's talk about the beliefs. So the Sylvan followers, they believe in the Lindworm, and they have various names for the Lindworm because the area that this covers, the area in which like the practice happens, there's not a lot of like common Elvish spoken within the area. So like whenever I'm using kind of more Englishy terms, more our world terms, let's be real, like not all of them are English, whatever, but like whenever I use that, I'm using it kind of like as a loose translation to like common Elvish or divine Elvish, honestly, is what it would be, but I'm translating that, right? So they don't really speak that, most of them. There's like populations that speak Harpy, there's populations that speak Drowish, and there's a Faunish. Obviously, there's those that speak Faunish, that being the biggest, most commonly spoken. There are crow harpies that practice. Okay, this broke Ursula's brain. So this broke my wife's brain when I was trying to explain this to her. So let's try our best. So people in this region speak Crow Harpy. They speak the Crow Harpy language, right? However, Crow Harpies don't speak Crow Harpy in this area. So the reason for that is because there used to be populations of Crow Harpies that lived in Faymouth, but they were pushed out. So the group of people that speak Crow Harpy aren't Crow Harpies. The language just kind of remained there even when the Crow Harpies left. I think I've actually explained this before, but regardless, so there's that. However, there is a population of Crow Harpies, and they speak Drowish. So Drow are crystal elves. So Crow Harpies, Drow, Gremlins, that's it. Those three. Crystal Harpies, Drow, and Gremlins are all crystal elves, so they all share the same element and exist on that spectrum between being a crystal mage and being a crow, basically. So Drowish is spoken within the Sylvan followers of the Lindworm by people that are considered to be Crow Harpies. However, they're not the same as the more well-known, more distinct population of Crow Harpies that have their own very intricate kind of societies going on. Instead, a lot of the Crow Harpies within this area, they were originally descendant from like Drow that were pushed out of the mountain crystal caves where most Drow live, a lot of the time for honestly just looking too animalistic, having too many crow features. Like they were pushed out, they were considered to be too gremlin-like in nature, and they were pushed out. And as they settled within the area, this very low aether area, their family lineages then ended up being those that are like Crow Harpies, basically, right? they aren't the same thing, therefore, as the huge cultural group that is Crow Harpy, that has its own language group and has many like ancient traditions and history and stuff. And obviously these people have history, but they're a very small group and they speak Drowish, and they exist, and that they are considered crow harpies because they look like crow harpies, and that's kind of how we define things. However, they're like so historically and regionally different that there you go. So all of that is to explain the fact that Sylvan followers, they have a lot of different backgrounds and a lot of different cultural backgrounds, and just in general, it's just like a sweeping kind of term, a sweeping kind of religion. And like the fact that they're called Sylvan followers doesn't have to do with the fact that they have the Sylvan element in them. So instead, it means that they are unbalanced and more Sylvan-like in nature, and that's why they look like animals. That's kind of like the explanation, is they are very nature-y and not divine, so they are Sylvan followers. Yeah, so some words for the lindworm. So the harpies, okay, so in harpy, it's Leiswane. In Drowish, it's Liswama, and then in Faunish, it's Lethshiden. And regardless of what you call it, that is the lindworm, and it is meant to be worshipped. And they believe that it created the world by swallowing the 12 stewards, and they believe that you don't worship the stewards, you instead believe in all aspects. Yeah, they believe that you don't worship the stewards, and like they believe in all of the orthodox beliefs, and they listen to the king for their divine wisdom. And where they differ, again, is because of the fawn presence, because it is not very... And they believe that they are, again, like disbalanced with the Sylvan element, and that is far too strong in them, and that's why they are like animals. And through worship, they really seek to kind of repent for whatever caused them to stray from the lindworm, and they really hope to find like a balance within themselves. And yeah, a mountain separates them from the fen worshippers, which we've talked about before, who are another group that are tolerated by the Lindworm Kingdom. And in a similar fashion, like them and the Sylvan followers are believed to be kind of like punished elves that strayed away from the Lindworm, and they live in kind of like this cursed area, and they are forever kind of distant from the splendor that is the Lindworm. Meanwhile, the Sylvan worshippers, they believe that it's the fen worshippers' fault that they don't have magic. So they believe that the fen worshippers snubbed the lindworm, right? So the fen worshippers, they worship the goddess Fen, and it is believed that they worship Fen because they refuse to believe that the lindworm really was all that. Then the lindworm came down and was like, I am all that, and they were like, whoa, pog. And then, unfortunately for them, too little, too late, shouldn't cap on the worm, and they were punished by the worm, and they are no longer ever able to worship it directly, and it sucks for them. And when this happened, when this blight was put upon the fen worshippers, a dark shadow was cast from their mountain, which is where all of the Sylvan worshippers are, and that's what caused that. That's what got rid of all of the magic in the area, was those gosh darn fen worshippers. So there's tension there, but there's also a mountain between them. So, you know, it's not really button heads kind of trouble that's going on. It's just like, you know, if they ever met face to face, there'd be some beef. Yeah, so how do they practice? Let's just do this real quick. So they practice the same way as the Lindworm. You know, they go to their church, they do their daily prayers, they do 12 prayers, one for each element except Sylvan, because they have too much of that in them. And then they have a final prayer to the Lindworm, which is a prayer of repentance. And there's a very strong focus on repenting, and there's a very, very strong focus on trying to make your children be born as mages. It's near impossible to do. There's just not the aether there to do it. I think that's all of it. That's all I have to say. We are talking now about the province of Mistfall. So Mistfall exists within a major region, an empire known as the Divine Kingdom of the Lindworm. And they're a bunch of stinky jerks who are bad, and I'm sure that'll come up. There's a lot that goes on in Mistfall, and usually I would start by kind of going over that with you. However, there's a bunch of like little random other religions and stuff that is practiced in Mistfall, so I figured we could do a final roundup at the end of this journey. So not in this video, but in the next video I make. Today it's about centaurs, baby. Let's go. Centaurs used to make up a huge population. They used to spread wide and far across the land, but as the Divine Kingdom expanded, centaurs really got pushed back. There used to be a lot more culture, I guess. There used to be a lot of different little groups that exist. What I'm going to talk about now is kind of what remains of centaur beliefs, because centaur kind of defines just like a group of people that look like centaurs. For general kind of like understanding for this world, everyone exists on a spectrum between a mage and an animal, and each type of magic is associated with a different animal, and the more magic you have, the less like an animal you look like, and you know, the less magic you have, the more animal like you look like. So centaurs are very just low on magic, but they are the same species as everyone else. Everyone is the same species and can interbreed, and whether or not one is born with any quantity of magic is related to environmental factors. And it should be noted that as the Divine Kingdom expanded and moved through these centaur areas, they used to not be super magical, right? But it is not kind of like an inherent property like it is in some other areas that are really just kind of like black holes of magic almost. We talked about one of those last week. Instead, what's kind of happened is as the Divine Kingdom spread, it brought with it like magical artifacts and magical items, enchanted items, mounts of crystal, and also while it is environmental, one environmental factor is like whoever you gestated within, right? Like if you have a mage mother, you are going to experience a lot of like magic during your development. So like as these forces moved in, they also served as a force that kind of just eroded the existence of centaurs, even in less overt kind of ways. It just kind of really introduced a lot of magic outside of just, you know, like the killing and war that took place. What remains of centaur belief can kind of be divided into two groups. So there's like general centaur beliefs, which are beliefs that tend to be held even within the diaspora. So like different like groups of centaur that have moved outward. There's just a lot of displacement, obviously, because the kingdom came in and wiped out so much. So like, yeah, centaur beliefs are just kind of like general, and they are slowly folded into the beliefs of the orthodoxy. That being said, they still are not appreciated, but they are more appreciated by the other form of Centaur beliefs, religion that exists, and that is Centaur witchcraft. And that is a lot more specific to the region of Mistfall. It used to be kind of like the major religion practiced there, whereas like if you moved further out, the beliefs would be different, but those have been erased kind of. So we're going to talk generally first. So centaurs worship the bovine goddess Achel. So the traditional centaur beliefs are similar to some other hearth beliefs. Hearth is like the element of family and is associated with horses. So like that's the spectrum we were talking about earlier. So traditional centaur beliefs, they believe that the world was made when Eska, who is the nature god, slew Lechfang. And Lechfang is the lindworm, basically, a big snake, a greedy serpent that tried to swallow the entirety of everything. So Eska, the bear god, then fell asleep on top of this dead serpent, and the land then formed on Eska's back. So the whole world is on the back of this bear god who killed a worm and fell asleep. You know, busy day. Achel made the world habitable for souls that were displaced when Lechfang destroyed everything that had existed. So like there used to be like some sort of world that existed before, and the souls of that world were then collected by Achel, and Achel brought them to live atop Eska's back. The souls that were released, those were the centaur, and they stood on 4 hooves just like the goddess, and everything was good. Lechfang, the snake who died, came back from death twice, and this caused 2 great rivers to form on the land. Achel stopped Lechfang from living again, though. However, when the snake tried to come to life again, it introduced the Lech into the world, which are the servants of Lechfang. Who could they be? These servants, they had magical powers, they had no hooves, and many centaur were deceived by the servants of Lechfang and like allured by their magical powers, and they gave up their gifts of Achel. And these children that were deceived, those are the Lechen, and they're neither centaur or lech. That is like fawns. So like between like looking like an elf and looking like a centaur, there are fawns that exist, and those fawns are called the Lechen, and they are centaurs that were deceived and allured by the powers of the big stinky worm. Meadow elves make up a large portion of those that follow centaur beliefs. So though these are the beliefs of centaur, not every centaur believer is a centaur. A lot of people believe, a lot of meadow elves in particular who live in this area believe that the grace of Achel was kind of like stolen from them, and they would really like to have that back, and they continue to practice what they can of centaur beliefs in hopes of like bringing Achel's grace back to like the people, right? So yeah, there's a significant portion of fawns that believe this, because as I was saying, like as magic came into the world, a lot of centaur were just straight up being born as fawns as the world became like more magically like altered and stuff. So like those who descended from centaurs like have, you know, like a whole aspect of their like ancestry has just kind of been like taken from them, and it really sucks. And they would very much like their children to not. So that is where like fawn believers kind of fit into this. So the beliefs of centaurs tend to be very connected to the lands that they lived in, and it is like a very non-magical connection. There's not even really like witchcraft involved in these kind of like connections. And like historically, centaurs used to live in like small herds, and they had their overlapping ranges, and they would protect their lands in the name of Achel, and they would consult her on matters of like birth, conception, child rearing, all of that, because Achel is the life giver, you know, she is cow goddess. However, they also pray to her in times of natural disaster. They do this because they want her to soothe Eska, because like Eska is asleep and they don't want Eska to wake up, because if Eska woke up, he would shake his little fur out and everyone would fall off. So they want Achel to like tell him like to soothe him back to sleep, because when earthquakes happen, that's like Eska starting to wake, or like when there's like the wind picks up, obviously Eska is moving, so you want Achel to soothe him back to sleep, and she does this obviously because she doesn't want all of these little souls to be injured. She's a sweetheart. They don't pray to her for help in battle against the Lech, because there is this fear that if they pray for help in battle, they will eventually incite Eska to wake up and rid his back of the Lech that are like little jerks crawling all on his back and stuff. But if he does wake up, he will shake the world off his coat to do so. Like everything will be destroyed in the name of getting rid of the Lech. So it's like a huge apocalyptic end that they don't really want to do. Yeah, that's the basics of centaur beliefs. And most centaurs still kind of like hold Achel as sacred and will praise her in secret and offer her a little extra love if they are kind of forced into lindworm worship. So the original range, right, it spanned into the dry regions and the grasslands, and it went all the way to what is modern day Belmire. So it went real far. Like it was crazy far. Divine elves, they are the royal family, I guess. Other people are divine elves, but like I think that's the best way to place them. Like divine elves are kind of the royals, the nobility, and they lived in this mountain range in this little area called Belmire we have talked about. And while the centaur lived on the plains and they lived in their little region, it was very evenly balanced when like wars kind of brewed between them, because like the divine elves would retreat to the mountains where the centaur had difficulty reaching, and the centaur were just, you know, I don't want to fight a centaur. I think I've said this before. I don't really want to fight a centaur, especially not in an open field. That sounds like a horrible idea. However, what happened was this thing known as the Plague of Lilies, and it was created using Sylvan magic, was not created by the Lindworm Kingdom. It was created because of the Lindworm Kingdom in retaliation for some horrible stuff that the Lindworm Kingdom did to a group of Sylvan elves known as the Druid. And the Druid made this spell, and it ravaged the remaining centaur populations. It hit them like incredibly hard, right? Because centaurs, they are hearth. Okay, so this spell basically affected anyone who wasn't a Sylvan elf, so a nature elf, or like a fox fawn. So that's the spectrum from nature powers to fox powers. And it affected everyone. And when it hit the centaur, the remaining populations, it was really bad for them, because centaurs are big horses, and they've had trouble with this before. Like one of the early ways of the Divine Kingdom like taking land and stuff was through powers that they obtained through Sylvan magic that would target all hearth elves in their like hooves, and that was really bad for centaurs. And those that had like 2 feet, those fawns that stood on 2 feet, they were able to weather it a lot better than the centaur, and the centaur were like pushed out by that means. And by the time they reached the areas where like the centaur are now, they had lost control over a lot of the nature magic that they needed. Things were a little more stalematey, but as I was saying, the Plague of Lilies happened and it devastated the remaining centaurs, and they were affected disproportionately. The magic didn't affect the centaurs as strongly as it did divine elves, and it moved very slowly. However, once a cure was created, the Lindworm Kingdom very much delayed the treatment from reaching the centaur, and a lot of them succumbed to the plague. And basically every centaur living within like Mistfall, all the centaurs in Mistfall, like everyone has had some sort of interaction with the plague, be it a loss of like loved ones or like a horrible injury of their own, or, you know, they are the loved ones that were lost. And really sucks, really bad. We don't like the Lindworm Kingdom. And all of this leads us to Centaur witchcraft, which is the most in-depth, I guess, I don't know, the most intact group of centaur beliefs. And they were kind of like the very last stronghold of centaurs leading up to the plague. And they have a lot going on, and we're going to talk about them. Centaur witchcraft. What is witchcraft? A reminder. So witchcraft is basically any form of magic or worship that the Divine Kingdom thinks not good. Basically, if you are not a mage, you shouldn't be practicing anything that the Lindworm Kingdom considers to be magic. We talked about this in the case of like Lucent witches, where the witches were those fawns that were able to read. Like, it's that broad. Like, anything that seems off, you know, witchcraft it is. So, alright, to make things confusing, apparently, I have a note here. Sorry, I didn't bring this up earlier, but there are a lot of centaurs that do not practice centaur beliefs at all, and are practicers of a thing called Hazalian faith, which I'm sure I've gotten into before or will get into in the future. And these people, they also don't speak the centaur language. And I bring this up to say that centaur witchcraft is almost exclusively practiced by centaurs, and all those who practice it speak the centaur language, at least the centaur language that remains kind of existing. So centaur witchcraft is functionally kind of extinct. There is a lot to this, but the Plague of Lilies was kind of like the end of it, and I'm sure it'll kind of become clear as I detail things more. But basically, like, centaur witchcraft was like incredibly tied to the lands that they lived on, and over time lords have like taken over these lands and made them inaccessible to the centaur. Most of the centaur witches were kind of forced into this very small area that was like a deciduous kind of region, and a lot different to like where they used to live in like these more grassland areas. And furthermore, like over time, like as they were pushed into these groups, they're just like, because they're centaurs, they're big, they eat grass and stuff, you know, and other things, because they're also peoples, and they had lots of land that they lived on. And as this group became more and more compressed, there was a lot of like issues with like food scarcity, and they couldn't really forage and maintain the lands in the ways that were sustainable. This caused a lot of trouble, and like a lot of them who would have otherwise foraged were kind of pressured into moving into the villages and rural areas that the fawns were living in and taking up kind of work there. And most of them ended up kind of working on fields for mages and whatnot. And that was what was going on. It kind of sucked. It definitely sucked. Usually they would live on like the off-season fields. So like as a field would become depleted of nutrients, like the Centaur would live on that field and then rotate, crop rotation style, you know? Regardless, even that life became difficult for them because of the Plague of Lilies, I guess, is a big factor. So like when the Plague of Lilies hit, as I was saying, it didn't affect the Centaur as badly. It moved through them very slowly. Like the Plague of Lilies, basically like flowers grow through you and slowly kill you. It's terrible, awful, but it worked really slow on the Centaurs, and they were really hopeful that there would be like a cure, and a lot of effort was taken to keep the lilies from like growing, and a lot would have survived if the cure had been delivered promptly to them. But of course, as I was saying, it was delayed. And like, as these lilies grew and took over their lands, and like, as I was saying, they were forced into these much more like lush areas that the lilies really could get a foothold. Like the lilies not only killed people, but they took over the fields, and like the already dwindling food was then full of like these lilies, so a lot of people starved, or they just kind of gave up and searched these cursed lands and searched for food and ended up infected. Most that didn't end up doing that like ended up dying of starvation, so it was like either you become infected or you starve, or both. And when aid reached them, the main concern of the kingdom wasn't really protecting the centaurs or anything. It was about curing the lands and making them usable again so that they could have like their populations move in. And they really didn't care about the centaur. They really don't like centaur. And so like they came in and they assessed the centaur that existed still, and those that were deemed kind of like capable of healing were offered the cure, and those that were like seen as like unable to like recover, they were executed for their sake. And like, so before the Plague of Lilies, there was like about like 66,000 witches, and by the end of the plague it was like 400. So that's why it's so close to like extinct, right? And those that survived, those remaining like couple hundred witches that survive, like their families ended up being broken apart, and a lot of people were separated, and the remaining witches like now live alone on like different homesteads and work like alongside like horses, and their life is pretty miserable. And it is unlikely that enough centaur are going to be able to like get back together, reunite, and continue on like their lineage and stuff. And that's kind of where the functional extinction comes from. Things are bad for the centaur, guys. And this is what I was saying, like forever ago I was talking about a group of jerk centaurs who totally, you know, they were jerks, but not all centaurs, right? What are the beliefs of the centaur witches? Let's go in depth, because it's fun talking about centaurs. Let's talk about like pre-horrible things, right? So they believe in the same creation story as common centaurs. So they believe that the world is on Eska's back and he's on top of Lechfang, and the goddess Achel made home for all the centaurs, so they believe all that. They also believe that the serpent tried to wake twice, and that the lech were made, and the lechen are the fawns, and blah blah blah. So on like a technical level, centaur are incapable of magic. However, the witches have found something similar to magic in their relations to like their gods, so Achel and Eska. So in their lands, they find many sacred spaces, and they keep them holy, and they do that so that they can speak to the gods. They believe that these sacred spaces are full of like a type of magic, and that you need to give it time to replenish itself. So you can't like overgraze on a field of magic. Sorry. So it's possible basically to overuse a magical space and turn it into like a desert of sacred power. And most of these sacred spaces, of course, have now been destroyed by the Lindworm Kingdom. Anyways, so like mage magic is called Nakfan, and it comes from Lechfang. So that's the belief. So like mage magic, bad magic, Nakfan comes from Lechfang. Witchcraft is called Alm, and it is the power that is created between gods and people, gods and the souls of people, so gods and witches. It's like the connection between people and like God, whatever. And this connection is believed to be something that gods cannot create on their own. Alm is created with Achel in a way that is similar to like the connection between like a mother and like her newborn child. And like Alm that is created with Eska is created in a similar way to like death, when like a spirit and body become one with the earth. So like spacey, fancy, spiritual stuff. Centaurs keep the element of hearth in their hearts, and like home to them is their family. Like they don't have like a homestead. And in places of Alm, and in places that resonate with hearth, it is said that Achel is always present. So if you always keep your family in your heart, Achel is always with you. And like prayer and praise doesn't mean anything to her. Like Lechfang desires to be prayed to and praised, but Achel does not care for that. Neither does Eska, and all they care for is the love between them and the people of the land. So centaur witches, they don't have a huge idea of like land ownership in a way. Like anyone can be connected with any land. Like it's not really for them to decide. They kind of like understood how like meadow elves and fawns would build villages and kind of create their hearths and homes there, and like that makes sense to them, but they don't believe that they own like the land per se. And like opinions were like mixed on the fawns and the villages and like what that meant. And like while some amount of alm can be created in like having like a home and hearth, it's like not as potent as like these sacred spaces that are like given time to like grow and breathe on their own or whatever. So family structures, as I was saying, families got really broken up by the Divine Kingdom when they came in. And a large part of this is because like the family structures of Centaur are very non-traditional, and they were considered to be too animalistic for the Divine Kingdom. Everyone was kind of divided into a proper family. So those that did like end up being able to stay with another centaur, it is weird, man. So like before the plague even happened, before everyone was like even further broken apart, like as centaur were forced to move into like villages and the more orthodox areas, they were really forced to fit themselves into these more like typical family structures, and that really sucked. Okay, so centaur society, as seen by the Divine Kingdom, was like a bunch of different herds, and there was typically 1 or 2 males, and they had a bunch of wives. However, that's not really what was going on socially there. So centaurs lived in a very more like matriarchal kind of social system. So they would live in these groups of women, and they would have their children, and then they would have like the 1 or 2 fathers, and then they would have like elders. So like the mother and father of like the matriarch, and then like her aunts usually. And like the leader, the matriarch of the herd, would then be like a woman. However, there is a little more to that, because in Centaur society, there are like 3 sexes rather than like male and female. There's like male, female, and then there's like super female, the matriarchs. And like this is like kind of determined at birth. It's not the binary, it's the trinary. Anyways, the sex trinary is male, female, and super female. So males are males, easy peasy, because their society focuses around the cow goddess, Hazel, Achel, and milk is always like sacred in like these hearth cultures. The capability of producing milk is very important. I had to say that a lot because the plosives were maddening. But yeah, making milk, very important. Okay, so basically what determines then whether or not you're a matriarch is whether or not you have an udder, or are capable of an udder, I suppose. That is assigned at birth. And the reason this is assigned at birth, and let's just like talk about world building here, but did you know that male horses don't have nipples? Fascinating, I know. So if you are born without male horse titty, I guess that doesn't exist, but if you were born without, then you are considered to be like more masculine and not a matriarch. And that's like the divide of the 3 sexes within Centaur society, or at least within these witches, and I imagine other groups too, probably. So yeah, so there's functionally like 3 sexes in how they would break their society down. The Lindorn Kingdom did not see this to be the case, and they thought it was really gross if you were a matriarch. So like if you are born a matriarch, if you are assigned matriarch at birth, you are expected to eventually form your own herd. And the more masculine women, just the regular, not super women, like they are expected to either follow their sisters or follow their best friend, their best girlfriend. And you go off and you form a herd. And then, meanwhile, herds of bachelors, typically brothers, would then form, and their bros. When a bachelor herd shows up and meets a lady herd, the women would then look over the men and determine the best ones, usually just 1, sometimes 2. They were very picky. They all the ladies in the herd, they agree on a fella to be in their herd, and the matriarch would have final say. And obviously there was some dramas that would unfold. My goodness, the Centaur soap operas you could write, I'm sure. You pick a fella, and then he ends up being the father of everyone's children. And like the ideal male centaur is one that's really vigilant, one that's like protective, but most importantly, you have to be like a super good dad. You need to have like really good emotional and like social acuity, because like you have to be the father of like all of these children, and you have to do a good job of it. And so like those are like the traits of like the perfect guy for Centaur ladies. And like obviously when the Divine Kingdom took over, none of this nuance mattered to them, and they didn't care about any other gender or sex roles and they were forced into a binary and forced to pair bond, or at least very much pressured to. And matriarchs were considered to be gross and too animalistic. And if you were to ever give udder milk to a child, you were basically stunting their brains and leaving them as dim-witted as animals, and you're a bad person if you do that. Obviously not the case back in the day, am I right? So, as I was saying, most Centaur witchcraft is focused around Ulm. So, like, the magical connection between people and the gods. And when one creates Ulm, the results are, like, infinite. Like, all sorts of things can happen. So like, and like these creations often then become these sacred places. So like one example of Ulm is the famine tree, which is Niechini. And the tree was created with the Ulm that formed between Eska and a mother named Niechini. And the famine tree grew when Niechini buried her daughter who had died in the famine. And like her love for her daughter and her want to see her safe then created Ulm. So yeah, so she buried her daughter in the dry earth, and she thanked Eska for like all of the meals that they'd been able to like eat within life. And there was just like much love, earnest love, and Niechini passed away. And in doing so, like the Ulm that was created turned into a tree, and this tree forever would then bloom and bear fruit whenever the soils became dry, basically. And it's said that like Niechini forever cradles her daughter in the roots of the tree, and her soul is forever nourished by like her mother's eternal love. And of course the divine kingdom like cut down Niechini, and the wood was used to make a very short-lived fire, and with the powers of Lechfang the roots were rotted away. And that's because Lechfang hates mothers, because Lechfang has a bad relationship with his own mother. That's why he tried really hard to eat a Chell, because he hates moms. Anyways, another example of Ulm was like the birthing meadow, which was where most centaurs ended up like taking their first steps. And it's a place where foals are like birthed. And because of the Ulm of so many mothers, so much birth, so much love, it created like a sacred space where births were always simple, successful, great time. And though the birthing meadow remains in existence, it is now on the private land of a lord, and no one has access to it. You know, at this point, it doesn't matter anymore, I guess. Yeah, so like a lot of centaur customs centered around like birth and the rearing of children. And a lot of that has to do with like, obviously, like cultures just tend to have this aspect to them. Like reproduction is just kind of a part of cultures. Like it's there, it's important. But also centaurs, biologically, they have very long pregnancies. So they tend to have pregnancies that last either like 2 to 4 years, anywhere in there. And baby centaurs, they are typically born more like toddlers, and they are walking and saying words shortly after birth. So they're more like horses in that way, where they need to be up and at 'em, but they're also more like elephants, where it's like, you know, there's a lot to develop. So like the ones that are like born earlier, they tend to be a lot more like human babies, where they're like not completely baked, and like, you know, they're the ugly baby birds of the centaur world. You know, they're kind of harder to take care of because you have to like swaddle them and carry them and all that, feed them, and they're just the whole thing, ain't they? Whereas those that are born like up and walking are a lot easier for herd life, I guess. But anyways, because there's like such a long time, there's like a lot of like important stages of pregnancy and all sorts of different like sacred spaces, all sorts of different places of Alm that one would visit during the gestation of a child. And like centaurs in the womb are said to like need lessons and to be like taught before they enter the world. So like all of these things are very important. And as with most hearth worship, like milk is sacred, right? As we were saying. So children, especially those of the matriarch, nurse for like most of their early life. The matriarch is able to bless children that share, you know, her milk or whatever. Like that's usually something that is important. Yeah, the matriarch's kind of like the heart of the family, and everyone's half siblings, I guess. And so like when matriarchs pass away, whether like the elder matriarch or a current one, it's like really difficult for all that are like linked to her. And those that made a lot of like Alm, they leave like a huge impact. And if you lack connection with a matriarch in your heart, it's very difficult, and it is said to leave you prone to like sickness and like bad fortune. And the remedy for this is to bind the matriarch to the land, to her land, kind of create a sacred space, and then to seek out a connection with Eska, to connect her to the earth. And in a similar way, male society, bachelor groups, male centaurs tend to seek out Alm with Eska. So many males, they go on like to find like their peace, their spirituality within Eska rather than Achel and Hearth. So many of them formed very deep connections between themselves and the land, much like other like Sylvan witches. So like, I think we discussed the Druids. Yeah, we did. And the Druids, they would, their matriarchs would find a connection with a tree. So it's sort of similar to that. And so like a lot of men eventually, when they pass, they end up like enmeshed with like nature spirits and things. And yeah, so like once they were cut off from their land, men in particular, I mean all of them were, but like a lot of men ended up being very lost and kind of like purposeless. It was a lot of the men that ended up leaving in search of like purpose outside of like Mistfall, and instead a lot of them just ended up working, and a lot of like that deeper meaning and like almond connection ended up being kind of lost from their reach, which sucks. So that is the sad life of centaurs, man. Centaurs must I was talking to my wife about this, Ursula, and she was saying how gay centaurs must have been, and honestly, yeah, but have you considered super gay, like super lesbians? So like, because there's like the 3 sex groups, like what if 2 matriarchs fell in love and like they became a power couple, had a herd together? That would be so good, and I love that for them. And prime lesbians. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, thank you for listening. We're gonna quickly talk about Mistfall today. Mistfall is where the centaurs live. That's the most important part about it. And we talked about the centaurs last time. They once thrived there, especially in the equatorial region, and it was very hot. I mean, it remains hot and dry. The centaurs there, especially the witches, the numbers have dwindled incredibly since the Plague of Lilies, which I have talked so much about. If you watch the playlist at all, you will learn all about the Plague of Lilies. We're just having an easy week this week, I guess. So Mistfall is a region that's similar to like Frostrus and Faymouth in that it is more of like a territory, and it is controlled by various lords, and it is similar to Mythfield in that there are a lot of different religious groups, and it is very much a project. It is a project right now, and it has a lot in common with the duchies as well, because it's very close there, and it has like a lot of different hearth religions in it, and hearth is like one of the 12 elements in this world. And like as of recently, there's been like this plague that's wiped out so many people within Mistfall, and because of this, a lot of ground is being seized, I guess. Like it's in a state of recovery now, but it's very much going to break apart soon and become more defined provinces, controlled by like higher status lords, and they're gonna kind of work on bringing the population up to speed on the whole lindworm thing, get them to embrace that. So some of like the religious makeup of Mistfall is Hazalian faith. So Hazalian faith is like this belief that the steward, so like this goddess, was reincarnated and became a duchess of the Duchy of Hazel. So there's a lot of people that hold Hazalian beliefs. There's also the centaurs, of course. There's centaur beliefs. There's centaur witchcraft, and that is kind of like exclusive to this area. And then there's like ancient hearth traditions, and I'm not sure if I've talked about ancient hearth traditions. No, I haven't. However, I'm probably going to talk about them if we talk about either like the duchies later, because it's more prominent there. But regardless, there's ancient hearth traditions. There's also the druids that exist there. There's still some like in the further like northern region, there's interactions with like the druids. So there's a very small population of druids that falls under like the land of Mistfall. And there are also the central hearth witches, and those were... Did I ever talk about the central hearth witches? I didn't. Oh, okay. So there are the central hearth witches that exist there, and I guess we'll talk about those because I haven't brought up those. So we're gonna have some witch talk. Yeah, so there's like a lot of like centaurs, which is a lot of... I don't want to say drama, like, so like the major kingdom, well, the kingdom that's like taken over this land, they believe in this thing called the Lindworm Orthodoxy, which is a belief in this worm god that ate 12 other gods and merged the elements together to create the world. It's a whole thing, and they really want you to believe and worship in the Lindworm. So they have a lot of issues with people that they consider to be witches. And so centaur witchcraft, ancient hearth traditions, the druid traditions, all of these are very witchcrafty in their mind. They're like okay with Hazalian faith. Out of all of these, like it's the most okay. But there's also a significant population, especially for witches, like it's a significant population of central hearth witches. And I think that's what we're going to talk about today, because I didn't realize I hadn't talked about this. So there's some amount of crossover with central hearth witches and centaur beliefs, but they're not very explicit. They worship Hazel, the steward, or like the goddess that the worm ate. And that's the element of hearth, which is like home and family. And they sometimes call her a Chell, because there are populations of central hearth witches that speak like the centaur language, and that's sort of the name for the goddess, is a Chell. And so like there's some like crossover in that, but a lot of like their core beliefs are kind of different. So like most forms of witchcraft, central hearth witches kind of dedicate themselves to like the worship of a steward, and they believe that the world was created by the 12 gods and goddesses, so they have a lot more in common with like the Lindworm orthodoxy than like other witches do. So they believe that the world was created by the 12 gods and goddesses. So they made the world, and the world they made, it was like pulsing with life, and it pulsed with so much life that a serpent hatched out of the earth. And this serpent is called the Lindworm, and sometimes it is referred to as Lechfang within like people who speak like the Centaur language. However, less referred to as Lechfang because that has a lot more like negative connotations, but still sometimes. Anyways, so Lechfang attacked the gods, and the 12 gods used their power to stop the Lindworm, and they sealed it and themselves in the earth. So they don't believe in like the eating thing. They don't believe that the Lindworm ate all of the gods. They believe that they were all sealed away together within the earth. And crystal, aether crystal, so like in this world, magic sometimes forms in like these really dense quantities of magic called like aether crystals. And so like aether crystal is believed to be the scales of the Lindworm showing through the earth. And the Lindworm offers powerful magic to mages of the world, and it does this hoping that it can somehow like free itself through them. It is thought that like all people in the world are actually animals at their core, and this belief kind of stems from like an actual thing, like a confirmed thing in this world by me, where everyone exists on a continuum between an elf and a animal, and elves are mages basically, and then there is like there's 12 different elemental powers, and each elemental power is associated with an animal, and everyone exists on a spectrum between those. So in Central Hearth witchcraft, it is believed that everyone came from animals, and that to look like an elf, it is a sign of the Lindworm's influence. And the reason like that kind of checks out is because magic in this world and looking like an elf is less determined by like lineage and more determined by like environmental factors. So being exposed to things like aether crystal can cause you to be born or grow up into a mage, rather than something like a faun or a centaur. So central witchcraft does not believe that one is to blame whether or not they are born as a mage or not. However, mages within this belief are expected to reject the gifts of the Lindworm and abstain from the use of magic. Central Hearth witches predominantly dedicate themselves to Hazel or Achel, and that is like one of like the gods, right? And that said, it is not explicitly like the only goddess you're allowed to worship, right? But one is expected to kind of pick a god, and usually one will pick like a god that they share the element with, like whatever god created their element that they're associated with, that's who they follow, but that's like not required either. It's whichever one you're kind of drawn to. And witchcraft is practiced by creating like a space of worship, typically like a hearth, but mages will often create like more private spaces, often like a garden, and warding spells are created to kind of keep the Lindworm away. And like the reason for this, and the reason why warding spells are okay, so like magic, hearth magic in particular, which is like the most common element in this area, is created through keeping a hearth, which is like a heart of a family, and it's very easy to create magic with hearth magic. And so mages are kind of expected to kind of abstain from creating something like a hearth because it is drawing on the power of Lechfang to do so. And so warding spells are instead more of like a witchcraft thing. They come from like alchemy, where magic is able to be like dispelled, and it's called like abjuration. And so like these spells are typically like sigils and things. These sigils again are alchemic, so it's best for mages to not do them, and they are usually instead made by non-mages, and non-mages are taught skills through like apprenticeships to become like witches that create wards, and wards kind of like purify things. So like within hearth magic, there's these things that are like enchanted objects, and like it just happens as magic builds within a household, and like your chairs might like set themselves, or like your brooms will like sweep the floor for you. I went all into it, but like through abjuration, like one can purify enchanted objects. Like within this belief system, this religion, within these practices, enchanted objects, regardless of like how helpful they are seen as being like cursed, and sort of like temptations from the lindworm. So purifying objects of enchantments is seen as very important, and wards are also kind of made to help stop children from like developing magical powers. And it is very common for, so like these creators of wards and like the elders and like the well-trained witches develop a lot of skill in disrupting magic. They have a lot of like their own like alchemy that they have derived over many years, and so it's common for like there to be like rituals where like sigils are like painted or tattooed onto mages to dispel their magic and stop them from being able to use their power inadvertently. However, confusingly, they also practice their own form of magic. So like aside from like those who would specialize in learning how to like control the magic of mages, there are witches that learn to create something similar to magic through prayer and admiration of the god. So like those who don't have the excess magic that a mage would, someone like a faun would pray to Hazel, and there are lots of like rituals and other prayers and things that end up having kind of magical results. And like one of like the most common one is like a ritual pitcher that is made, and it is made to never empty of cream, and it's only can really be used in rituals and rites and like healing and things, and it's used to make sort of like celebratory like cakes and things that provide good luck on certain situations. But like you wouldn't want to like misuse these things because they're like created by like the goddess Achel, so you don't want to mess with that, right? And other than that, so like Mistfall is just of course not great to these witches, and they have of course suffered from the Plague of Lilies, but I haven't written anything horrible happening to them, so we're just gonna have a little peaceful time and just leave them to eat their cakes. So yeah, I'm gonna leave this kind of short. So the last two provinces we have within the Divine Kingdom that we haven't talked about are Greyhost and Frostress. And I'm not going to talk about Greyhost. I'm going to bring up Greyhost at another date. It's basically like a little island, and it practices a religion that's I'll get into it more. Like it's just more prevalent within like other places, so I'm just gonna like shuffle it off on its own. But that means we're going to talk about Frostras. So what is this place? It is a mountainous region that spans into the South Arctic. And it is similar to Faymouth, and I get them all confused. It is like a territory that's like structured with like lords and stuff, and very few regions in this area like practice anything other than the Lindworm orthodoxy, with the only exception of the astral witches, which we will get into, of course, and that is practiced in the furthest southern regions of the area, deep in like the Arctic. And like the most notable aspect of Frostras is that its population is actually like mostly meadow elves. We've been talking a lot about fauns, and fauns tend to live up north. Well, they don't tend to live, they kind of live up north, whereas meadow elves live down south, but they're basically kind of the same thing, right? So in this world, there are 12 elements, and everyone exists. Everyone has like one element that defines them, and each element has magical powers and an animal associated with it. And the more like an animal you look like, the less magic you have, which is like no magic. You either have magic or you look somewhere on the spectrum between mage and animal. And so meadow elves are basically like fauns being people with little furry butts, whereas meadow elves tend to be a little more like their torso. That was the word I'm looking for. Their torso tends to be a lot more animalistic, and they tend to be like more furry in general. But yeah, so like Frostras is the land of meadow elves when it comes to the Divine Kingdom. The duchies have a lot of meadow elves, but Frostras, that is the place where the meadow elves live. That said, Frostras, despite how large it is, very small population. It is very cold, and most people live in the north area. I'm used to north being the hot. No, wait. I'm used to north meaning cold, but north in this case is hot. That is basically all there is to Frostras, except for the astral witches. And that's the main thing I want to talk about, because astral witches, am I right? We haven't talked about any religion that follows the astral element. It's only been Hearth and Sylvan, right? Oh, and Divine, I guess. Hearth, Sylvan, and Divine are like the only ones we've talked about, right? I think so. Let me know. Let me know if I forgot one, but yeah. So, astral witchcraft, what is that? What the frick? It is the only astral-based religion in the world. That's cool. And it is practiced in the South Arctic of both the Duchy of Thane and in Frostras, obviously. And so there's lots of like little groups of astral witches that live around like the Arctic coasts, and it's pretty spread out, despite the fact that the Lindworm orthodoxy, the kingdom of the Lindworm, has taken over this land. It's just so inhospitable that they've not really made much headway when it comes to dealing with the astral witches, and they love dealing with witches. If you've watched the rest of this this whole thing, astral witches believe that the world is a form of purgatory. So the fish goddess, Locke, made the world, and she did so by swallowing celestial bodies and gods. And these celestial bodies and these gods, they contained the elements. And the last thing she tried to swallow was her mate. So her mate's name is Bakban. And Bakban is like a cockatrice. So he has like the body of a goose and he has the tail of a whale. And she's the big fish, you know? In order to finish the world, it was just like she needed to swallow the world's father. That's just, you need both of them. However, Bachman, no, didn't want to get eaten. So he evaded Locke, and he was small and he has wings, and she was very heavy because she had an egg she was making, and in her efforts to catch him, he ended up tricking her into eating various other gods that she hadn't meant to. So she ended up eating Rook, Akaj, and Wen. So those are equivalent to Ru, Omen, and Wen, which are the gods of curse, void, and just disaster. Not great. Not great to eat. So she was making the world. He invading her got her to add void, suffering, and disaster to her world, trying to trick him in return. So after being tricked, Locke feigned being sick. So she ate all of like these horrible things, and then she pretended that she got horribly sick. And so when Bachman saw that, he came back to help her, and her plan was to capture him at last in tricking him. But fool can't fool a fool, am I right? Because he tricked her again. He tricked her into thinking that her tail was him. And so when Locke went to eat him, she ended up eating herself. So she ate her tail and ate herself. And so Locke became like both the mother and father of her own world in doing so, basically. Because, you know, she ate her tail. That's just how that happens. Okay, that's just how it works. So basically, in eating herself, Locke ended up kind of inside of her own egg, but the egg is also inside of Locke, and Locke is inside the egg, and just infinitely, like, they're like within each other. It's confusing, but that's what happens when a god eats itself. And so the world is Locke, and the land is all on her back, and the frozen pole, like the Arctic, is her unfinished world, like her egg. And the astral witches believe that their ancestors saw Bachman fly away, being a little jerk, like he tricked her. And the only way for Locke to ever finish her world truly is for him to come back and let himself be eaten. So astral witches believe that you need to have the most peaceful and good life that you can, and like strife and suffering is to be avoided above like all else. And like there's a deep reverence, I guess. There's like a reverence, a value. They really value peacefulness and the mitigation of like suffering and pain. And the reason for this is because it is believed that when you die, you begin at the beginning again. So like every time you die, you end up at the beginning of your life again, and like you are forever stuck in this purgatory of reliving the same life over and over again. So you want to make sure that it is a good life that you have to live over and over again for eternity. And it's believed that in other worlds outside of Locke, that you can break free of this cycle of life, and when you do so, you become a god, you become one of the celestial bodies. However, even like the oldest soul that is trapped within Locke can never break free because they are trapped within Locke, so they are forever in like this kind of purgatory. So worship within astral witchcraft is kind of like a plea to the father Bachman for him to like come back and end this like loop that everyone's been caught in. And some believe that when he returns, like all that are trapped within him will become gods, and the night sky will be like illuminated. because it's not meant to be dark the way it is. It's supposed to be more like daylight. But like others, they believe that everyone will end up joined together and become a single god. And that is like the true child of Loch and the twin serpent that is known as Loch Logith. And that is the twin serpent Loch Logith. So, practices. Astral witches have a lot of various practices because their range is so far spread and they're just like, cultural differences. They survive predominantly on meat. It's the Arctic. Much of their life is built around fishing and hunting traditions. And the Arctic is, again, it's the Arctic, so it's defined by 2 seasons. Also, they're all bunny people. Gotta remind you that the astral element is like rabbit. Yeah, so bunny people. Anyways, in the summer, bands of merfolk arrive at the bays, and many of them have like close ties with like coastal witch families, and they have hunting groups together, and they make use of like land and sea together to do their hunting. And merfolk will tell them what they've seen and heard of on their travels, and the witches tell them about what they've seen through their divination, because astral mages are connected to celestial bodies. That is their element. And kind of the whole reason that astral mages ended up in the Arctic region was the pursuit of the long night. Because the winter season is dark, they're able to like acquaint themselves with the sky and learn from the celestial bodies kind of like uninterrupted by day and night cycles. And like the Arctic night is considered like the most potent night, and you can like truly look upon the unfinished world, and like all of like the cold and ice and stuff like that is considered to be where the creation is incomplete. Anyways, so mages exist, they're a thing, and the mighty huntress Loch Lackloth, the god of gods, Stel. Oh man, we've never talked about Stel. I mean, we rarely do. Anyways, she managed to slip through the teeth of Loch and was able to give power to the mages. And mages are seen as both like religiously important, and they're also like tradesmen. So like many items that make life a lot easier are made by mages. So like they can imbue things with like small amounts of like celestial power. So like they can make heated blankets and furs and lights, and they can make different lights that won't go out, and they just have a lot of contributions. And by virtue of this, mages tend to kind of work within the home and work on their craft, as opposed to going out and being hunters. And excess is then used within like mage families to do trade and stuff, sustain themselves. Needless to say, they're like highly valued. Beyond praise to Loch Lackloth, there is little that can be considered witchcraft, honestly. Divination, like especially of like the southern lights, is considered to be an improper use of magic and therefore witchcraft in the eyes of the Divine Kingdom. But like the Divine Kingdom just kind of decides random stuff is witchcraft all the time. Yeah, like as the Divine Kingdom spreads into these areas, it does so kind of slowly because of like the inhospitable nature of Frostras, but younger generations are starting to like adopt some ideas of the Lindworm and sort of like fold them into their own ideas with this pressure. So in particular with divination, which is used to try and divine knowledge from the stars and from like the auroras, the southern lights in this case, the fact that the Divine Kingdom considers it to be witchcraft is believed to be related to Bachban. So it is believed that Bachban fears that Locht will allow him to be seen. So like he doesn't want the mages to find out where he is, and if they look at the stars too long, they're gonna figure it out. So they think that maybe like Bachban is convincing others to dissuade the divination of stars for his own sake. Either way, you know, Bachban, come on home and end the loop of suffering. And that is that. We did it, guys. Oh my goodness. We traveled all the way to the Arctic and we did it. We're free of the Divine Kingdom.